In the WWE, the start of 1989, the Vicious Sheepherders making their debut as lovable fan favorites, now called the Bushwhackers. We find out Andre the Giant's deathly afraid of snakes. Ron Bass enjoying his new haircut, courtesy of Brutus the Barber Beefcake. The Mega Powers are getting ready to explode. But in the WCW, the guy next to me is riding high as the manager of the Midnight Express, an iteration of the Midnight Express anyway, and about to get a bad case of heartburn in the form of someone who's headed in. It's Jim Cornette, who returns to get in the time machine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for asking me. Thank you for having me. I enjoy being had.
Once again, a voluminous amount of memory refreshers brought in the form of, what are we have formats here. We
got formats, we got booking sheets, we got notes. We have the Midnight Express and Jim Cornette 25th anniversary scrapbook, which
available at
jimcornette.com, which minutely details all of the WCW years. We got ratings, we got contracts, we've got my personal books, we've got a variety of things.
So that authenticates everything you're about to hear here. I know in the hands of
Would I lie to you?
In the hands of historians, sometimes facts get garbled and lost. But here, we're able to go right back. And let's get started right away.
This was Dusty's, and actually, excuse me, it was a great idea, and especially the first couple of years, because we did them, right, didn't they start in, somebody help me, 86-ish?
Sure.
But anyway, it was an annual thing, couple of years in a row, and the idea was, you know, Dusty obviously was from Texas and was a cowboy fan, and thought the idea of a bunch of guys getting together in the bunkhouse and settling their differences was violent and would draw people, and it did to a certain extent. And so Nelson Royal kicked it off, that famous video at the campfire when he talked about, because Nelson had the Western store up there in Morrisville, and he was a pretty legitimate cowpoke himself, and the bronze boot was the prize. And actually in February of, they had to start in 86, because in February of 87, Dusty and Big Bubba Rogers had won an equivalent amount of bunkhouse battle royals, and they had the final in Pittsburgh in the cage, and still to this day, that's the most people ever to see a wrestling match in the city of Pittsburgh. They sold out the old Civic Arena where the hockey team played, and Dusty triumphed, of course, in a cage to defeat Big Bubba Rogers. Did the boys like
working them generally?
It depended on who it was, because obviously, in addition, everybody was wrestling on the card, so in addition to your wrestling gear, you had to bring bunkhouse clothes, t-shirt, blue jeans, big belt, cowboy boots, gimmicks to use, bandanas. So that weighed your bag down considerably, and you could tell when you watch, footage, if there's some out there, that some guys were more into it than others. Some guys would kind of wear their tights, put on some sweatpants, and put on an old t-shirt, and they were ready for the bunkhouse. But other guys, especially Dusty, but especially the guys that was their flavor of thing. Manny Fernandez, the Raging Bull, he was always into it. They would be decked out in boots and spurs and belts and weightlifting belts and all kinds of stuff they could use. So it depended on who it was. But it was working twice in one night, and it was a fucking fight too, with all those guys in there, and a lot of them potatoing everybody in sight. So.
At the exhausting time of 6 minutes and 7 seconds, you toss J.J. Dillon and Gary Hart to get it. Your memories in the match?
Well, they had so many managers. When I saw they were going to have a manager's bunkhouse, I'm like, holy Jesus Christ. And I actually have that on tape. And it was, in a perverse way, it was fun. I'm trying, who all was in it? Wait a minute. Let me refer back. Because I want to, see, here's the thing.
Paulie. Paul Jones.
Okay, have you got all of that?
Hump.
Humperdinck and I were the only babyface managers, and you can't really have a heel manager win the bunkhouse battle royal, because Gary Hart, J.J. Dillon, Paul Jones, Paulie, Oliver, Humperdinck, and myself, and it came down to me and Hump being babyfaces, and since I guess somehow they said, well, let Cornette win it.
What about getting in the ring and wrestling every once in a while? Is it something you look forward to? Or?
Well, it depended once again on who it was. We had six-mans, especially at the Bash, like when it was me and the Midnight Express against Dusty and Magnum and Baby Doll. That was great, or something like that. Or if it was I had a ton of fun with the 3-on-2 bunkhouse matches at the '88 Bash series with the three of us, me, Bobby, and Stan against the Fantastics. Bobby Fulton and Tommy Rogers. We had a ton of fun because I could even pick Bobby and Tommy up if I needed to. And they liked working with me. So working as a manager was an art because you had to look like you were trying to do something without actually being able to do it. And so it depended on the match and the situation, but sometimes I did and sometimes I'd rather not. We got to go back, and hopefully I'll be able to do this succinctly. We shot the big angle with Tully and Arn in the fall of '88, and Luger and Flair's rematches from the '88 Bash were catching on at the houses, and we shot the angle with Tully and Arn to fight the Midnight for the first time ever, the two top heel teams in the history of the company, match never before seen, and suddenly the houses, you go through the book and look, but I remember Richmond sold out, 12,000 something people did $140,000 in those days. It was bigger than the Bash House in September to see that double main event. And everywhere we took that double main event for the few weeks we were able to do it, the business was fantastic, and we were making tremendous money on payoffs at that time, not just a contract payment. And then Tully and Arn left and went to the WWF.
Right.
So then we had kind of been put in the sympathetic heel position, even though we weren't full-fledged baby faces, but now we had to go back wrestling the Fantastics, which the matches were great, but people had seen it, and it was a letdown from what they had been led to believe was going to be this long rivalry with Tully and Arn. And so I went to Dusty and I said, we got to do something now. We're kind of stuck. We got nobody to work with, and Tully and Arn have left. And that's when Paul Lee had been managing Dennis, who'd gotten back into business on a limited basis, and Randy Rose, who were the original Midnight Express. They had done that in Alabama and in Memphis before we became the National Midnight Express, Dennis and Bobby. So anyway, Dusty said, well, Dennis Condrey left us, baby. I won't bring him in unless y'all say so. And me and Bobby and Stan, all three, said, please, we want to do this. This could be the angle. And I explained to him, I said, what about he uses the phone? So we're on TV and I get a phone call from some mysterious that I've obviously had a problem with, and but we don't know about it. And well, anytime you want to settle this thing, come on. And then suddenly they jump us and they beat the shit out of us. And my original idea was that they would get juice on all three of us, but then Dusty, of course, being a genius and fine-tuning things, said, well, kid, they've seen the other guys bleed, and this was TBS, and we weren't really supposed to have blood, right? Said, they've seen the guys bleed, but they've never seen you bleed, so just you get the blood, but just get a little, Okay, well, anyway, everybody remembers, I get the phone call. Bobby actually did have a knee injury at the time, so Stan was wrestling a single match. Bobby was at ringside, and I hang up on the guy like, fuck you, boom, and suddenly they come out from behind the curtain. And Jim Ross makes it perfect when he says, they don't even work here, because everybody'd seen them at the time. The AWA was on ESPN for what that was worth, and a lot of people had seen them, So they hit the ring, and I freak out and go in, and Paulie comes from behind me and nails me and throws me out and hits me on the head with the phone, and I take this ridiculous bump, and I didn't hurt myself. I don't know how to this day. On a concrete floor, I go up in the air and ass over tea kettle. But I was nervous about blading on television because I thought, I'm not a wizard at this like a Ray Stevens. I don't want anybody to see me. So one time, and I forgot, it's like 55 degrees in the TV studio. And I wasn't experienced enough with that to know that means it's going to be a little harder to come, right? So I do that and nothing. Oh, shit, right? And then suddenly, on the 5-second delay, comes this fucking waterfall. And now I'm like, oh, fuck, maybe. So now I can't really see for a shoot, and I'm trying to get the blade back in my pocket while I'm crawling. And, of course, I turn toward the camera, and I'm wearing the white jacket, which is still on my office wall, by the way. And everybody went insane, my God. And, Dusty it afterwards, he said, good job, kid, but I said a little juice, Well, I didn't mean to do that, but it worked for the purposes. And so we started that angle, and everybody was hot for it. And the thing is, as we'll get into, anticipating your questions, that was the first part of November, so by the time that we got to the house shows and to the matches, it was into December. And that's when, unfortunately, Turner Broadcasting had bought the company. It took effect November 1st, and into December, they'd replaced Dusty as booker. And so all of a sudden, our angle And we thought that it was because, well, at the time, that was our idea, not Dusty's idea. He's trying to put his stuff on top of the card, but we didn't realize this transition was taking place, and so we blamed Dusty a little bit at the time, but not, really for good reason as it turns out. But they were putting us on second match and having us go time limit draw. Well, what the fuck? We first hit this hot angle in the arenas, and then we found out that Dusty had been replaced or let go as booker because he did the thing with the Road Warriors spiking him in the eye because we had dropped the World Tag Team title of the Road Warriors when they tried to turn them heel. Well, nobody wanted to boo the Road Warriors. They were going to cheer them no matter what. So they come out and spike Dusty, and he blades his eye, and he's bleeding, and there's a spike in the guy's eye, and TBS got hot, too much violence on a wrestling program. And they had replaced Dusty. And so we were floundering there in the first part of January. That's when they instituted the rule for some unknown reason to be penny wise and pound foolish. That they were going to save money sending the managers on the road because they don't do that in New York. That was the old days. They don't do it. They just go to the Garden and TV. So why should we fly all these managers around? Paulie and I were integral to the program.
Yeah.
And even though my Midnight Express could carry the load. Dennis had been off national TV except for the AWA thing for a couple of years. Randy Rose had never been on national television, and the whole synergy of the thing was that Paulie and I were the two best promos in the company. I don't think anybody disputes that, along with Flair. And we would talk the people into this crucial personal issue, and then the teams would get in the ring and have the match to carry it out. And then at ringside, we had to be there because that was the dynamic. We weren't having the match, but we had to get in and do our little manager cat fight at the end because a great match is kind of like a hand job, right? If you're already hard, then you can just grab it and she can fucking go boom, 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 and then the last little thing there explodes, right? But if you're not really into it, like a cold match, you got to tickle the taint and rub up under the balls a little bit and get things interested, and then up and down the valley a little bit, and then finally, Paulie and I's manager cat fight was the last little thing that was going to get them off and they'd blow, right? Well, without that, it was a team that's over against a team that's not really over without the mouthpieces and the two major points of attraction, and it just didn't work. So we even offered to fly ourselves at our own cost. We could make the driving towns and we'd make the TVs, but we offered to fly ourselves at our own cost, and they turned that down. They wouldn't let us do it. The other managers didn't really care that JJ was going because he also had an office job. The other managers didn't care because they were going to get paid the same thing as we're all getting paid on contract now. That's another problem.
Turner that you're talking about when you're saying yes or no.
Yes, they turn it down. That's another problem because at the time, besides for Ric Flair, Lex Luger, Sting, the Road Warriors, and Paul Ellering, the Midnight Express and I were the highest paid guys in the company by a lot because we had been the first ones to go when Jimmy Crockett thought he was going to get all this syndicated television revenue income and pay-per-view revenue income. We've been the first ones to go and renegotiate in April of '88, of which I have that contract. Where did I put my contracts? Yeah, that's the one, April 1988. We were making $225,000 a year apiece. Now, Jimmy continued paying us payoffs on the shows, but we were to get a balloon payment at the end of the contract if we hadn't made our 225s. That gave him some room. Well, when Turner Broadcasting, and the reason why we were making more than Tully and Arn is because they had started renegotiating, but then he found out that the shit was going south and he stopped those negotiations, but we already got this piece of paper signed. And when we walked out in the parking lot, we're like, Jesus Christ. Because we had a $100,000 a year guarantee apiece. We're like, look at there. We've got it on fucking paper. There's something, it's notarized. We're going to have to get something out of this. So when Crockett sold to Turner, he settled his debts for 40 cents on the dollar. That's why for a while we called him 40 cent Crockett. So instead of a $66,000 balloon payment, he paid us $26,000 a piece to get out of it. But Turner Broadcasting started paying us every 2 weeks our full bi-weekly contract amount. So we were getting, what's that? We were getting, close to $9,000 every 2 weeks. Is that what it is? Yeah, that's about what it was. And they could look at the Road Warriors and look at Lex Luger and look at Sting and look at Ric Flair and say, oh yeah, they're worth money because they got muscles. But then there's us who've drawn more money than most anybody else actually, but those guys in the company, and actually more than Luger and Sting. They said, why the fuck are we paying them so much? So we had heat from the start. Anyway, They rescinded that by the end of January, but for a while there, Paulie and I weren't even going to the house shows with the original Midnight Match, and it really hampered it. And then also, who was the booker after Dusty? Guess what? Jimmy Crockett. People don't remember this. Jimmy Crockett was the interim booker. From the time that they let Dusty go as booker, and he stayed around as a talent, but the booker can't, in those days, in wrestling, sports entertainment now is different, but in wrestling, if the booker got his notice, he generally left the territory and went somewhere else and wrestled or booked or whatever. You didn't really, except in Memphis where like Jerry Lawler, Jerry Jarrett, and Bill Dundee would rotate the book, you didn't really stick around. When Dusty was demoted, basically, because he was relieved of position as booker and just became a talent, we knew it was only a matter of time because he, it was a slap in his face and he wasn't going to hang around, and he left shortly thereafter. So Jimmy Crockett became the booker. I'm just blowing all your questions now, but Jimmy Crockett became the booker until they could get another one. And the first thing Jimmy Crockett did was come to us and say, I'm not a booker, which he wasn't. He had never booked. But we figured he's been around, he knows enough about wrestling, and he said this, I know enough to do maintenance until we can get somebody. So don't worry, you guys, you're figured in, because it was Jimmy Crockett and us. We'd drawn him millions of dollars. But he didn't like Randy Rose. He didn't like Randy Rose's work. And so that's why in that interim between the time that Dusty was relieved as booker and the time they brought in Goofball, that we'll talk about in a minute, the one change that Jimmy Crockett made in the program was that he booked the loser of the fall leaves the NWA match that we had at the Chi-Town Rumble pay-per-view in February, where he wanted Randy Rose to drop the fall and then get Dennis another partner.
Right.
Well, already we're like, oh, fuck, because that's the whole thing. They really were the original Midnight Express. We've already done this angle. I bled buckets, cut my head off on national television.
But how soon does he tell you that? You don't know this.
We knew it sometime in January, because, it had needed 4 weeks to promote the pay-per-view, right? So sometime in January, we heard this from Jimmy, and, we're like, oh, fuck, but how can you argue? New owners, our booker is gone, Jimmy Crockett's going to do whatever the fuck. In hindsight, the program was already kind of hampered anyway. We're just like, what the fuck? And how can we argue with the checks we're getting, right? Well, that led to Dennis no-showing, jumping ahead, because when Dennis found out about it, he didn't come in there and make a deal for his team to immediately get split up, and he knew that shit would head south. And then, when George Scott took over Goofball as booker, then George Scott's thing was he would have kept them and had us lose and get rid of us. Because he obviously, when we first met him, he had never seen us before. He didn't have one bit of clue who the fuck we were, and didn't know why obviously we were getting paid that money. And he's yet to this day spoken a word to Bobby Eaton. Bobby opened the door one time and there he was coming, and Bobby held the door open for him. He walked by like Bobby didn't exist. And our first meeting with him, I asked, well, George, what are your plans? This was his quote, I just don't know what I'm going to do with you boys. What the fuck? We're one of the biggest drawing fucking tag teams that the company has had for the previous 5 years. He don't know what the fuck to do with us. So we're like, it was just falling apart around our heads.
He hadn't seen the product?
He hadn't seen the product. He hadn't seen us. He hadn't seen, it didn't look like he'd seen anything. We thought that he had Alzheimer's. The way that he talked to us and the way that he fucking carried himself around, we thought either this guy is just the biggest goofball that we've ever met, but we've heard he was such a great booker, and this was years before we got to the area, to the Carolinas, or he's got Alzheimer's. But one way or another, no, he didn't know what the fuck he was doing.
Tell us about the Western States.
Well, I can do this real quick.
Yeah.
When they bought the UWF, they got an office in Dallas, and Dusty liked flying out to Texas, and Dusty thought they were going to open up the western part of the country, and decided to have a regional title like the United States title in the Carolinas or North America title in Mid-South or whatever the fuck. He wanted a regional title, so Western States Heritage title sounded like a cool name. But we never ran much out west, and nobody gave a fuck, and they just got rid of it.
That.
So moving on. At this point, believe it or not, the whole time that we had worked for Jim Crockett Promotions, the NWA, WCW, we didn't get involved in the politics. We showed up at the shows, and the booker, Dusty, or JJ, his assistant, told us what we were doing, and we went out and did it. And, you know, it wasn't really Bobby and Arn hung out together because they were close friends and lived near each other. And Stan went and did his own thing. I went back to the room and got a pizza. You know, we didn't hang out with the guys. We weren't involved in the office politics. We did because we were all making money. We were all doing good. Nobody was happy, or nobody was unhappy. Nobody had a complaint. So we didn't know what was going on. And actually, TBS, the officials, I can't remember who it was at the time, whether it was that Jeff Carr or whoever, but they had brought some of the top guys in to ask their opinion of Dusty under confidential pretenses late in the year. And when they were starting to make serious effort to buy the company, that's why Tully and Arn left, because Tully had knocked Dusty in the supposed confidential meeting. And then they turned right around and went and told Dusty what Tully said. So Dusty kicked Tully off the private plane, off of Crockett's plane, said, fuck him, he can fly commercial. And that's when Tully got mad, and Arn went with him, and that's why they went to the WWF. That was in September. And so by the end of the year, what we had heard, no pun intended, was that Jack Petrick, who was a big TBS executive, his wife was best friends with Jim Herd's wife. And so they knew each other that way. And Jim Herd, when he worked at KPLR, Ted Koppler, the bigwig in St. Louis broadcasting magnate, owned the company. They had broadcast wrestling at the Chase, Sam Muchnick's promotion. Jim Herd's official wrestling background was that before he became station manager at KPLR and then went on to Pizza Hut, he had been a studio director. And he actually directed programs for Channel 11, one of which was Wrestling at the Chase. So for a few years there, in probably the late 60s, early 70s, or whenever it was, he was the director of the program, but he was a station director, spores, station personnel on remotes. That was his entire wrestling background, but his wife knew the wife of the right guy to fucking hire him. And so suddenly we heard Jim Herd, the guy from Pizza Hut, is going to be the new guy running the company. And everybody was like, who? Because nobody knew who the fuck he was.
Now, when he walks in, is there like a general meeting where there's an introduction, where he outlines what intentions he has?
You know, PTSD, I've slept since then, memory fades. I can't remember exactly how, if there was a meeting, if he introduced himself, it didn't make a big impact on anybody, and everybody was still wondering, you know, who this guy was. He had giant bushy head of gray hair. He looked like he was wearing a gray coonskin cap because he was older and he was gray, but the hair was impeccable. His hair was perfect, Warren Zevon.
You pretty much know he's going to go? Because you see the writing on the wall.
Well, yeah, you can't. You know, Dusty was Dusty. Dusty was the guy. Dusty was the fearless leader. Dusty was the visionary. And to take him out of the booking position and just make him one of the boys, you know, even we knew Dusty can't be one of the boys at this point. Dusty is bigger than life. It's not going to sit well with him, and it's going to be awkward in the locker room for everybody involved. You can't just treat him like one of the guys after he's, you know, been the fucking dream all this time. Some people liked him, some people didn't like him. We had no problem with him. He'd made us a shit ton full of money. And I thought he was a genius as a booker, even if he did do finishes too often and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Still, it's fucking Dusty Rhodes. He didn't work out. I noticed he just kind of left, and it's probably best that way. And the question is, were people within the company happy to see him go? It depends on who it was. Some were, some weren't. I definitely wasn't really, probably more so now in hindsight, upset about it at the time, but everybody was, it was a state of flux. Mm-hmm. Things were happening all over the place. Well, that obviously was, as soon as we got to the studio and saw that Ricky was there, it was like, oh, geez, how can you be unhappy that one of the greatest wrestlers in the world has joined the company? And I remember the match, and it was fucking incredible, and the people were jumping up and down screaming, and that George Scott had to be in by then, because right about that time was where that Jimmy Crockett, his last move to us as booker was to fucking book that lose or leave thing in Chicago. And then George Scott had to be in about that time because George Scott obviously came to the Carolinas in 1974 as booker when Jim Crockett Sr. had passed away in 1973 and John Ringley took over the company. John Ringley had been the guy that was running the business end of the company for so long under Jim Crockett Sr. And then, Jim Jr. and David, and et cetera, they all had jobs there, but John Ringley was the guy running the company. He was married to Frances Crockett. They found out that he was fucking around on Frances, and he got booted, and Jim Jr. took over. George Scott had come in 1974 and changed it from a tag team territory, like Weaver and Becker on top against the Assassins, the Bolos, the Kentuckians, etc. He's the one who spearheaded bringing in Johnny Valentine, Wahoo McDaniel, top singles wrestlers, and that's where they elevated. It had always been a good territory and a steady territory, but all of a sudden it was about to become a major league territory. And George Scott got a lot of the credit for that. He got credit. Wahoo McDaniel said, "I've seen this kid up in the AWA working for Vern Gagne. He's a rookie. He's going to be great. You got to bring him in." Ric Flair. He brought in Blackjack Mulligan. He brought in Mr. Wrestling Tim Woods. George Scott had been a wrestler for years, the Scott brothers, he and Sandy. And he had made a name as a booker. And so anyway, he started in 1974, and I think he continued with Crockett until like 1982. And that's when he'd gone up and spent a few years as booker for Vince. We'd obviously never seen him wrestle because, he'd been out of the ring for years and years, and we had never met him and seen firsthand. We'd never worked for him, but we always heard George Scott was this great booker. I came to figure that what George Scott's booking reputation came from was when you bring in Wahoo McDaniel and Blackjack Mulligan and a young Rick Steamboat and a young Ric Flair, and he assembled the best talent and let them figure out their angles and their programs. And booking then wasn't so contrived as it is today, where you got to, and you'll make this gesture and you'll say exactly these words. It was matchmaking. It was putting guys against each other, and it was doing simple television formats. And the angles the guys would come up with riding in the car up and down the road. Hey, I could do this with so-and-so, and he would let them do it. So I think his reputation came from picking good talent and letting them do their thing. So Steamboat obviously had been an integral part of the Carolinas, and the first time he went around with Flair in the late 70s, so naturally Steamboat comes back. That was great. Great angle, great surprise. You got one of the best workers in the business now on the team, so that was a positive. And for every positive, there's a negative.
Well, now, Dylan leaves for a front office job in New York. Take that, first of all, the face of the Horseman going to the competition.
Well, once again, and I wish I'd have boned up on JJ's book. JJ wrote a great book. Wrestlers Are Like Seagulls.
It is one of the best.
It is one of the best wrestling books out there. And buy the book and find out who said that and why. It's great. But basically, Dusty was gone. He could probably see the writing on the wall. He had an opportunity to contact the WWF, and he took it, and he's gone. So now there's no leader of the Horsemen. There's no... JJ was always... It wasn't that we were 1-2 for the... JJ was always the top manager. We understood, but I was sort of the personality manager, and we always coexisted, and except for the program with Tully and Arn, we never really... So we were enjoying that too, because we got to cut promos on each other. When he would talk about, you're the only tennis player I've ever seen that has no balls, and I would say the fucking varicose veins on the back of your leg look like a road map of New Jersey, you old bastard. You're so old, your social security number is 1. We had fun with that. So when he left, I don't know whose idea it was, because I was nowhere near the booking process at this point, but Hiro Matsuda, who was a great wrestler, who actually was part owner of the Florida office at one point in time, who was a well-respected trainer, and one of the icons of Japanese wrestling that had come over here and made good, but suddenly the one thing he was not was a great promo, and suddenly it was the idea. I guess George Scott was once again he was 10 years behind the times. It looked like not only had he seen wrestling at all for the past several years, probably not watched the NWA even while he was working for Vince, because he didn't know who most of us were. but he started bringing back people that he had worked with, not even just in the 70s, but in the 60s, and it was 1989. And I guess he thought, well, the Japanese are all taking over everything, so the rich Japanese businessman will buy the and oh my God.
Odd choice.
Odd choice.
Is there a fear when someone from the office goes to competition that sensitive information, salaries, future plans?
I'm sure, well, they didn't have any future plans, but salaries and contract information, et cetera, at that time, I'm sure there was. Once again, I wouldn't get that close to the office for another 6 months or so I don't know who was shaking like a dog shitting peach seeds at what JJ knew, but at that point in time, there weren't any future plans, you could tell, only sketchy ones. So, and also, you can take a guy's book, right? And now it's a laptop or whatever, but you can't take the guy's head. He knows everybody. He has a relationship with people. People trust him. He knows when guys are happy, and he knows, like Santa Claus. He knows when they're happy and sad, knows when they're naughty and nice. So yeah, you didn't want, a guy that had been in the office that long going to the competition, but they couldn't help it. I was not in it personally yet, but from what I have gathered, Tony was unhappy because he felt like he had been with Crockett since the early 80s. JR had come in 87 when they bought the UWF. And they made the call, Jeff Carr and the TBS program executives made the call that Jim Ross should be the lead announcer. Tony obviously got his feathers in a ruffle about that and started looking elsewhere.
Does Steve Beverly have a hand in this? We sometimes hear that.
Everybody has said that, and Steve Beverly did Matt Watch, which was a bulletin that Steve also taught broadcasting at Auburn University down in Alabama, I believe it was. And he did a bulletin. It was actually a nice, well-written bulletin that covered the television shows of all the wrestling promotions that were left at that point and the ratings and from a television slant. And Steve had a background in broadcast journalism and et cetera, and had done local television news and things, and so he kind of brought a nice perspective to it. And, they were reading the newsletter, I know that. I don't know how much influence that he had there, but at the same time, and I always had gotten along good with Tony. Tony was a friend of mine. I'd been over to his house. I can't remember his wife's name at the time, but they had like 6 kids. As a matter of fact, one time, they pulled up at the airport to get on Crockett's plane, and I'm standing there with Bobby and I think Stan at the time, and Arn Anderson standing there, and Tony's wife pulls up, and all the kids are in the station wagon. It looked like a little kids' soccer team. And Tony opens the door, and there's this caterwauling, just fucking kids screaming. You've never heard such a din of noise in your life. And he slams the door, and it automatically cuts off. And they pull out with the 6 kids, and Arn Anderson said, "Giovanni, you got enough cum in you to shampoo a buffalo." And, so I like Tony, and Tony was a good wrestling announcer, but Jim Ross was head and shoulders, obviously, above everybody else in the business at the time as a wrestling announcer. And if it wasn't a slight on Tony that they would pick JR to be the lead announcer, it was just anybody with eyeballs and ears could see if you want the best guy, Jim Ross is the best guy, and I think Tony was ruffled about that and decided to take off for greener pastures up north. And boy, when he came back, because we said at the time when he left, Tony, I don't think it's going to work out. You're a Southern boy, you're going up there. He came back in mid-1990. He had the book like fucking they used up north. They had the book, and he had all these grand ideas and everything, and God damn, we said at the time, Tony, with shit's going on around here, in 6 weeks your hair's going to be falling out and you're going to fucking hate this decision you made to come back here. And sure enough, it was about 6 or 8 weeks later, he came in, took his fancy book, and he was slamming it down. This fucking shit. He was miserable. The headline was, "They're changing the scripts." I remember, I think it was in the Omni, we were sitting in the locker room and that newspaper was there, "They're changing the scripts." And it talking about how pro wrestling is suddenly getting so big, like it hadn't been big for the previous 50 fucking years, right? And that it's so big and that this has happened. And And they also, the TBS executives, they were getting press in Atlanta because Turner Broadcasting is bought into wrestling and it's going to be a new day, and all of it talked about how they're going to have entertaining characters and changing the scripts and all this, and just everybody was disgusted. Yeah. Just fucking mad, sitting there mad, kicking shit. The guys who knew what was going on. Some of the underneath guys, they didn't give a fuck. They were booked, right? Mm-hmm. They were booked. They didn't care. It put a fucking tutu on them. But Flair was hot. And it wasn't just that article there, but it was a continuing series of articles talking about the new age of wrestling, and they were likened it to Gorgeous George, like wrestling's hot again on television. Wrestling had been hot on TV for the previous 30 fucking years in every market in the country, but suddenly they found out about it. And so, you know, it was in my, as a matter of fact, in my Christmas poem. I took my 1988 Christmas program, or Christmas poem. Was it? Or no, it was, The Grinch That Stole Wrestling, my follow-up in 1990. The first few lines: "'Twas the night before Christmas, 2 years after the bye, and the state of pro wrestling would bring a tear to your eye. We're changing the scripts," the New York Times quote had read. "All the secrets were out, and pro wrestling was dead." It was fucking disgusting. And we sat there, and now we started to realize this shit is not going to be good, because not only is Vince telling people it's fucking fake, but our own fucking new owners are doing this mega media blitz where they're talking about how that everything is fake and scripted, and we're going to have these characters and we're going to change this shit, and everybody just starts shaking their heads like, oh fuck, this is not going to end well.
Now, the angle itself happened once before, in 1978. George Scott, also the booker.
Yep.
No coincidence that this has happened? I mean, there are still magazines around.
No, the coincidence was Flair and Steamboat were in the same place at the same time and said, hey, we could do that thing we did in Raleigh, you know.
Oh, was it them?
Yes.
Okay.
What the fuck? How could... Flair loved that fucking angle. How many times has Flair been stripped down to his fucking shorts, course, right? But no, and it was great. People loved it, but they had done it in 1979 or whatever, so 10 years later, they did it at a TV studio in Raleigh, and they drew money on it for fucking months and months. So now they've got a chance to do it on national television after 10 years. Yes, the hardcore fans remembered it had happened. Well, who's to say it couldn't happen again? But for a whole new audience. So, you know, George Scott may have said, hey, you remember that thing y'all did? Mm-hmm. But that smells all over of something that Flair and Steamboat would have come, especially Flair would have come up with, and it worked again. You could do that every 2 weeks and it worked with Ric Flair and Ricky Steamboat. Fucking Flair's out there with all the beautiful women and the fucking immaculate suit, and he's full of himself, and his shit don't stink, and here comes Steamboat and chop and bump and strips him, and Flair ends up wearing his brief skivvies and dress socks and shoes and a tie around his neck with no shirt because all the rest of his clothes are gone. That's wrestling. That's fucking gold. They turned face, by the way, after 3 months after we tried to turn them heel, and they beat the fuck out of us in New Orleans because nobody wanted to boo the Road Warriors, so they just had to get them back in the right place.
What I was going to say is the fans kind of have they dictate sometimes, and you've just got to kind of go with what they're doing.
It was ludicrous to think anybody was going to boo the Road Warriors, so they just got them back where they should be.
Were they better faces or heels?
Well, they were, the Road Warriors, they got over... They had to be heels first. They were heel in 1983 when they first. They had to be heels because you couldn't be the Road Warriors and sell and make comebacks. You had to be the unstoppable heel force that went out and really legitimately beat the piss out of every job guy and everybody in front of you for the first couple of years to establish the fact that the Road Warriors are this unstoppable team, and that's why people cheered them. It was a case of Steve Austin, but with spikes. So they had to be heels first, but once that they were being universally cheered, and then they came to work for Crockett in '85, by then they were firmly baby faces, and that was the challenge, was to work with the Road Warriors, who were still green in the mid-'80s, and, you know, potatoes were flying. You know, I wrote a Christmas song about that too one time, and we would sing in the car, diving through the ropes to get out of the fucking way, here they come again, taters all the way, ha ha ha, you know, and shit like that. But if you notice, all the big drawing matches the Road Warriors had were against the Midnight Express or Tully and Arn, small bumping heels that could feed them and bump off them and call the match and let them do their power moves and be flummoxed and, you know, bumfuzzled about the whole thing. And what do we do? And then get a little heat, because Hawk especially would say, both of them would sell at the right time. And then they make the big comeback, and Hawk was, you know, always with the leaping shoulder and the standard comeback and everything. But when they tried to put him against the Powers of Pain, the Barbarian and Warlord, or a team like the Samoan SWAT team where they were as big and strong, and that didn't draw. That didn't work, because then you've got a rock fighting a rock. It has to be rock, paper, scissors, right? It can't just be all the time, or what the fuck have you got? And that's especially the Midnight and Tully and Arn. The dynamic was, these little fucking insufferable pricks, the Road Warriors, are going to kill them. And that's the whole reason why Skywalker's match at Starrcade 86 drew, was because the people legitimately wanted to see the Road Warriors throw us all off scaffold and kill us. Right. And so, you know, so anyway, the Road Warriors, it was impossible for them to get over by starting as baby faces, because that would have ruined the whole thing, because they would have showed vulnerability. But then it was impossible for them to be heels after they showed that they were invulnerable, because who cheers against Superman? Right. But then you had to find some way, and once again, they'd sell the racket. They'd sell the shit out of the Animal would hit the ropes. I ruined more rackets on them guys, because Animal would hit the ropes and I would whack him and it would sound like pow, like a rifle shot, and he would go down like he'd been shot. And I'd look at my racket and he was so big and so hard. The same thing with Hawk. The racket would be bent. I used to throw rackets away every 2 weeks we were working with them. Wow. Should have saved them. I could sell them now. But that's the thing. And then finally, after a while, it got to be the Road Warrior problem, because they never did a job. And then after a while, it was like, well, it was the same thing as the Sheik. The 7-year run in Toronto, right, from 67 to 74. The Sheik drew more money than almost any heel in history, probably, over a period of time, but especially in Toronto. During that 7 years, the Sheik never did a job, never lost a fucking match, and shows with the Sheik in Toronto every 2 weeks averaged over 10,000 people. If Sheik wasn't on the card, it might be half that. But then when Andre the Giant in 1974 made his first North American tour around, and it was Andre versus the Sheik, the people in Toronto, it sold out. They're like, somebody's going to finally beat this motherfucker. Right. 3 minutes in, he throws a fireball, Andre catches it in the face, rolls out and gets counted out. Sheik still wins, killed the fucking town. Because now it's just gone too far. Right. So at some point in the late 80s, 89, 90 there, it got to the point where nobody's ever going to beat these guys. Nobody ever puts them in jeopardy. And so it was like, it's a foregone conclusion. The Road Warriors are going to win. We don't need to watch. We know what's going to happen. But I will say this for them, jumping ahead before we get to the next part. When they did in 1990 give notice and decide to go north, the Midnight Express was the only team they did a job for. We were in Memphis at the Mid-South Coliseum, and it was supposed to be a DQ, or maybe we were even going to put them over or whatever the fuck, and they went and said, no, fuck it. It's Memphis. You guys came from here. We're leaving. You've done stuff for us. I remember Hawk saying this, we're going to put you guys over. Of course, they did it with every goddamn, there was a table in the ring, and there was distraction and hand grenades and rackets, and Ellering's running around, and they beat us up afterwards and everything. But 1, 2, 3 right in the middle of the ring, and the office got hot because they changed a finish, even though they put the other team over. So the next night in St. Louis, they came up with a finish where they still wouldn't beat the Midnight Express. They had Ellering pin me, and we weren't even in the match. But that was, they gave us a show of respect, which I'll always be grateful to them. On the way out, we were the only ones they did a job for.
I know now everyone watches at the monitor and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And did you then?
Oh, are you kidding? Yeah. Ric Flair and Ricky Steamboat are going to have a main event on pay-per-view in Chicago, and I'm there, and I'm not going to fucking watch it. We had the 6-man earlier in the night, and I was blowed up, and I'd had a nosebleed from the finish, and I got changed, and yes, I watched it. It was fucking electrifying, and I've taped it at home. See, I used to order all the pay-per-views, and I would tape them at home, and then when I get back, then I could watch them with the commentary and everything, because it's hard to hear at the monitor. But yeah, definitely I watched it. It was great. Flair and Steamboat at that time were the gold standard for what happened in the ring in wrestling.
How far out is something when you have two talents that you know can go for months and months and months and months, and you can draw? Specific to here, how far out do Ricky and Rick know they're going to go? Do they know there's going to be series of matches, and they know the title's going to go back to Flair? Or is it kind of just a one at a time?
Well, no, once again, I can't speak too specifically because I wasn't in the office yet. And once again,
but were you guys told then?
Incredible as it may seem, well, we knew about a month in advance because, you know, we would go to, it'll muddle the picture. When we would do interviews for Crockett on Wednesdays, every Wednesday we would go to Crockett's office the whole time we were there until Turner bought everything and it started being different. But every Wednesday was promo day. And promo day, I can show you this. Promo day is where, well, a lot of offs there. Let's say all these shows, for example. Kansas City, St. Louis, Atlanta, we would do promos for all these, and I would write down who our opponents were, if it was a world title match, or if it was a stipulation, or a war, whatever. The point is, we would do the local promos for the syndicated television, and we would know about a month out.
These are here? These are promos, right?
Yeah, well, that's a syndicated TV. That's when it got all fucked up, when WCW was Turner Broadcasting and everything, and the formats were changed. They're changing the scripts. But the point is, we would get to Crockett's office on Wednesday from the middle of 1985 to the close of 1988. Wednesday morning, 9 or 10 o'clock, and Gene Anderson would stand at the podium and he'd have all the cards for the next month or 5 weeks. And as we got to Chicago, or we got to Detroit, or we got to wherever, he would call the guys up that were going to have promos to fill the two promo spots in the show. And you would cut the promo and they would roll it into the tape and then he'd go on, and we would do that for 6-7 hours. And then we would jet off, you know, to wherever we were supposed to be that night. There was a lot of high-speed chases to get to Raleigh on Wednesday nights after doing 7 hours of promos. But I would take my book. A lot of guys would just say, okay, just tell me what to fucking do. But I would take my book and I would write down all the towns, who our opponents were, what stipulation it was. In some cases, on the big shows like the Bash, what position we were on the card. So I'd keep track of, were we a main event? Were we a semifinal? Were we just a preliminary? What were we? Which would kind of dictate what money we got paid. And any other pertinent information. So I knew, for the boys, what Dusty had booked for us, you know, out about a month or so. Whether Flair and Steamboat knew they were going to do the 3-match series and they were going to trade the belt back and forth. Obviously, Flair knew he was getting it back eventually, but I don't know how far they had planned that out. Dennis was living in Denver, Colorado at the time. And as a matter of fact, let me figure out exactly where. I guess I should keep a bookmark in this. Well, son of a gun, turned right to it. The day of the big blow-off came, but Dennis Condrey didn't. We had been in Cleveland at the Clash of Champions where we beat the Russian Assassins, and the original Midnight were not on the card. Then the 16th was a day off, and the 17th was Athens, Georgia. So, not paying attention to what they were doing, they booked the original Midnight Express versus the Midnight Express in Athens, Georgia, then with 2 more days that Dennis would have off. So basically, they were going to fly him from Denver to fucking Athens, Georgia to have a spot show match, and then back for 2 days, and then back to Chicago. So he didn't come.
Right.
He didn't come, and we weren't surprised, because why would you do that? Go all the way across country for a fucking spot show and then go back. But in Chicago, Paul E. came in, and I saw that look on his face. I said, Dennis ain't coming, is he? No. Because, once again, Dusty had promised him a spot coming in. We shot this big angle. Everybody went crazy over it. We expected it to draw. The initial interest from the fans was incredible. Then the booker that starts the angle gets fired and gets replaced with Jimmy Crockett. Jimmy Crockett likes everything about everybody except he don't like Randy Rose's work, and Randy didn't even know this story until I sent him one of these books last year. So Jimmy books a match where the loser of the fall leaves, so thinking it'll be Randy Rose, because he wants to get rid of him and get Dennis a new partner. Mm-hmm. Then a new booker comes in who says, well, if it hadn't already been announced, I would have kept the original Midnight Express and got rid of the other guys, Cornette and Eaton and Lane. And we saw where that was headed. And then Dennis said, well, wait a minute. I didn't agree to a goddamn loser leave town, break up my fucking team. This whole thing is headed south, and I'm going to stay home with my horses. He pulled a Terry Funk. He stayed home with his sick horses, so he didn't come. So he didn't come, so then they couldn't beat Randy because Jack Victory had to fill in for Dennis.
That's right.
And if they'd have beat Randy, that would have been so fucking see-through. So they beat Jack Victory and kept Randy. It was, at that point, it was a goddamn mess. Me and Paulie enjoyed being able to get in and do our shit with each other. And it was all in all, as a matter of fact, that's when I started getting the guys there, because the pay-per-views still, at that time, I think normal call time for a TV was, all those years, was get there an hour before TV starts. Because you didn't need a lot of preparation. Well, then the pay-per-views, because it was a little bit bigger, they'd get the guys there at 4 or 5 o'clock. I started having our guys in our match come like 3 o'clock that afternoon, and we sit down, especially because me and Paulie were involved. We weren't experienced workers, so we came up with this. It was a 7-minute go-home cue back when nobody did that shit. And we came up with this finish where it would be up and down and back and forth. And the goddamn match, even with Jack Victory in it, not knocking Jack, but he was just thrown in there, as Herd would later say, like it dropped him out of a helicopter. It got over live with the crowd, and everybody did a great job. And even me and Paulie's stuff, they reacted to that. We did, instead of the drop toe hold elbow, we did a drop toe hold double elbow where Bobby dropped one and I dropped the other, and we just did shit like that, and it tickled the people's taint, and they got into it. And then of course Jack Victory gets pinned, but then they promised him, if you'll just do this job, we'll bring you back some kind of way. And then Randy was still around, and I forget how he finally left, but obviously he was lame duck at that point, and the whole goddamn thing was spoiled and over with. Well, the match forgotten about in the ring was also forgotten about by me, because until I read that, I forgot about that. But I can believe it. After Flair and Steamboat, I don't even know why they put another match out there. I don't know why. That was something that had never been done before.
It just the pay-per-view was going short, so they sent people out to fill the time, and just kind of never.
Fuck me. All I know is once Ricky and Rick had finished, I got up and went and got dressed and left.
So did everybody else.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you got to remember, 11, 12 years earlier, he was a big deal in the Carolinas for George Scott. So I remember the time, we're bringing back the Iron Sheik, another top main event star. And we're like, what? And I love Sheik, but Sheik started late. Remember, he was older in the early 70s when he still had washboard abs. He was older, and now he's, what is he, 75 now or thereabouts, which would mean then he was in his mid-40s if he was a goddamn day at that point. And we're like, what the fuck? George Scott, like most bookers do, is bringing in his crew, his guys that he's drawn money with and had success with before. But in this case, it was 12 years before, or whatever. And Sheik got there, and all of a sudden, I don't know what discussions they had about his outside the ring activities or his stopping on the turnpike or whatever, but we just looked at the matches at that point. That's what, once again, the Crockett crew, Flair and Tully and Arn and JJ and the Midnight and me and the Rock and Roll when they were there, and Wyndham and Magnum when he was healthy, and etc. The core Crockett crew looked at match quality. And personalities, but can you go in the ring? Because that's what we were known for. And we looked, and she couldn't go in the ring. And that was another indication to us that George Scott was, they talked about me being lost in the past and behind the times. I wanted to have, old-time logic with new guys. He wanted to have the same crew he had in 1978 on top in 1989. And in this case, it badly didn't work. And what had happened was, and also about that time, he brought Blackjack Mulligan back to be his agent, because who's going to argue with Blackjack Mulligan? Sure. If Blackjack Mulligan tells you you're going to do a job to the Tooth Fairy, what are you going to say? Hey, no, you're not. And that was the idea, that Blackjack would be there to fucking keep these guys in line. He was that far back in time that he thought that he needed a kick-ass fucking road agent to enforce. Like somebody's going to try to double-cross somebody and win the fucking belt like they used to 20 years before. And Paul Jones was another agent, because Paul Jones had been a big draw and a big top name in the Southeast, especially in the Carolinas, in the 60s and 70s as a wrestler. And then he had a bad back, so he transferred to becoming a manager. And that's even Dusty. When Dusty came in, Paul Jones was immune because everybody said Paul was a stooge for Crockett because he'd been a stooge for George Scott before that. And so that's why Paul Jones, even when Dusty was booking, Paul Jones was there because as long as Jimmy Crockett was around, Paul Jones was going to be around. And so that's why Dusty would always have Paul Jones's army feuding with Jimmy Valiant, because Jimmy was so over as a personality, but at the same time the matches, the personality, that he would have that underneath feud with whoever Paul Jones was managing, and that way he'd keep it all together where it wouldn't fuck up the whole card.
Yeah.
And Handsome pulled it off and made it work for fucking years, and because Handsome was so over, my God, he was over. And he was the guy that, what is it, the exception of the rule? The one guy that really, the matches weren't anything to write home about, but he was so strong as a personality that he could get anything over, especially in the Carolinas at that time. But by the late 80s, that had gone by the wayside. So Paul Jones became another agent because he was a stooge for George Scott. Because they went back. So you had Blackjack Mulligan and Paul Jones agenting, and he was bringing back the Iron Sheik in the ring. And so finally it wasn't very long, they realized Sheik couldn't go anymore. And also physically, I mean, he just, besides the fact that he had gotten big and was bad back and everything, and his problems physically now. So they signed him to a $100,000 a year deal. And I think he wrestled maybe, we said at the time 10 or 12 matches. It may have been a few more than that, but the matches were so bad they couldn't get anything. Even when he won, everybody lost. So they sent him home. And of course, George Scott didn't have much time left. So anyway, after the first 4 or 5 weeks, they sent him home and just were going to pay him off on his contract and not worry about it. And a year came, and he'd been sitting home so long and nobody'd seen him for so long that they forgot that he had a contract, and they didn't send him the termination thing. Because, see, that's the thing. As long as Jim Herd, and we'll get to him in a minute, but as long as Jim Herd was in charge, me and Bobby Eaton and Stan Lane, we would come home from being on the road where we'd gone out and torn the house down every night, had these great matches, cut these great promos, done all this shit. And we would have our letter 90 days beforehand. That way you had to get it 90 days before that they were going to terminate, elsewise it would roll over, right? We would have our registered letter sitting there waiting on us. It's 92 days away. You're terminated. We got to renegotiate from scratch. They forgot about Sheik. It rolled over and they paid him $100,000 for another year. So they tried to bring him to TV again to get something out of him. They tried to get him to do jobs thinking he would get mad and quit. But he said, fuck it, they're paying me. So he did jobs so bad that they just sent him home again. Sent him home again and paid him off another $100,000 for a year. Missy was revolutionary. I mean, she was gorgeous especially for the state of most of the girls in the business at the time. And she had personality. And, she wasn't going to cut any 3 or 4 minute live in-ring promos, but she was going to do, a good job with what you gave her. And she and Eddie obviously were a couple at the time. And, she dressed up the show and she was smart to the business kind of, and I didn't have any problem with her, being involved in it. But it led to drama later on in a number of people's lives, with just that whole dichotomy relationship thing.
Sometimes see that when a worker and their significant other are involved in an angle together and on the road together, and that can't be a good recipe.
It hadn't usually historically worked out well for most anybody, has it? I don't know, but I'd never had a crossword with Missy, so I can't say anything bad or pertinent about any detriment. Although one time, Rick Steiner, I don't know whether he ribbed her, she ribbed him. It was a rib on everybody, but she was wearing a skirt, but she wasn't wearing any panties, and he was supposed to carry her back from the ring, and he grabbed her and scooped her up like this and folded her up like an accordion to the point where her ass and everything was hanging out, and they had to do some creative editing on that piece of business. Well, that was good. I mean, the danger zone obviously fit Paulie dangerously, and Paulie, I've never said Paulie couldn't talk. He could talk his ass off. I wouldn't believe him if his tongue was notarized, was one of my famous quotes, but to give him a segment like that was fine. Secret Service Jack Victory. Jack had done the job, so they promised him they'd bring him back in some kind of gimmick, and he couldn't wrestle because I said loser of the fall could not wrestle in the NWA, so they bring him back as Paulie's bodyguard, and that, probably.
Is he the man of 1,000 gimmicks?
Yes, he did everything. He's one of the Russian assassins, I think, for a while. He carried the flag for a while for the sheep herders, or the sheep whackers, or whatever, along with after Laurinaitis, I guess. It wasn't he was part of the New Zealand militia. Had a couple of different mass gimmicks. And
yeah.
Jack he actually is the one that helped me load my car and hook my trailer up and move from Dallas to Atlanta when I first went to work for Crockett. He was working out in Dallas at the time. Jack was a great guy, and he was a pretty good worker, had a heck of a fucking punch.
Do you think the company missed an opportunity? Should he have been pushed better, used better?
Well, yes and no. I mean, at some points he was on top, and at some points he wasn't used right. He was obviously a talent, and he'd come directly over, from Japan, and so his English was limited, but he was a great athlete, a bright kid, and he caught on really quickly. He got a lot of reaction, but as a heel, he didn't get a ton of heat because he was so cool, and especially with the moonsault and the fast moves and the cool things he did. So he got a ton of reaction, but not a lot of heat. And when Gary Hart was with him, Gary brought some of the heat, and he was definitely, he could be portrayed as a dangerous guy, Muta. And I remember that later on, much later, they had ideas to turn him babyface because he would be over with the kids. But I think, and the story that I always got was that Gary talked him out of it and convinced him, don't let them turn you babyface, which maybe in hindsight with what they did with their babyfaces and Jim Herd's ideas like the ding-dongs and et cetera that we'll get to, I know, it may have been for the best, but Gary specialized in managing the foreign menaces, whether it be the Great Kabuki brother in Dallas, or it was Pak Song Nam, who got Dusty over as the American Dream in Florida in '74, the ugly foreign menace. Muta was new wave, man. He was new for the times. You couldn't make him an evil foreign menace because he was too cool. But at the same time, he was great. He got a tremendous reaction. He was a great worker in the ring. He was used on top, but I don't know if they got the most out of him they could.
What should we know about green mist?
Well, here's the thing. As Gary Hart explained to me one time, a lot of times you blow to green, it's bad news, brother, but when he blow to red, all the shit's on. Gary loved, and read his book too. Gary had an incredible book, and Gary, J.J. Dill, and I, we do great books because we were managers and bookers, and we kept our records, so we could be specific. But Gary did a great book, and he really genuinely loved developing talent and coming up with backstories for them, and coming up with reasons for their being and whatever. And it was an Oriental mystery. I don't know, ancient Chinese secret. I don't know, but somehow he had this power to Kabuki did.
Kabuki.
So naturally, Muta had picked this up.
Taking a green mist shot.
Yeah.
What do we need to know? Is it Listerine we're getting in our face?
I know it's food coloring.
Just food coloring?
It's food coloring in a rubber. That's the same way as the way you guys used to, when you would get chopped in the throat and bleed from the mouth. The shortcut was red food coloring in a rubber, but that actually, stains and doesn't look like real blood. So used to, what they would do is they would take a hypodermic needle and the guy would draw his own blood. This is what we did with Ricky Morton when we got death threats for the first angle we did with the rock and roll that started selling out everywhere in '86. They picked Ricky up, and I had the racket there. They dropped him throat first on the edge of the racket, and he bled from the mouth, and it was like it ruptured his larynx or whatever.
They drew blood. They put it in a condom.
You draw your own blood because you don't want somebody else's blood in your mouth. Even those days, you draw blood, you shoot it in the rubber, you tie it off, and you put it in a bucket of warm water so it don't clot. And then when the appropriate time comes, either whoever's going to do the handoff, in this case, since the rock and roll were wrestling and beating somebody, and then we were going to run in and attack them, right before we ran in, I scooped it up out of the warm water, And I ran in, and as Ricky was down, as I went to get him, I grabbed him with the back of his hair with one hand and stuck it in his mouth with the other hand and stood him up, and then the boys held him, and then I took the racket, blah, blah, blah.
Nice.
And you bite the rubber and you bleed. Of course, we tried to do that in Ring of Honor. One guy, he couldn't bite the rubber, it just kept mashing around. I guess they make rubbers more durable than they used to because of all the problems with AIDS. He couldn't bite the rubber, it just kept rolling around. Another time, guy swallowed the whole fucking thing, almost choked himself. And one time we tried to do the thing where the guy, you foam at the mouth, but that's a fucking quarter of an Alka-Seltzer, boom, and right. But goddamn, it fucking just dried up so bad, and suddenly it looked like a fucking fire extinguisher. It was an art to that. But anyway, yeah, so the mist and the different color of the mist
the green and
determined how severe the injury was to the eyes, the vision, whatever the case may be.
This is a commentary on the work ethic of these two guys.
I'm surprised they were able to get it in that short a time, to be honest. That's only a total of an hour. They used to go an hour one time. Flair and Ricky Morton in '86 did 2-hour Broadways one time. Yes, that's Steamboat was in his physical prime. Flair was almost 40 at that point and in his physical prime, like he ever had anything other than a physical prime. Flair and Stan Lane used to have competitions in the locker room where there would be an athletic commission and they'd check you, your heart, your blood pressure and everything to see who had the lowest pulse rate. And Flair always won. Stan would get close sometimes, but Flair always won. He was like a fucking marathon runner. And it just, and he would, his warm-up would fucking blow most people up. So yeah, they went 30 minutes twice, 2 main event matches, same fucking day, didn't think anything of it. Did he secretly give away any WWF secrets? You know what? I think it was a secret to him where he fucking lived. He was a goddamn blithering idiot. And as far as rating him from the WWF, I think as well as deals where like if we leave that suitcase out in a field unattended, maybe somebody will take it because there's some shit in it we don't want. Ed Cohen, and I still speak to him every once in a while on the phone to this day, was a brilliant man and had relationships with all the major arenas in the country and could put tour schedules together and was personable and funny and entertaining and nice and well-spoken and could speak extemporaneously on any subjects and was a hell of a guy on the phone, with making deals and stuff. And he worked there from the time of the initial national expansion, before the initial national expansion, all the way until I think he made an off-color joke when they went public and somebody complained about it or whatever and he retired or whatever. I don't know what the story was. But Ed Cohen was a genius. Don Glass was the guy that went and got his coffee. And so we've hired one of the guys from event booking in the WWF and he's going to do this and do that. Well, once again, you can go through the book, Jim Cornette Midnight Express 25th Anniversary Scrapbook, available at jimcornette.com, or you can go through this book that you can see 89. I got a lot of blank pages. You ought to see my 86 books. There, every single page is covered, but at this point I was blah, blah, blah. But Don Glass was the guy that booked Greensboro, North Carolina on a Wednesday night for the first time in history. And let's just, as a matter of fact, I think, was it a $12,000 house or was it a $16,000 house? I'm not sure. It was during the July bashes. He booked Greensboro, right there down at the bottom of the line. The house for the Greensboro Great American Bash in July 28th, 1989 was $19,000. 1 year earlier, a $100,000 house was a disappointment.
Yeah, wow.
This was the all-time record low for Greensboro on a Wednesday night. A Wednesday night for the first time ever for Greensboro. And I'd asked Joe Pedicino, I'm going to stick a paper in there so I'd asked Joe Pedicino, because at the time they brought him on, because Joe had the wrestling block in Atlanta, and Joe was a big wrestling fan, and You know, as Oldie told me one time, Cornette, I used to think you were a dumb fuck, but so many other dumb fucks have come along that are even worse than you. You moved up the ladder without doing anything. Joe Pedicino would be considered Eddie Graham today, but Joe didn't know as much as he thought he knew about wrestling back then, even though, Joe, you're a nice man and I like you and we've, you know, always had fun. But I said, Joe, what the fuck are they doing? Greensboro on a Wednesday night? And he said to me, he said, well, we've got to save the weekends for the big towns. I said, what bigger town is there than Greensboro? He said, well, like Chicago and Philadelphia. So I carried all my books in my bag at the time. I went and got my previous year's book out and flipped through and showed him $130,000 house, $100,000 house, $85,000 house, you know, Starcade, what, blah, blah, blah. He said, I had no idea. You had no idea? Why didn't you ask somebody? So this Don Glass, he comes from up north, he's a Yankee, from a company that never paid any attention to the other guys. As we all know, Vince McMahon never in his life has watched any other wrestling besides his own. So now Don Glass is working out the schedule, and I remember it was it 1990? I think it was Easter of 1990. Let me just check
Let's confirm that.
Let's confirm that. Easter comes what, around the first part of April?
I think it's the first full moon after the vernal equinox. Something like that.
Well, whatever the fuck. We were on Easter Sunday, I believe it was San Antonio. It was April 15th. Classic illustration of WCW's live event promotion. San Antonio, Texas, the Hemisphere Arena, 15,000 seats. On Easter Sunday in a predominantly Catholic town, we had 600 people in a 15,000 plus seat building. And I was sitting there, and all the guys were sitting there, embarrassed to be there. And we were in the heel locker room, and I remember the guys were sitting around, and I said, you know what? If I had Don Glass's number, I would call him tonight at fucking 3:30 in the morning. And when he answered the phone, I would say, Don, are you asleep in bed with your wife? And he'd say, no. And I'd say, neither are we, you stupid motherfucker, because you booked us in San Antonio on Easter in a fucking 15,000 seat building. Center stage is more like a theater in center stage. So you had seats that rose sharply. Imagine a movie theater, but even with sharper rising seats and in a sort of a semicircular fashion like that, and you had a stage. So you could have the ring here, and all you saw were seats and people all the way up. And then the sides, you could come in from either side to the announced position and the ring and etc. And it was a cool setup, and it actually was like a 750 seat television studio. So I had no problem with that, because the TBS studios on Techwood that we'd been in all those years, they served the purpose, but still, you were in front of 120 people or whatever in a kind of a small environment.
And it was a challenge housing all of you guys on those tapings, right? But whereas here,
the locker rooms it was like one of the rooms where they stored tapes. I mean, guys were sitting on the floor, anywhere you could get a folding chair and get in somewhere, and the bathrooms and everything. So that was an upgrade and improvement until the day that they booked. Till the day they booked center stage for TV, and we showed up and we looked out and they were renovating the building, and they'd torn out some of the things we needed, such as seats.
Right. Wow.
There were no seats in the building. It was dust on concrete ledges. They were renovating and tore out all the seats, and we had a television taping scheduled. This is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's supposed to be that night at 7:30 or whatever. And they actually had a meeting and said, well, we could just let them come in and sit on the concrete ledges. There's dust everywhere where they've ripped this shit up, and it would look like shit. So they decided, well, we'll just tape, this was in 1990, we'll just tape the next day in Huntsville, Alabama. It was supposed to be a house show. I said, okay, so now you're going to piss them off, because we're going to not give them the house show card's been advertised. We're going to give them squash matches on TV, and they managed to do that too. But yeah, they actually booked the building one time when there were no seats in it, as opposed to then later on when they would book buildings with plenty of seats and there were no people in them.
You're going head to head with WrestleMania. Wouldn't you hedge your bets and book a smaller building?
Well, wouldn't you have done a variety of things? Wouldn't you have promoted it, which we'll get to in a second? Wouldn't you have booked a smaller building? they somehow, between that brain trust, Jim Herd, Don Glass, the TBS officials, whatever, they thought, well, if we come from the Superdome in New Orleans, that everybody knows where that is, it'll make us look bigger than at WrestleMania, and we'll have this big TBS special. And Flair and Steamboat were going to be the main event again to show that on free television that our in-ring product was superior to the WWF's. And it's been well documented, the fights that they had, and we won't go into that on this tape, but the free TV special versus WrestleMania angered the cable people and the pay-per-view people and angered everybody, and they had agreed not to do it after the first Clash of Champions in '88, but then Vince went back on the agreement, so they did it again in '89, and that's a drama for another day, as they say. But in this case, they booked the Superdome, which hadn't drawn for wrestling because of that's why Watts sold the UWF, was because the economy, especially in the Gulf states, the oil bust, and the economy went downhill. And old Scott Munz, I believe it was, who the famous story of he went to New Orleans to do advance work for one of the Superdome shows for Watts, and called Watts and said, there's no hookers, there's no escort services open, they're all closed up. And Watts is like, get your own fucking pussy, right? And he said, no, you don't understand. If the escort services in New Orleans are all closed, we're fucked, because that means the economy's shit. You can't get a hooker in New Orleans? There you go. And come to find out it was right. So we were in '84, we ran 4 Superdome shows, did 23,000 people, 16,000 people, 15,000 people, and another one did 16 or whatever. By '87, they couldn't, with Muhammad Ali, they couldn't put a house in a Superdome. The Crockett Cup didn't do very well in '86, '87, it was closed down. They hadn't been there in two years. They come back and they do that show, and it would look like a piss hole in a snowbank.
Even on TV.
Well, how can you shoot, how can you pipe and drape the fucking Superdome? We're not talking about the goddamn rec center, you know. And it was so demoralizing on a number of, because here we come back, the scene of our greatest, at least me and Bobby, you know, Stan wasn't with us then, but the scene of one of our greatest triumphs where we had drawn, you know, over 23,000 people in a main event and one of the 2 most talked about matches in the history of New Orleans wrestling. And we come back and we're on the card against the Samoan SWAT team with Paul Lee in a fucking blasé match, and then there's no people there. And there was no people there in part because we were in the Superdome, and in part because they didn't promote it on television, because this was another one of George Scott's things. Well, if we give these main event matches away for free on TV and promote it, it'll kill the house shows, because we got Flair and Steamboat working in all the house shows. So we don't want to tell them they can see it for free, because they got to pay. He's still back in 1979. We'd been doing Clash of Champions and live events.
TV. I understand saying don't give it to them on TV, but it's going to be on.
Do you have Alzheimer's?
No.
Well, George did. That's why he was saying these things that I'm repeating to you. Okay? So don't blame me for repeating this shit, because I can't explain it either.
Okay.
But the point is, and then they had given Paulie another team, the Samoan SWAT team, Samu and Fatu, and once again, they're great wrestlers in their own way if you had their match. But now here's the problem: we're baby faces now. We're still baby faces. We didn't really have a resolution with the original Midnight. I hadn't had a resolution yet with Paul East. They figured we'll give him a team and we'll put them together. I know that either Paul Jones or George Scott or somebody was in their ear going, just be strong, get over these guys. We don't have any plans for them, get over them, because it was like pulling teeth. And I'm not knocking these guys. They were great. All the Samoan wrestlers, great athletes and great workers. That's just like it's natural to them. But as baby faces, we had to somehow, we were one of the biggest money drawing tag teams of the previous fucking half decade at least. We had to have some kind of offense. The only offense we'd get in was when they'd hold Bobby or Stan, and one of them would charge, and Bobby or Stan would move, and they'd take bumps for each other, and the miscues, but then they would beat the fuck out of us, and then they would beat us flat. And me and Paul Lee were kind of extraneous to that whole thing, and it was just blah. So we go and we have a blah match, and we get the shit kicked out of us, and we do a job in front of very few people, but a lot on television. And then we just fucking left so we could get back to the hotel so we could watch Flair and Steamboat 2 out of 3 falls, because ain't nobody able to fuck that up. Once they get in the ring, regardless, and that was gold. They went 58 minutes, 2 out of 3 falls, and we were at the hotel watching it, right? And that was great, but What wasn't great was when the ratings came in. Because when the ratings came in, they go, why the fuck didn't anybody watch this? Well, they figured out it's because they didn't promote the goddamn thing on television because George Scott was afraid it would kill the house shows. And they're owned by a television company.
Shortly thereafter,
George Scott fired.
replaced by a committee. Check my facts here. I don't know who the first committee is comprised of, but over the course of time, it involves Ric Flair, Kevin Sullivan, Jim Barnett, Jim Herd, Eddie Gilbert, Jim Ross, Terry Funk, and yourself.
Well, hold on. At the time, the committee was, the committee that replaced George Scott was, Jim Herd was always on everything.
Right.
Because he had to be. Jim Barnett was always on everything because he was the senior consultant. Because Jim Barnett was one of the legendary promoters of all time. He invented studio wrestling, for fuck's sake. He was the guy, he was the go-to guy. He was politically connected whenever there was a promotional war. That's why he came back from Australia and bought into Atlanta to settle the promotional war there in 1974. He ran the most successful wrestling promotion in the world in Australia, or the most lucrative one for all those fucking years. He was back to the 50s in the first round of network television. He was a mover and shaker in the Indianapolis and Detroit territory before he sold Detroit to the Sheik, and he sold Bruiser Indianapolis and went to Australia, and Bruiser never paid him. But at the time, he had a run with Vince. It had ended badly. He was on his waning years. He probably thought this was his last job, so he was supposed to be the senior consultant. He was getting a check to tell Jim Herd what the fuck was going on. And Jim was cranky and had his favorites and had his good days and bad days, but he was always there. And Jim Ross was on it at that time, and I believe Eddie Gilbert, they put him on it because Eddie had some success at that point booking Memphis for a short period of time, and I think the UWF in its dying days. And Jody Hamilton also, because Jody was the assassin, but Jody was mainly in charge of the job guys and getting the rings to the right places and the mechanics of that. And I believe that was the committee at that point. And hold on one second, because I'm going to go back to...
Are you on it right away?
No, I'll get to that. Hold on, dog. Cowboy?
Clearly, but...
Slow down, Cowboy. George Scott meets his Waterloo. What had happened was, that's when we had, I had our first meeting, or basically our big time meeting. I'm just using this as a place marker, but we can look at it later on. After Randy Rose fucking loses and fucking or Jack Victory, after the aborted thing and Dennis is gone, we have a meeting with George Scott and we say, what are we gonna fucking do? And that's what we say, I don't know what I'm gonna do with you boys. And we have another meeting, and basically we decided to alleviate the problem that he had with figuring out what to do with us. We gave our fucking notice. And because we saw, as long as this guy was the booker, we weren't going to get anywhere, and our contracts were coming up in, I believe it was May or whatever the fuck. So we gave our notice. We said, we'll just finish up. And we'll do whatever the fuck until this idiot gets fired. Because we could see that it couldn't be long, and if it was, we didn't want to be there anyway, right? And we weren't going to stick around and have them beat us into powder further, and as baby faces without great opponents like Tully and Arn, or even like Dennis and Randy, and without me having an antagonist like Paul Lee, we were just floundering and getting beat up by the Samoans and whoever the fuck. So we quit. We said, we'll finish up. Well, we didn't get a chance to finish up before they fired George Scott. So when they fired George Scott, immediately Jim Ross, on behalf of the booking committee, came and asked us if we would reconsider and we could stay. Well, I'm going to go from my notes here, because once they fire George Scott and then, they come back and ask us to stay, I told JR, I said, we're tired, we're frustrated, we've been damaged as an attraction. We had already made arrangements to work a couple of times for Bill Dundee in Continental because he was booking there then, and Bill's not only Bobby's father-in-law, but also he'd booked us in Mid-South, and we knew him from Memphis, and he understood how to use us, and we wanted to do him a favor since we had a national name and etc. So I came up with the idea with JR that I would do a promo on television saying that we'd been in a slump. Part of it was because Bobby had some nagging injuries, that we had to reevaluate our focus, that we weren't going to come back to wrestling unless we could be the real Midnight Express, the best Midnight Express we could be. And they would play that on television. And we would go away for a little while and we'd negotiate our new deal and come back in the summer. We'd take a couple months where we'd be gone so people would get the bad taste out of their fucking mouth. And we also negotiated a deal that we would finish our dates a week early. We would be paid on our current contracts until we negotiated new ones, and we'd be paid on the new one until we started back in June. And that way we'd get our first vacation we'd had in fucking years, and our image would be healed on television, hopefully. And Bobby actually did have some, things was obviously the way he worked, and he was banged up that could heal up. So all that sounded great, and that's when I had my first meeting with Jim Herd. We had never had a substantive interaction or conversation with Jim Herd at that time because when he came in, he still only came to, like, as far as I remember, the Atlanta TV tapings. We were on the road. We never went to the office. We were one of the boys, or, we were the boys, right? So he was at the Atlanta TVs. We had seen him. I'm sure he'd addressed us a time or two, as a group, but there had never been that interaction. So we spent most of between the Chi-Town Rumble match where we had the loser leave and the first part of April where, we had given our notice to George Scott. We were off as much as we were working, or they would put us in Goose Creek, South Carolina, no, seriously, that was a real town we made. Creek, yeah. Yes, we put the Samoans over in Goose Creek, South Carolina, and we're still making $4,500 a week a piece, but they weren't using us because he didn't know how to use us. So we gave our notice, then they fired George Scott, then Jim Ross on behalf of the new committee, because Jim was the de facto head of that, made the deal with us that we would take the time off and then come back as soon as we could renegotiate our deal. Mm-hmm. So after the Superdome show, we had some downtime. I drove down to Atlanta on behalf of me and Bobby and Stan and had the first meeting with Jim Herd. And I already knew they weren't going to pay us $225. I was surprised that Crockett gave us that contract. And he did just because I guess he figured either I'll make the money and pay him or I'll be out of business, whatever. Anyway, so I went in and first thing I said, Mr. Herd, we understand that we're making more money than most people in the company. And we feel that while over the past 6 months, our reputation has been somewhat tarnished because Tully and Arn left when we were in the middle of a big drawing program that was drawing, in some cases record houses in some places. But then there was the aborted, program with the original Midnight over the switch in bookers. And, we've been somewhat damaged, but still we've been not only with the NWA, WCW for the past 5 years, but we've been among the top money-drawing talents that you've had or that they've had. So we want to show that this is our home and we're loyal and we want this to succeed and we want the TBS era to be big and bright, and we are more than willing and already ready to take a pay cut. We want to show that this can succeed. We want to show that we can still contribute. The new booking committee is obviously behind us. So, we just need to get this settled down. And I know what the other talent in the company is making that's comparable. Or
are you doing all the talking at this point?
Yes, that's the presentation that I gave him.
Okay.
That this is, we're willing to take a cut and this is what's going on. And we want to show that we can contribute and that we can still work on top and be assets to the company. And from $225,000, he said, wow, I'm going to offer the boys, Bobby and Stan, $75,000 a piece. I'll give you $100 because you do color commentary also. I said, that's not a cut, that's an amputation. I said, that's $25,000 a year for them, less than they were making with Crockett the previous few years, and the same as I was making, and it's $50,000 and $75,000 less than almost everybody else in a comparable position than us in the company is making, because most of the top heels and baby faces, with the exception of Luger, Sting, Flair, the Road Warriors, and Ellering, were on $150. I said we were thinking $150, which would be a $75,000 a year cut apiece, and that would be fair. Well, I can't see paying the Midnight Express that much money. I said, well, I can't see us taking the offer then. Well, so I don't want to drag this on, but I left the first meeting with him offering me 100 because I could do color commentary and the 900 number, which was a big deal, and Bobby and Stan 75. And I said we weren't going to take that, but he said he'd think about it. I said, okay. So I went back and told the boys, don't look like we're coming back, right? So he calls me back, and he offers me like 120 and them 90. And I said, well, Jim, I didn't probably make it plain because I was willing to take the 100 because I'm a manager. $100,000 a year, guaranteed. But the boys, I felt, should get 150, same as everybody else
But he's
was getting.
insistent on paying them less than you.
Yes, because I could do color commentary, and that's the only reason he ever gave. I could do color commentary. So then he offers like 120 and them 90. I said, Jim, you don't understand. I'll take the offer that you made me, but Bobby and Stan have to have 150 or we can't come, and we come as a package. It's either the three of us or are here or we're not here. So then he came back with 125 and 100 or whatever. I said, no, still, I offered to take, I said I accepted the 100 in the initial meeting. I said, I'll take the 100, but the boys have to have 150. And it was 2 or 3 times this happened, and every time that he would raise them a little, he'd raise me more. So the idiot is giving me money that I haven't asked for. I said, I'm serious. Bobby Eaton and Stan Lane need 150 grand apiece like all the other people in their position are making, and I'm fine with the offer you've made me, or it's no deal for the three of us. And finally, he called with his final offer. I'll give you 150, but I'm only going to give them 125. I'm like, God damn. So, and this is my favorite quote. He told Jim Ross, and Jim repeated this to me. He said, God damn it, I haven't seen a loyalty like this since Korea. Which was a compliment, but apparently he did not understand honesty in a business deal. He thought I was trying to Haman him and jack up my price, but no. But then finally we said, that's a final offer. That's the best we can do. I called Bobby and Stan and I said, look, he ain't going to give us any more money. Do we want to go? Or do you want to take this? And Bobby had 3 kids, and it's still, at that time, it was 1989, it was $125,000. And it was just, at that point, it was $25,000 difference than everybody else of their level. So it was just a slap in the face more than anything else. But they said, yeah, okay. So I called him back and said, all right, we'll take it. So the idiot gave me 50 grand a year, more than I was asking for and had already agreed to, just to not give the Midnight Express. I don't know.
He's not to this date written a book on negotiating, and it's clear why.
I don't know.
The other salaries we went over in your paperwork here, the other talent.
Well, wait a minute. Let me get a couple more things. So
why not?
Well, just while I'm at it, we were off for the couple of months, and we signed the contract on May 16th with Turner Broadcasting. And at the time, the committee said, well, you know, we made a few shots for Bill Dundee and Continental. And Jim Ross and the committee said, we'll bring you back for the World Tag Team Championship tournament. But anyway, so that was our reentry. But that was my first negotiations with Jim Herd, and they wouldn't get any better from there. Gary Hart, he was working. Gary Hart's entire public persona was that he was a person who was evil and insidious and crooked and a backstabber and totally without any redeeming quality whatsoever. And that's what you said in those days. If you said Junkyard Dog was a nappy-haired character, you get the black folks mad. And if you said that Dick Murdoch was no good because he was married to a Mexican, you got the Mexicans mad. Gary Hart grew up in a horrible, rough neighborhood on the south side of Chicago with blacks and Mexicans and Hispanics and mob guys. And he was at home with all those people. He worked in Texas for years, and he was behind the scenes. He was, although he still had an air of shadiness to him because he had that classic face, it was Uncle Gary, and he fostered and developed talent. He didn't mean that shit, but that's what you said in those days to get heat. And how did those comments get on the air? It wasn't like today where you couldn't say that shit. One time in Mid-South in Louisiana, Bill Watts told me when we were wrestling Coco Ware in Norvell, Austin, say, we're going to run you out of town on a rail tarred and feathered so you'll get a taste of what your grandparents got. And I said one time I stole a line from Jerry Lawler, we're going to read you Roots backwards so it has a happy ending. That didn't mean I meant it. We were trying to get heat. You said you couldn't do it. Of course you couldn't
even approach it.
You couldn't even approach it
So
today.
for anyone watching who's got a current wrestling sensibility or current television sensibility.
Gary Hart was able to work even your smart researchers because no, that wasn't him. He didn't mean that. But he was doing those things to get heat because Gary Hart, the public persona, was completely devoid of any redeeming quality and was evil and bad to the core. JR has to take the heat for this one. I got to criticize Jim Ross for something. He wanted to recreate the Rock and Roll Express. Yeah. And he thought, skateboarding was big at the time, and he thought if he takes these two young blonde-haired kids and puts them together and they got skateboards and colorful outfits and they're dudes, man, Valley Girl, whatever, that it would get over. Shane Douglas at the time they were both green, but Shane, you could tell, was already a good worker and was going to be better, and he was good athletically. Johnny had been waving the flag for the sheep herders. He had 2 left feet. He was too big to really be a baby face that sold. So he was the guy to get the tag while Shane sold, and thank goodness, because he had 2 left feet and he couldn't sell. His work was never that good. And he couldn't ride a fucking skateboard either. And it was a horrible gimmick. And we were soon to work together many times because they were the only tag team that Jim Herd liked less than the Midnight Express. That's how later on we came to do the program with them, because that was the only way that either one of the teams could get on the fucking program, was by working with each other. Sort of the Jimmy Valiant and Paul Jones's Army principle, put them both in the same match and I don't have to worry about it.
Any truth to the rumor of Johnny Ace being with Seika, the porn star?
I have never heard that. I saw those in the notes. I've never heard that. I mean, anything's possible, but I have never heard it or don't remember hearing it. And my God, if there was money exchanged, I'd believe it, but I don't know why the fuck it would happen for free. May 7th holds a special place in my heart because that remains the first and only time that I ever bought a wrestling pay-per-view and watched it at home live like a fan. Because we were off during the period of time before we came back, and I wasn't about to miss Ric Flair versus Ricky Steamboat. And so normally I bought the pay-per-views and taped them and watched them when I got home in their entirety, etc. But in this case, I was actually able to order it and watch it live as it happened. And that's the first time that, because I'd always been on the pay-per-views or at the show before. I never ordered a WWF show. I'd never taped a WWF. I wasn't interested, really, to be quite honest with you. So their pay-per-views, I would get tapes later on that my friend that taped everything. He taped every territory, and I watched every territory's television show all through the 80s, except I've watched very little WWF. Just to be quite honest, I'm not even being a prick now, but I wasn't interested because they didn't do it for me in the ring. When this Tuesday Night Titans silliness started, I really got just violently anti that stuff because it was bad for the business, as has been proven right. And on the pay-per-views that WCW did after I left, I really wasn't interested. So that night, I got to sit at home in Charlotte and fucking watch that show and watch that tremendous match. And that, to me, was my favorite of the 3 of them. I thought that was the gold standard. Ric Flair and Ricky Steamboat on that night had as exciting a match as you could have and still make it a believable contest. But with no thought that they were working together, but that they were fighting for something. It was the gold standard. It was sports entertainment because they were entertaining, but you could still believe that it was a fucking wrestling match. I think that was the apex. That was as good as you could actually have a match without thinking there was cooperation between the people involved. That was my favorite memory. And the Funk angle. Yeah. Then, of course, Terry Funk, one of my childhood idols and fucking greatest wrestlers of all time, which I didn't know was going to happen because we weren't in the loop because we were at home.
Right.
So I'm watching it like everybody else. And when he piled her, I'd be like, oh, yeah. I came on the couch, right? That was, what a great night. What a great night. Great show. That was a waste of fucking time.
Why put that in the middle of a wrestling show?
Because they thought that it was Nashville and they thought it'd help them draw people. And it's like me appearing in Louisville, in my hometown. They see me at the goddamn, Home Depot, so who gives a shit, right?
Is this a Jim Herd idea? Who's?
Well, it was Turner Broadcasting. It may have been Herd, or it may just have been the TBS, muckety mucks or whatever. But they thought that somehow that was. Well, remember Dusty had done it at the Great American Bashes with Waylon Jennings or George Jones in Cincinnati or whatever, and it didn't work then, and people didn't like it. But the product was so hot it made up for it. But in this case, the product wasn't hot really at that point, and it didn't make up for it. I don't think Nikita needed any money. There's an old story when he first came down from Minnesota and started working for Jim Crockett. He was used to he was a musclehead, trained in the gym, didn't go out, didn't drink, didn't party, didn't do anything. He actually left Crockett's paychecks. That first run with him and Uncle Ivan, right? He would put his checks on the headboard of his bed and never cash them, and left them there for like 6 months, 9 months, some ridiculous period of time, until finally they'd say, hey, you're fucking up our bookkeeping, cash these fucking checks. He didn't spend any money. I don't think he needed, the money. I don't know. Don't want to speculate on his financial situation, and don't remember, because once again, we were out of the loop and about to get in it, but I don't know why he came back at that particular point.
This is a committee booking, so first of all, who gets the credit for this?
Well, I wasn't there yet. I don't know.
There's no talk. The guys don't talk and say, Jesus.
Well, actually, at that point, once again, I wasn't there in the locker room, or I might have heard it, but, we were just starting to come back, and we came back on May 24th, and then, we were back in June pretty regularly, but they were trying to copy the WWF. And I'm sure there was pressure on, Jim Ross was trying to sell Norman the Lunatic in announcing with every fiber he had in his being, but I'm sure there was pressure from Herd, because there'd be pressure from Herd later on that I know firsthand about, but, for the kids, because the WWF has the kids, so we need something for the kids. They'll like the lovable lunatic or whatever. I don't fucking know. They had a truck driver at one point. They had fucking Norman the Lunatic. I don't know. I don't understand.
Scott Steiner.
Oh, and I forgot. Yeah. We actually skipped over one thing during the George Scott booking regime. They brought in Jay Strongbow's son, the breakdancer. What was his name? Vincent Young. He brought Jay Scarpa's son in as a breakdancing babyface. He couldn't work, and he was the shits. And they also brought in George Scott's son, Byron Scott, to be a referee, and he was an unsavory character and probably on drugs. Looked like he was on heavy shit. And also was such an office stooge that if you were having a conversation, he'd walk by like that, actually trying to listen. So that whole crew had been fucking done away with, but now we're bringing in goddamn, gimmicks and goofballs to replace the Stooges and fucking Over the Hill gang. So the committee still was facing and would face more interference from Jim Herd in whatever the fuck, they were trying to do. Well, he had been wrestling. He started out, I think, in Independence in Ohio. Maybe I'm trying to think. Didn't he spend some time in Michigan and Ohio, and then Memphis, maybe?
Perhaps.
So he'd been wrestling for a short time here. But I mean, he was what a fucking athlete. Both the Steiners were. So he was good from the beginning, even though they were. Once again, it was like being in a friendly street fight at some point with Rick and Scott both, because they were so strong, but they weren't dangerous. They were just stiff, and you could tell right off the bat we got something. These two fucking All-Americans from Michigan. He looked good. Rick Scott was the prettier of the two, but Rick was the more experienced of the two. But they both kind of took to things like a duck to water. So there was a good point. Mm-hmm. And the Midnight later on would go to have tremendous matches with the Steiners, which is why that after we had a couple of tremendous matches with the Steiners, they never booked us with them again, hardly.
Talk about Terry Funk returning to in-ring action. He hadn't been a regular in the States since 1986.
Yeah.
and how they handled booking him.
Well, once again, at the time, we were still gone, just about to come back. But anytime you got Terry Funk in your wrestling promotion, it's a plus. And doing the angle with Flair, I'm not sure who talked him into it or how it came about, but he wanted to show that he was middle-aged and crazy, but he could go one more time. And his work ethic, to the point where he broke his tailbone at one point and had to actually fly by kneeling into the seat and leaning over the back of it in the airplane because he couldn't sit, and he still made the shows. And he, at that point, was past 40. But he was having these great matches with Flair and with anybody he'd get in the ring with on television. He worked around the tailbone, the broken tailbone as a sacrum or a sacra or something like that. He's an Iron Man. You couldn't stop him. I'm sure he was trying to help Eddie at that point. I'm sure also that Eddie at that point was very small and that they thought that,
Right.
he'll never amount to anything. He's not big enough. And it shows once again what they know.
Is it 100 degrees inside the
More. Literally, the walls were dripping with condensation. And that's also where some drunk fucking fan, while I'm doing the introduction to the Midnight Express, tries to jump in the ring over the top rope. I'm looking at the camera. We're on live television, and this fan just jumps over the top rope and falls and lands in the ring. And I made some comment about him, and the security drug him out. But it was that kind of crowd. And we were baby faces, so I wasn't worried. And, I told a story. Michael Hayes had teamed up with Jimmy Garvin. Terry Gordy was willing to work dates in between his Japanese commitments, but they needed full-time Freebirds. And this was a big disappointment to me personally, because Jimmy Garvin had been around for a few years at that point, and not only he and Precious were on the road, and he was cheap like me and the Midnight were, so sometimes we'd fly into Atlanta for TV on Crockett's plane. We would all five get a mid-sized rental car and pile in just to go to TV and back to save, having to ride in a cab, and we could go where we wanted and everything and save money. And I'd had pizza in their hotel room, and my wife at the time was friends with their nanny because they had kids, and when they'd go on the road, they'd left a nanny with them. But Jimmy, all of a sudden, Michael was trying to recreate the Freebirds of 10 years before at that point. And Michael was always a great wrestling personality and a great promo, and the reason why Buddy Roberts became a Freebird was because Michael's work was always the shits. And Bill Watts made Buddy a Freebird so it could be Buddy and Terry with Michael doing the talking, so he was de facto the world's largest wrestling manager, But Michael thought that he was going to get power, and he might have even been on the booking committee for a brief time, but he thought that they were going to be the top heel team and recreate the glory period of 10 years before with the Freebirds. And Jimmy Garvin, who had always been a friend of ours, we'd always had a great relationship with, got on supplements, because he's fucking 5'10", 205, and he was trying to work like a badass. And once again, they didn't want to fucking sell. Now we're baby faces, we're working with another team that don't want to fucking sell. Jimmy Garvin don't want to fucking... I was bigger than Jimmy Garvin, right? As a matter of fact, one time, I'm in the ring with something's happened, the Freebirds do a run-in, Jimmy runs at me and he throws a punch, and he didn't potato me with the punch, but he came charging to where he body checked me, so I fell down without, having to take a bump, but I still would taking a bump and rolled out of the ring and sold while all the shit was cleared out, and Babyface's Dr. Death came in to save, blah, blah, blah. And I get up and I'm holding my head and I limp and I put my arm around somebody and I walk to the back. He's fucking cutting a promo on me. God damn it. What the fuck? I fucking hit you. You walk like I'm supposed to be carried to the back in the locker room from one punch.
Wow.
Because he was on the shit. And he thought he was going to be a fucking main event badass. At that fucking size, he had been a chicken shit heel all his life. And now he's cutting a promo on me. I told Eddie Gilbert, who was on the committee at the time, I said, God damn, seriously? What the fuck? He's fucking upset. Just don't worry about it, blah, blah, blah. But that's, Michael Hayes one time, if I'm at ringside, I'm a babyface manager, which now without an antagonist like Paulie on the other side, I'm kind of a spare prick at the wedding anyway, as Adrian Street would say. But, we're having a big brawl with the Freebirds, and I'm trying to sneak up behind Michael to fucking whack him with the racket to give Bobby a graceful way to get away from him or whatever in the middle of all this chaos, and he kept turning around catching me for a shoot. So afterwards, I went up to him, I said, Michael, as I was trying to sneak up on you, I said, you kept catching me. I'm laughing, right? And he looked at me and said, if you hit me with the racket, I wouldn't sell it anyway. I said, what? He said, we got to get over strong, get some heat like the old days. We'll sell chairs. We're not going to sell like the Animal and Hawk and Dusty Rhodes and Ric Flair, whoever has sold the tennis racket. But suddenly Michael Hayes is goddamn Superman. He can't sell the tennis racket. I said, okay, motherfucker. You know, so finally it came to the fucking, where did it, in my book, 1989 Great American Bash on Tour, or What If They Gave a War and Nobody Came? It was, there we go, July 8th in Boston. The Freebirds, Michael Hayes, Jimmy Garvin, and Terry Gordy versus Bobby Eaton, Stan Lane, and Dr. Death Steve Williams. We had very few incidents in our careers with opponents or with other wrestlers, but this was one of them. We were going into this bash tour. We'd already put them over in the finals for the World Tag Team title, and now we're wrestling them in six-mans. We had Dr. Death on our side, or tag team matches during a lot of the bash, which was drawing miserable fucking houses. And we get to the Boston Garden, where Stan Lane's debut in 1987, April 1987, came as a member of the Midnight Express in front of like a $150,000 house. The Great American Bash drew $57,000, so that was like less than 5,000 people in the Boston Garden. And it's this long six-man where they give us some spots, right? And then, of course, I'm a spare prick over here because they got no manager. It's a six-man, all three of them in the ring. And then they get the heat on Bobby. Bobby sells, and they beat shit out of Bobby. Then they give Stan the hot tag. He makes a comeback, which they moderately sell for, and then they fucking beat us. And then, while Stan's selling and Bobby's still kind of selling and Doc's checking on him and I'm starting to get in the ring, they decide they're going to get some more heat. We don't even know it's coming, and they jump us afterwards. And Dr. Death decided he'd fucking had enough.
Good.
So he goes out and grabs one of those old wooden chairs that they had in the Boston Garden, right? And he starts advancing on Jimmy Garvin. 5'10", 205-pound Jimmy Garvin on vitamins. And here comes Dr. Death with a chair, and Garvin will not fucking retreat. So Doc hauls that chair back over his head. I can still hear the sound. And he fucking swung, and Jimmy Garvin sees it coming and puts his arms up. Whack! And Jimmy Garvin goes, fuck! And Doc says, fuck with me. Whack! Fuck! Fuck with me. Whack! Fuck! Fuck with... As Jimmy is retreating, and Doc is beating him over the head and arms with this, and pieces of the chair that are not gimmicked are fucking flying. And goddamn Dr. Death, and then me and Bobby and Stan said, fuck, we're following our guy, right? And we're behind him, and he chased him out of the building. Terry Gordy was the only one in the whole match that sold half-ass reasonably well. And he's the only one that shouldn't have.
Any conversation in the locker room?
Yes, I'm about to get to it.
I bet you are.
The locker rooms were separate at that point. We hadn't dressed with them, but we went right on through to the fucking heel side, because now I'm figuring, well, fuck, this is going to be interesting, because Terry's on the other side and Doc's on our side, and we'll see what the fuck. Bobby and Stan versus Michael and Jimmy would have probably been, I would give the edge to Bobby and Stan, and I had a fucking club in my hand, but the interesting thing was going to be Dr. Death and Terry Gordy. That's the wild card. But I got to stick with the team, right? So I go in not knowing what the fuck's going on, and as they all get in the fucking locker room, and Jimmy Garvin's arm is bleeding, and his fucking head has knots, and everybody started to turn like, here we go, and Bobby Eaton broke, for the first time in memory I can ever recall, yelled at another wrestler in anger, hey, we ain't just fucking here to get you guys over. And it's like everybody snapped out of it. And Terry, who Bobby had known all of them since they were fucking teenagers, Terry turned around and said, fuck, this is ridiculous. Because he's the only one who was selling for us to begin with. So with Terry not wanting to get physical and everybody snapped and said, Bobby is fucking mad, it dissipated. Jimmy Garvin had to take a few days off. He had bone chips in his elbow. He was all cut up. His fucking head was lumped. He didn't fuck with Dr. Death anymore.
Wow.
And they started to get a little bit better attitude and started selling a little bit more for us, regardless of what the finish was. But that was an interesting fucking
great
occurrence.
If this is a Jim Herd idea,
it was.
The intricacies of the gimmick.
It was.
Ringing
every single bit of it. And I heard this presentation. Once again, the WWF has all the kids. Why don't we have kids? Well, we'll get these kids and we'll call them the ding dongs. and they'll have bells all over their costume, and they'll have a ship's bell in the corner, and when the heels are getting the heat on one, the guy will ring the ship's bell, and all the kids will start getting behind it, and it'll be wonderful, and they'll be from Belleville, Illinois, right?
Yes, indeed.
Because that's not far from St. Louis, so he knew about that. The first time they got in the ring and took bumps, like a Christmas outfit, the little bells, the bells popped off and started going everywhere, and then people were stepping on the bells, and it was ruining their footing, and the costume was falling apart, and nobody gave a fuck, and the fans are going, what the fuck? And it was a goddamn complete disaster, and that's where Herd started really making his name as the master of ridiculous, stupid fucking gimmicks. You know the Hunchbacks, right?
You can't get pinned, right?
Exactly. That never got to because I was in that meeting.
But I thought that might be lore. Is that legit?
No. I was in the Hunchback meeting. He gave this long dissertation about how we're going to have a team, we're going to call them the Hunchbacks. They got the big hump on their back. And Ole was on the committee at this point, right? And they got the hump on their back so you can't fucking pin them, right? You turn them this way, you turn them that way, you can't, they'll be unbeatable.
There's a bit of genius in that, though. It's horrible for wrestling, but the mind that comes up with that is special.
But Ole, not one to be topped, let Herd go through this whole fucking dissertation, right, about how the Hunchbacks, unbeatable tag team, going to be the greatest thing. He said, finally Herd's finished. He said, okay, Jim, we'll book the Hunchbacks. Book me against them. As soon as I get in, I'll slap a submission hold on one of them, make them give up. You just beat the unbeatable team. Well, God damn it, Ole, you know what I'm talking about. He said one time, he told the newspaper that when they got the Turner Classic Movies, or Turner got the MGM library or whatever, when Turner started buying all those movies, if I could find a 6'5", one-legged wrestler, I'd have my Long John Silver. He wanted to start making wrestlers movie characters.
Lex played both sides pretty equally throughout his career. More natural as a baby face or a heel?
Poor Lex wasn't natural either way. That's why Lex was a tremendous athlete, great physique. He was a nice guy, a little arrogant at the time, but he was only arrogant in terms of that he had always been a standout athlete and an impressive looking guy. And I asked him on a plane one time, we're sitting here, I upgraded with my frequent flyer to first class, and his contract gave him first class tickets. I said, you played football in Memphis? He said, yeah. I said, then you had to watch the wrestling show, because everybody in Memphis watched wrestling. He said, yeah, it would be on, when we'd come back from practice it'd be on in the locker room, but I never really watched it. Because, he never was a wrestling fan. They saw him in the gym in Florida and everything. I said, well, Package, what would you have done if you'd have had to got into business like in a place like Memphis where you made $300 a week, when you got started? He said, I'd have never done that. Yeah. He didn't know he was insulting people when he said stuff like that. He didn't know. And I like Lex this day. We've never had words. But I think, despite his look, and he ended up, he could have very good matches, especially with Flair. As a matter of fact, at the time they wrestled on the Clash one time, I was in Flair afterward at the airport the next day. He said, it was a horrible clash, but their match was good, right? And he said, what'd you think about the match last night? I said, Rick, you stole the show. And he started beaming. I said, but it was petty theft. But Lex was not natural. People could tell that Lex was trying, on his promos, was a lot of times trying to convince himself as much as the people of what he was saying. He didn't really naturally fit. And he had the 4.0 grade average or whatever, and he was very intelligent, but he didn't feel wrestling. So I think that held him back somewhat, but he was a good heel because you could more dislike, a guy that had everything going for him than actually like a guy that had everything going for him.
On June 23rd, the Power Hour debuts. It's being hosted by you and Jim Ross.
Yep.
In addition to the matches, you've got the wrestling news segment with Gordon Soley and Funk's Grill. When you heard the pitch, did you think this was a good idea? Just getting a little more entertainment-oriented now.
Well, no. It's another hour on television. I get to host with Jim Ross, who taught me almost everything I know about announcing wrestling. Terry Funk has an interview segment. It wasn't silly. They gave me the Louisville Slugger, thing. We could kind of wink a few times, like when I said the bushwhacker, or actually it wasn't a bushwhacker, the sheep herders. Are they really crazy or just drunk on woolite? I mean, you know, whatever the fuck. You know, we were trying to do an up-tempo, you know, television program, but it was still somewhat wrestling, except for some of the goofy gimmicks that, you know, Herd would foist on people.
Did you enjoy doing it?
Yeah. Anytime I could work with Jim Ross, I enjoyed it. You know, and it was another hour of television.
The Bash in general didn't draw very well.
Not that year.
No.
Jackson, Tennessee, 11 grand. Memphis, 25 grand. Lubbock, Texas, 25 grand. Philadelphia, $39,000. That wasn't even a good fucking advance 2 years before that. I mean, it was a lot of, I don't even have the houses on a lot of them. Little Rock, 22 grand. We did $71,000 for Bill Watts in Little Rock in 1984, and the Great American Bash with national television did 22 grand.
What went wrong?
They gave a war and nobody came. The thing is, the TV ratings were still sucking, but you got to remember that even though the matches were getting better in July, in June and July, the matches were getting better and the talent was getting better, you still had the aftertaste of January and February and March and April with the George Scott booking and the fucking break dancers and the fucking, you know, and the old Over the Hill gang and the lack of compelling television. Just because your matches start getting better and your talent starts getting better doesn't mean that there's an immediate uptick. You have to get everything together, and you have to do something to grab their attention. And possibly this bash grabbed a little bit of their attention since it was heavily promoted and did sell out Baltimore, did do $188,000. But, and we'll talk more about the bash here in a second, but basically it was late summer. It was around about the time of the end of the bash tour that ended with a whimper in Atlanta with an $89,000 house, barely 7,500 people, and a lot of embarrassing turnouts. And that's when you get to be the man, you got to book the man, and that's when Flair makes the power play. But let's talk about the bash for a second, because it was my final chance to get even with my old nemesis, Paulie Danger Heyman. I have waited, now think about this, we shot the angle first part of November of 88, and it's now late July 1989, and I finally get the chance to get even in storyline with Paulie, just so that we can close the chapter of that unfortunately poorly written book. And the night before, we're in Philadelphia. It's the Midnight Road Warriors and Dr. Death against the Freebirds and the Samoans in a Bad Street fight 10-man match, and there's people everywhere. And Terry Gordy, I jump up on the apron to get out of the way of all the brawling, and Gordy decides suddenly to pick up the ringside table. I mean, an 8-foot fucking lunchroom table. He's going to throw it in the ring to add to the chaos, but I'm standing in between where he's throwing from and where he's going to throw to, and I jump off the ring, and when I do, I land, my left knee goes out.
Yeah.
Even with my knee braces. Oh my fucking God, because I had no ACL in that knee either. And when it goes out, it goes sideways. It bends sideways the way it's not supposed to go, and it tears cartilage and starts bleeding in there. And so I'm like, oh fuck, I got to wrestle tomorrow. And Paulie and I had, you know, some shit we wanted to do. We didn't want to tank it. So I iced it all night. When I got back to Baltimore, I was staying there. My wife was with me at the time, actually. And the next day we get to Baltimore, and it's stiff, and I can't bend it very much at all because it's swollen up. And I wasn't going to tell anybody, you know, exactly how bad it was, because I was afraid they'd cancel a match, and I wanted to get even. And also Paulie and I were still jacked. We're going to have this fucking, because we wanted to have the fight that two managers would have if they really disliked each other. We didn't want to make it funny. We didn't want to make it look like we were goddamn Flair and Steamboat and be leapfrog and tic-tackle and flip-flop, but we wanted to make it look like that we were two managers that didn't like each other and wanted to have a fucking fight. So they even came in and they heard something about, I'll turnbuckle, you know, I'll run your head in a turnbuckle or something we were talking about. And, you know, even Kevin Sullivan was on the committee at that time also. And he said, oh, yeah, you know, do some comedy, whatever, make it funny. And I said, okay, we ain't going to make it funny. After all that we've sworn on our mothers and fathers that we hate each other, and even the boys. We had the boys believing we hated each other, and this is before we actually did. you know, we weren't going to go out and stink the place out, and now I've got one leg, and I was the experienced worker in the fucking match, which shows you we were also in trouble. So I scrounged up, and this was back when you couldn't find pain pills in the locker room because nobody took them, and if they did take them, they didn't bring them to the fucking match. And so I scrounged up from 2 or 3 different people, maybe a Percocet and a stray fucking Vicodin and maybe an anti-inflammatory, just took whatever the fuck, so my mouth was so fucking dry. And I took an ace bandage and I wrapped it up as tight as I could, and I put my knee brace that I already wore on anyway. So the circulation, my foot, I'm surprised I didn't get gangrene. I cut the circulation off, but that knee was fucking wrapped, right? And you watch the tape, I'm walking down there, I'm slapping hands with the fans, but I am gritting my teeth because I am not going to limp, because I don't want to give it away, because I'd sit next to you and I, or you and me, or we're Paulie and me, right? For 3 hours, we're talking about what the fuck we could do and blah, blah, blah. And I told him, I said, as soon as I get in the ring, and I'll fucking try to do something, and I'll get your jacket, and when I turn around, throw the powder in my eyes and blind me, and then take that phone and hit my knee as hard as you can a number of times, because the knee brace will protect it, right? I said, please, please hit the brace, but hit it as hard as you can. So watch the tape, folks. What's the first thing that happens? He blinds me, I go down, I lay the fucking leg out for him. He goes, starts hitting the wrong leg. Now you see me, and it takes the first couple minutes of the match. You see me whispering to him, you see me grabbing him, trying to pull him over to the right leg. Then he just starts hitting up both my legs, right? I'm like, the other leg. So now I can limp, right? So I sell through the whole thing. The people, surprisingly, were with the match. If you go and watch the tape, they're reacting to it. And, you know, I throw a pretty good punch, and he was doing his thing. So we had him into it for a little while, and I can't walk. And finally, I told him, I said, when you punch me, because Paul's punches look like shit. I said, when you punch me, just really punch me, but punch me in the side of the head here. Don't fucking punch me in the face, but hit me as hard as you want to. I mean, don't just try to give me brain damage, but hit me as hard as you want to in the side of the head. Well, of course, he's trying to do this fancy Scott Hall open hand at the nick of time thing, and it looks like he's slapping me. And I can't take a bump for him because I can't even feel him. I'm trying to sell backwards with one leg. Finally, I make the comeback. Out of those shots in the comeback, watch it on YouTube, one of them is a live round, but the other ones were beautiful. But because I throw a pretty good punch, but then where I really got him back was when I get him down on his knees and I'm doing like this, right? I can't, I've only can stand on one leg. I can't really put weight, so I can't switch, so I'm really knotting his head. And finally I rip his clothes off and he runs off, and even Jim Ross and Bob Caudle were doing the commentary, and at first they were trying to play it for comedy, but then they actually had to kind of, because I was selling my ass off, and they had to kind of get into it and start treating it seriously, and I got a big ovation, and that closed my chapter there with Paul Lee. And then we go out and have the War Games.
Well, this match does include, you've watched it back so you know, the most homoerotic call ever in wrestling when Bob Caudle says, all right, let's get some clothes off.
Yeah, let's start getting some clothes off here. We're trying to work as best we can like we hate each other.
And look at the two in the ring when we get that call, huh? Gordon Soley breaks the news on the segment on the Power Hour, but they say he needs foot surgery. But in reality, this is a failed contract negotiation with Jim Herd, right?
As far as I remember, yes. And see, here's the thing. Here's what shot Steamboat in the foot, because when he came in, as greatest wrestler, you know, greatest babyface in the in-ring in the world coming in, but they did the family man thing, and Bonnie was out there with little Ricky. Bonnie Steamboat, I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrespect Ricky, but Bonnie Steamboat was not only featured in front of the cameras, but she was doing a lot of talking behind the scenes as well. It actually came to several years later when I tried to get him to come to our Smoky Mountain Wrestling Carolina Memories show in Charlotte at the Park Center. She vetoed it because she had something else for him to do that week or some bullshit. I don't want to get us off track, but they didn't want to see Ricky Steamboat the family man. They wanted to see Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. They didn't want to see him carrying his little baby son around, and they especially didn't want to see his wife wearing these opulent, bejeweled, bedazzled ball gowns, waving at people like Princess fucking Diana when she'd come to the ring. That got him heat. And there's Flair, who's cool, who's fucking all the women. And to be the man, you got to beat the man, and woo, styling and profiling. And here comes Ricky Steamboat, and he's dragging his wife and kid along, and she's wearing a gown that looks like it's cost as much as fucking 6 months' rent for most of the people out there.
Is this something Ricky wanted to do?
It's I can't say that Ricky wanted to do it or didn't want to do it. It was a creative idea that George Scott and or Jim Herd and or both had, and Bonnie Steamboat went along with it wholeheartedly.
She probably was excited about it.
Wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. And that's what doomed Ricky. And that's why the people didn't get behind him as much as they would have if he'd have been cool Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, looking like a goddamn better looking version of Bruce Lee out there fighting Ric Flair in the best wrestling matches in the world.
How does this come about?
Because he had had a fucking enough. And he saw, look at what we just did on the Bash and look at the fucking business. And he basically went in and said, I need to be the fucking booker. And I wasn't privy to those conversations. I love to use the word privy. But they gave it to him. And he was promised full control of the wrestling product by Jim Herd. And he was going to be the first of many to learn that under Jim Herd's leadership, quality product was not easy, and keeping his word was not going to be fucking easy. But on June 10th, 1989, WCW's Saturday night TV show on TBS did a 1.9 rating in 933,000 homes. They figured about 2 people per home back then, so that was about 1.8 million people. And remember, this was cable ratings back then, because as we discussed before we went on the air, broadcast television and cable in those days had 2 different types of rating system, because cable was only available, and somebody of our many people in the peanut gallery here with one of those fancy Dan phones might figure this out. But in 1989, only maybe, what was it, 50%, 60% of the country was wired for cable.
It would probably be less.
Probably even less. So while if you were on broadcast television, 100% of the country could get you, it was much less than it is today, much less probably than even 50% of the country. So that was a rock bottom rating. When you're talking about a little less than 1 million homes and a little less than a couple million people watching on Saturday night. And on June 11th, the TBS main event did a 1.1 rating in 540,000 homes. And the June 14th Clash had done a 3.8 rating in 1.9 million homes, which was probably around 4 million people or less. That was the lowest Clash ever, and everything had been flat through the summer. Ric Flair said, give me the goddamn book. And they gave it to him, and Herd promised him full control. That's when Flair called me and told me that he had taken over as booker, and he wanted me on the committee as soon as he could work a few things out, and as soon as he could get rid of one particular person, which was Eddie Gilbert. And some people have said, and I think Eddie even said one time, that I came into the meeting one time and suddenly Jim Cornette was sitting in my chair. No. Sorry, we were never on the committee at the same time. Rick and Eddie didn't get along. I liked Eddie. I'd known Eddie since we were both 14, 15 years old, because he was Tommy Gilbert's son. He was from Memphis. He shot pictures in Memphis when I was shooting pictures in Louisville, and I'd seen him start in wrestling when he was 17 years old. We had never had any problems. I didn't have a problem with him then. Ric Flair didn't like him because there was a couple of reasons why. Because Eddie liked the Memphis style of booking, which was right for Memphis. Flair was more with the Carolina style of booking, which, since this company was basically an offshoot of the Carolinas territory, was probably best for the situation. Mm-hmm. Eddie had changed a finish in Memphis that Flair had sent very early in Flair's tenure as booker, and I'm not even sure if I have down whatever, but the point is, it was like Eddie was supposed to put Ron Simmons over or something, and it was in Memphis. And so he changed it, and he went over, and Flair heard about it, and Flair was hot. I remember Flair talking about this, because he said he went to Eddie and said, well, why the fuck did you change this finish? Well, you don't understand. It was Memphis. It was like Eddie was Jerry Lawler, right? Flair didn't see him in that light. Flair wanted to replace Eddie on the committee. He wanted to put me on it. I said, hey, Rick, I'll do whatever you want to do. You work it out. You let me know. I'm not saying nothing to nobody. I'm not going to say boo to a goose. And pretty soon afterwards, I want to say around about, let's see, when was my first, around about the middle of September, let's see, do I have? Yeah, about the middle of September, I joined the booking committee because he moved Eddie off of it. That was right after we had the worst matches of the Midnight Express's career, the Skyscrapers. Sid Vicious and Danny Spivey. Sid was green at the time, but at least he looked great. Spivey wanted to work once again like a super duper jacked up road warrior, but he was 6'7" with a horrible looking fucking physique, bad knees, bad physical problems. He was practically immobile, and all they wanted to do once again was eat the fucking Midnight Express up when they could have had a good match, or at least an acceptable match with anybody. Bobby and Stan could, but only if they were cooperating. I remember one time, we're in the old Mid-South territory, so the people were really kind of still with us and as baby faces, and Bobby and Sid are out on the floor fighting, and Bobby doesn't want to just fucking out-fight a goddamn 6'9", 325-pound giant, so to get away from him, he reaches up and gouges Sid's eyes so that he can get away. Well, Sid doesn't sell it. He turns around and gouges Bobby's eyes. Bobby doesn't sell it. He gouges Sid's eyes. And afterwards, Sid's complaining in the locker room, why won't you sell for me? And he said, I gouged your eyes, you didn't sell. And Bobby said, I gouged your eyes. And Sid said, well, I gouged your eyes. And Bobby finally had to say, but I gouged your eyes first, Sid. I was trying to get the fuck away from you. And they were horrible fucking matches. Basically, I joined the booking committee about the middle of September. Eddie was off it. So at that point, it was Jim Herd, Jim Barnett, Jim Ross, Jim Cornette, which made for a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
Jody Hamilton, Kevin Sullivan, and Ric Flair was the head booker. And obviously, I'm, like Watts would say, if he was walking through the locker room, he'd be whistling Stranger in Paradise. It had been predicted that I would be a booker. Back when I was a photographer in Memphis, two guys both said, Bobby Fulton, who at the time was a young underneath kid just getting started himself, and he used to hitch rides with me and my mom to Evansville from Louisville because his car, wouldn't make it. And we used to talk, because I couldn't admit, at the time I was smart to any of the guys, because I didn't want to get run off, because if you weren't officially smartened up, you didn't say anything, because, you might get heat. But me and Bobby would talk, and he'd say, Jimmy, the way you think, you're going to be a booker one of these days. And also, when I would go to Memphis and shoot pictures, and the Dream Machine, Troy Graham, lived in Memphis, and I lived in Louisville. Most of the guys lived in Nashville. So when I'd be driving back to Louisville after the matches in Memphis, he stayed up all night anyway, for various reasons. So he would ride with me, and my God, my face would hurt by the time I got out of the car. Troy Graham was the funniest fucking guy. He was a good worker, but what a fucking promo, underrated, never got the chance to be seen on a big stage. But he did the Dusty promo and the Tom Boogaloo Shaft jive promo he'd learned in Mississippi from Tom Shaft, and he just had the gift of gab. He was a hilarious guy. In any situation, in any circumstance, he would fucking bust you the fuck up. And we would have long talks at 4 o'clock in the morning going through goddamn Bowling Green, Kentucky on the interstate. And he always said, one of these days you're going to be a booker. And I thought it was, I'm not even going to be in the business. I mean, I can't imagine what the fuck, how would this happen? Suddenly I'm on the WCW booking committee. So I'm going to have no shortage of ideas for everybody and pitch anything I can. And Rick was supportive. And also that's when I got to work with Kevin Sullivan, who I'd known since he wrestled in Memphis and I was a photographer. But the way it was set up, Rick, as the head booker, he would determine who he worked a program with, who everybody's programs were. Okay, Sean, you're going to work with Tony, and you're going to work with Joe, and you're going to work with Bill. And he would come up with the main angles, and he would come up with main events for television he especially wanted to see. I remember one time he definitely wanted to work with Brian Pillman, blah, blah, blah. And then Kevin and I would write the show. Kevin because he was an experienced booker, and me because I was an obsessive note taker and, had good printing. So these are, for example, some of the formats in my handwriting. This was for Center Stage on November 1st, 1989. That's the complete list of live events in order, the show that they're for. Then this is the pre-taped interviews that we need to shoot, the show that they're for, the approximate time. Then this is the actual shooting format for the program with announcer notes on the side. We fill in the job guys when we get there and see who Jody Hamilton had for us. There was a main event. Louis Spicoli brought him in because I always wanted to use him as Bobby Eaton's younger brother because he looked like it. And do the video, he ain't heavy, he's my brother. World TV title, Great Muta versus Tommy Rich. We'd fill in the competitive matches, Dr. Death versus Sid Vicious, and then it'd be Freebirds versus blank and blank. And I would do these, and then I would send them into the office, and Janie Engel would type them up, and then Jim Herd would get to them, more on that in a minute, and fuck them up. But anyway, so that's the deal, is that Kevin and I would write the television formats based on what Rick wanted to do. Kevin was the chief and I was the fucking lieutenant. And if I would come up with some shit, I could give it to Kevin and show it to him and say, what do you think about this? And he'd either like it or he'd tell me what was wrong with it. So in a constructive and instructive way, because I was learning this shit. And he'd say, Jim, you did a good maintenance show. You're keeping care of all the angles, and but we need to further something. Let's come up with something in the middle. Let's jazz it up a little bit. Blah blah blah. So that's the kind of thing. So that's the way we started doing it in the middle of September. And Herd didn't like it one little bit, because for one thing, Flair wanted more interviews. And not the 20-minute long soliloquies that are overwritten that you see on television today, but Flair was, if he wanted an interview, he wanted a live in-ring interview for 3 or 4 minutes to be Ric Flair. Or for the top babyface to fucking do something or whatever. Well, Herd came from St. Louis, from the only place in the history of wrestling where they didn't really do a lot of interviews because Sam Muchnick was so sports-based. So that's the one thing he picked up from Sam Muchnick. Of all the things that he could have learned from Sam Muchnick, no interviews. So he would take and he would change the formats when I'd send them in to a 30-second pre-tape, right? And then when we'd get to the taping, Rick would look at it and he'd go, that's why I kept all my handwritten shit. Because the typed stuff came from the office, but my handwritten shit, right? I started keeping that because that way,
well, that proves what you'd already
that proves what we had,
done,
and I can't even fucking find it now. There's blah blah blah. But anyway, point is, yeah. So I would keep this because then he'd have me change it back, and then that's how Herd started pitting Jim Ross and Ric Flair against each other, because it would be who changed this shit. Well, Herd would instruct Jim Ross to make the change, so it would get back to Ric Flair. Well, JR changed it. So then now Flair thinks, because JR's in the office, he's the only one of us in the office all the time. Me and Kevin and Rick are on the road at the shows all the time and only go to a booking meeting once a week that Herd insisted we have at some major airport around the country. So that's another, I was getting $300 a week extra, by the way, to fucking be on the booking committee. And that barely covered my antacid. But anyway, so Rick would hear JR changed it, so now he's on their side, right? So that Herd was dividing people and keeping people apart. Well, anyway, so learned a lot from Kevin, learned a lot from fucking Rick.
Is Barnett weighing in still here? Or?
Barnett weighed in whenever, generally he would weigh in whenever he could side with Herd, and if he couldn't side with Herd, he would just not say anything, because that way he didn't get any heat on himself.
How is it that nobody in authority knows how far something's going to go?
We knew exactly how far it was going to fucking go. Okay. That's the idea. We were trying to get some heat on Terry Funk for rematches with Ric Flair, and it was Flair's idea, but it wasn't. It was Flair's idea to do it, but it certainly wasn't the first time it had been done in wrestling. In wrestling in those days, angles were like in vaudeville routines. Instead of Flugel Street or, the potato bit, it was the plastic bag angle or the fucking, run the babyface in under the mat, whatever. It had been done a million times. It just hadn't been done on national TV. And Terry Funk is believably crazy, and so people were convinced that he was trying to kill Flair, which is what we were all going for. Right?
Desired result.
Yeah, and it got over. And you say a flood of viewer complaints. Once again, what is a flood when you have, wait a minute, as a matter of fact, where the Clash ratings in April and June were disasters, Flair and Sting versus Great Muta and Dick Slater did a 4.7 rating, 7.6 share, was seen in 2,381,000 homes. The main event itself did a 5.8 rating. It was the third highest rated of the 8 clashes so far, and Flair had only been booking less than a month. So, yeah, business-wise, it produced exactly what we wanted it to, And it was great heat, but TBS weren't used to wrestling fans buying into and believing something and calling and saying, oh, that dirty son of a gun, he tried to kill Ric Flair. That was the reaction you wanted. But they were like, oh my God, viewers are complaining. Which started, once again, a corporate environment running a wrestling company.
The mentality's not
yeah,
there.
exactly. So it was Flair's idea to do it, but he certainly didn't invent it. But that was what the reaction that everybody wanted, except for people who didn't know what the fuck we were trying to do. For some reason, I can't remember what, but Paul was without a team. The Samoans had gone away, or had been taken away from him, or whatever the fuck. He'd been dumped on TV by the Samoan SWAT team on the Clash. So at the tapings, I guess it was that night, September 14, Atlanta TBS, 2 tapes. Flair, the booker, told Paulie, go out and say you're on a worldwide search for talent and you're going to find somebody. Just do a promo, say you're searching for talent. You're going to, get yourself over, right? That's the instruction you got in those days for a lot of promos. Well, Paulie goes out and I can't even remember what he was saying, but I remember Flair was sitting here at the monitor, I was standing over, Kevin was, etc. And Paul goes on a soliloquy to appeal to the smart fans, to the sheet readers, to whatever. He was kind of backhandedly saying how he's being mistreated and not used to the fullest potential of his ability or whatever. And I knew what he was doing, and it wasn't really that bad, or it wouldn't really be taken that badly by the average fan. Right. Just think that Paulie was running off the mouth, but there's Flair sitting there, he's watching. He goes, who is this guy? And I didn't understand the question at first. Who is this guy? Who is this fucking guy that he thinks he can just go out there and start saying whatever the fuck he wants to say, regardless of whether what I told him to say or not, that type of thing, right? And I'm like, I didn't want to fucking say anything. Flair got hot just because of what Paul said and the way he was delivering it, and the fact that he was taking the inside little swipes and he was appealing to the very few fans at the point. There was no internet who read sheets. And he says, fuck this guy. So he stands up and he goes out the door, and center stage, when you came back, it was a slanted thing. There were supports in the hallway. So I kind of went out there. I did hope they weren't going to get in a fight or whatever. But I walked over this way, and I was kind of around the corner. And Paulie comes around, and Flair says, you're done. And Paul says, okay, thank you. See you tomorrow. No, like he's done that night. Right. No, you're done. You're fucking fired. I didn't tell you to go out there and say that shit. Who the fuck do you think you are? You're fucking fired. You're done. And Flair walks back in and slams the door. And the way Paulie has told the story is they had this big confrontation and they screamed and yelled at each other, and Paul threw a garbage can at Flair and everything. Well, that was Flair's promo. And then he turned and slammed the door, and I'm behind the thing, so I'm like invisible. And Paul let it sit in for 2 or 3 seconds, and then he grabbed the garbage can and threw it at the place where Flair would have been standing had he not already left the hallway and slammed the fucking door and got back in and fucking stalked out, and Flair fired him. And he just got on the wrong side of Flair, because I had done a few kind of inside interviews before, but it was in a more entertaining fashion and not directly antithetical to what the booker had told me to do. And so I didn't get fired for it, but Paul did.
And by waiting those extra 2 seconds, he's able to say he did throw a garbage can.
Yes, he did throw the garbage can. Well, obviously that was Kevin's angle. He came up with it, and Kevin was great at prolonging things and building suspense and building to them, and then finally there's a payoff, but there's an intricate story behind it. And so, Robin Green had come in as a fan of the Steiners and a fan of Rick in particular, and this meek, demure, timid little thing. And then suddenly, finally, when the payoff, when they go on their first date, she's revealed as this hot, fucking incredible. And I mean, Nancy was just gorgeous. And, so it was something that Nancy was great. She did a great job at anything she was asked to do. She'd been around the business for a while. It was Kevin's deal, so he was shepherding it to make sure it didn't go sideways, and it really put a lot of attention on the Steiners, and especially on Rick, who was so great at being a goofball, the dog-faced gremlin. That's how he was a heel or he was a baby face, but he had been a heel with the Varsity Club, right? But he still got over with that. He was goofy without being silly goofy. He was believable goofy. You thought, I'd love to hang out with this fucking guy. He's got to be a nut, right? He was perfect at that. So then as baby faces, he was the simple-minded one that they could kind of take advantage of, and his brother Scott could be the one to say, hey, but you felt sorry. He got sympathy. Even to get sympathy on a guy as big and mean and tough as Rick Steiner was not easy, but because he was so good at it, it was possible. My caption says, TBS decrees that a television show about gratuitous violence cannot include gratuitous violence. Because of the plastic bag and because of the mugging of Scott Steiner, you also couldn't have violent verbal threats.
Verbal threats is my favorite.
And also, violent and sadistic verbal threats are unacceptable. We do not allow use of profanity or religious slurs. References made to drug and alcohol use are not allowed unless it is designed to educate and inform viewers in a positive manner. Now, we hadn't even been doing any of that shit.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
But they had to put that in because they got their brains together and, thought, well, what all can these fucking crazy people come up with? And they wanted to cover everything.
Does anyone take this memo, maybe Rick, since he's the head of booking, and go into Herd and say, what would you like us to do then?
At the time, I don't think Rick and Herd could even speak that civilly to each other at that point because it was getting obvious.
What are the booking meetings like now? Is there constant tension?
Constant tension, just horrible. I just wanted to shoot myself because all the actual booking would be done. We would be riding in the car, me and Rick and Kevin, and going to a town or whatever, and here's the Clash of Champions format for the Flair Funk I Quit match. I wrote that on notebook paper, as you can see, in a hotel room somewhere based on a conversation that we had in the car. But once a week, Herd would fly us all to a major market airport in between where we were and where we were going for the show, and we'd have this 3-hour meeting where nothing would get done, and nothing would be accomplished, and nobody got along, and then we would go and do the booking that Flair wanted us to do, and it would get done.
So nothing was changed on you. He didn't add to it or tweak it or anything.
Oh, I can't cover every fucking meeting. Yes, they'd try, but there would always be, anything that Herd suggested would hurt the product. Anything, Flair would stand up for shit. Jim Ross would be in the middle trying to be the voice of reason because he had to work in the office and subsist with all these guys. I was on Kevin and Rick's team. Jody Hamilton would fall asleep in some cases. Actually, he used to have a cubicle, but he used to have a corner office rather, but they heard him snoring, so they put him in a cubicle out in the middle of everything so he couldn't fall asleep. And so that in the middle of all of this bullshit, that's when I came up with the Dynamic Dudes thing that we got started. Because I knew we had to switch the Midnight, and it's not like I just had ideas for the Midnight Express. I had ideas for everybody. Everybody on the card, up and down the card. If Rick wanted the Steiners to work with Doom, I had ideas what could they do. If he wanted to work with fucking Lex Luger or whatever, I had ideas what they could do. But also wanted to come up with ideas for the Midnight Express because we could contribute to this, and especially with the Skyscrapers broke up when Spivey got hurt, or Sid would get hurt, or somebody else would no-show, or somebody else didn't want to fucking do business right. So I knew these guys were dependable. So I'd pitch the Midnight and the Steiners because we could have great matches. Pitch the Midnight, whatever. Basically, it came down to the Midnight got to work with the Dynamic Dudes because the Dudes were the only team that Herd liked less than the Midnight. I figured, okay, we'll figure out a way where they can work with each other. And I came up with the idea, we were still baby faces, that I would agree to be the advisor for the Dynamic Dudes. But Stan and Johnny had heat over a woman from their past when they were both in Florida. So there was tension. And obviously then, it would grow and then it would build and culminate to the Clash in November where we would do the deal. And Herd let me get away with it because as long as we weren't working with a main event team, as long as we were just working with the Dynamic Dudes, he didn't give a fuck. So one show would have a midnight match, the Dudes interview, and the other show would be the opposite, and I could keep them both on the program somewhere while we were doing the important business with the main event guys. Ole Anderson came back in October because, once again, we needed talent that was over. The ratings were starting to come back. As we just illustrated, the ratings were starting to come up. More familiar faces, but people that could still contribute. And Ole could cut a promo, unlike most anybody else in the wrestling business. So he came back, but you know.
Did you have designs on him being part of the booking team ever? Or?
Well, he eventually was. I can't remember whether he. I mean, Ole at the time he had more money in the federal government, and he was retired from the wrestling ring, and he didn't give a shit. But he was coming back to help at the time to help Flair out and help the cause out. And since Flair was having a thing going on with Funk and Gary Hart and his crew, it only made sense that a former member of the Horsemen would come back and take up for Flair. So, and Ole cut a great promo, and he was his usual pleasant self. And it led to some wonderfully entertaining exchanges, as I've illustrated with the Hunchbacks with Jim Herd. So I was all in favor of it. And you know, and I've always been a fan of Ole's, and he's the most classic grumpy old man. You know, and even though when I eventually had my blow up, Ole was the booker, and he's the one I actually quit on. I just saw Jim Herd's face on Ole's body. I respect Ole for what he had done in the wrestling business. I couldn't respect Herd at all. It's kind of like the Russo thing. I can respect Vince McMahon or Paul Lee for what they've done and the talents they've had. I can't respect Russo at all because he's never exhibited any. It was the same thing with Ole. I was just quitting for Herd, and Herd just wasn't there. It was just Ole. Me and Woman in the hotel room. This was my mother's favorite thing I ever did. They had us come down to Atlanta, and this was where Woman was really going to reveal that she was this insidious, evil, fucking bewitching creature that could put men under her spell. And they had a room at the Omni Hotel where the CNN Center was, the TBS office was, and they just had a small camera crew like we've got here. And we did the promo to reveal what she was all about. And my mom's favorite part was where the champagne cork bottle pops, and that was my idea, kind of, and I had to loosen the cork to get it, and then I had my thumb to where it would stay in, and I shook it up, and we had to do a couple of takes to get it just right. But I can't even remember what she said to me, or she gave me the look, or she might have twiddled me under the chin or whatever, and I let go and the fucking champagne cork pops. My mom had that on tape. After she passed away, I found it at home. It was still cued to that exact spot. She watched it I don't know how many times.
That's great.
It was funny, but it got over. It wasn't like it was funny, silly, it got over. It was one of the first ventures into special effects, and we actually had thought that it sounded great because we said, you know, we came up, Kevin probably came up with part of it, and you know, I sure threw some things in afterwards, but we were assured that this could somehow be done, that this cage would be electrified and really cool looking. And when we got there, you know, it was Halloween and they had spooky things hanging off of it and whatever, but however they wired the special effects up, if you go back and watch the tape, before the match had even started, the zapping things set some of the burlap and the spooky shit that they had hung on the cage on fire, and there's Muda's blowing the mist at it, trying to put it out, and Tommy Young risks life and limb and gets up there and is trying to put it out, and then they turned the juice off. So the whole fucking gimmick was, that's where you get too cool for school, man, with these special effects. It was the same thing in TNA. They tried to have an electrified cage, and it was a fucking popcorn fart.
Who put something like that together, physically put something like that together?
That was above my pay grade. I don't know who actually built the fucking thing or how they thought it was going to work or whatever, but that was it. And it was just, and Bruno being a special referee, and I'm sure he enjoyed being involved in some goddamn Who Shot John like that.
Match.
He's like Lou Thez didn't even want to be on cards with women and midgets, and he's in the middle of this madness.
So bringing Bruno in is just a fuck you to Connecticut? I mean, you could...
Well, no, it was Philadelphia. We thought we'd draw a fucking house. You know, and Bruno was cordial with a variety of the people involved in the company at that time. So, you know, he wasn't working anywhere else.
Right.
So bring him into, you know, one of his old strongholds and see if we can sell the place out. And I don't even know what the fucking house was.
So there was nothing planned beyond that for him?
No, he was just
to draw the house?
Yeah. Actually, a very good tag team. You know, Butch was the experienced veteran. Ron was a fucking hoss at the time. You know, they fucking tremendous football player. They retired his jersey, et cetera, et cetera. And they looked good together. They both were similar physically. When they had the hoods on, they could even do almost the switch thing because, you know, you couldn't really tell them apart at a short glance, and it was great. And with Nancy, obviously, the fucking thought was, here's this beguiling, bewitching, beautiful white woman with these two mysterious black S&M type. It just was a cool fucking picture. Yeah. It, you know, I mean, people attributed racist fucking thoughts to it, and to be honest, yeah, if they main evented Jackson, Mississippi, there was a lot of people fucking thinking those no good son of there with that white girl, but no, it was a cool looking fucking picture. It wasn't racist in that respect. It was just a cool looking fucking picture. Well, it wasn't his fault that time because they inserted the stipulation without actually clearing it with Terry that he would quit or that he would retire if he lost. And he wasn't real happy about it. And he, you know, actually didn't think it was going to happen that way, and it wasn't on his terms, but they wanted to move him into a broadcasting position. Herd was always big with moving everybody into a broadcasting position. So he went along with it because they kind of did it, but he wasn't happy about it. Did not affect his performance in the match, which there once again, there's my handwritten format, was an all-time classic. Gordon Soley was, you know, before Jim Ross, Gordon Soley and Lance Russell were the voices of wrestling, in my opinion. Those are the three guys on Mount Rushmore. And Gordon was on his game then. He was aging at that point, and he was bored by the regular weekly shows, and he occasionally, you know, would drink dinner before the taping or whatever. But on that one, he was on, and he could still turn a phrase. And, you know, and the match was incredible, and then that's why that Terry ended up turning babyface, and Gary Hart, and et cetera, they all attacked him afterwards because they were going to transition Terry to a commentary role. We had built the tension between the teams, and Stan and Bobby had started getting upset that I was advising these guys, and I was trying to keep the peace between both teams. And meanwhile, we were losing to everybody else in the world because neither team could beat anybody else except job guys on TV. And finally, Stan and Bobby go behind my back, and they sign the match with the dudes without my knowledge, and I find out about it, and I'm like, why would you do this? And what's more, Jim, it's in our contract, you have to be at ringside for all of our matches, so you're going to be there at ringside, and we're going to show you who the better team is. And then I say, well, it may be in the contract I have to be at ringside, but it doesn't say in your corner, so I'm going to be in a neutral corner, and I'm going to watch and see what happens. So we're just trying to ask the people to ask themselves what the fuck's going to happen, right? And the whole plan was, and it was my finish, I'd been doing the midnight finishes since '88 most of the time, that I would not be involved in any way. I would watch the match. The Midnight would work as heels. The dudes would work as babyface and sell. Finally, the dudes would make a comeback. And then Bobby would have a chain, and he would go to swing at Shane, and Shane would duck and backdrop him. The chain would fall in the middle. I would roll in, grab the chain, hold it up, look at each guy, throw it out of the ring, and look at Shane and say, "Get him!" And when Shane walked by me, I turned around and fucking whacked him with the fucking racket in the back of the head, and it went off like a howitzer shot. And we were going to turn heel again, right? Here's what I didn't anticipate. Number one, we're in Troy, New York, so it's a northeastern crowd, and they're smarter than the average bear, but even then. Secondly, I underestimated the complete antipathy and even hatred that the dudes had engendered with the average wrestling fan and that bad gimmick. Number three, I underestimated the sympathy that the Midnight Express had gotten from the wrestling fans for pretty much that entire year because they had seen one of the greatest tag teams ever in the history of wrestling beaten and disrespected, left off TV, and it sounded like Dewey won the fucking election. Babies were thrown in the air when I hit Shane Douglas in the fucking head. Yes, they're back! They were so happy that we turned heel again. You could tell instantly that they thought, my God, they're going to start winning matches again. My God, we're going to get to see them tear the house down again. My God, they're bad guys again. They were so happy over that it was a fucking thunderous ovation. And people still talk about it at conventions, and I see them and everything. We never drew a dime with those fucking guys. It was an underneath program, but they remembered that fucking incident. They remembered that fucking moment, and truthfully, they remembered the goddamn moment because where are the ratings? Where are the ratings? Second best Clash rating ever, 4.9 rating, 7.8 share, 2.5 million homes. In the last 15 minutes, the I Quit match did a 6.3 rating, was seen in over 4 million homes. By the method of tabulation, over 6 million people, the best since Flair versus Sting in 1988 at the first Clash. Ric Flair wanted to work with Bobby Eaton. He said he's the greatest wrestler in the business that I've never had a singles match with. He might be the greatest wrestler ever in the business. Rick actually oftentimes said that Bobby was better than he was in the ring. And so he specifically said, let's have me and Bobby for the title on television. So we had it there. It was taped in Columbus, Ohio on November 20th. Mm-hmm. And Rick won on disqualification. They did about 20 minutes. And then he didn't feel that he should beat Bobby right after our heel turn. And it wasn't going to affect Ric Flair's fucking status in the community. Mm-hmm. So he did a DQ and Herd went ballistic. Our world champion can't even beat Bobby Eaton, like Bobby's some kind of flunky. This is the goddamn respect we got from this fucking guy. But remember I said that the June Sunday night main event did a 1.1 rating? Well, this show, when it aired on December 3rd, did a 3.3 rating. It was seen in over 1.7 million homes. It was the best Sunday night rating in over a year. And Herd was pissed about it. Mm. Flair was upset that Herd was upset. So Rick booked a rematch on December 14th in Peoria, Illinois. And I remember it was snowing. The Sunday night main event. Another NWA World Heavyweight Championship match, Ric Flair versus Bobby Eaton, and this was my finish because Herd was so upset that Ric Flair couldn't even beat Bobby Eaton in this match. He has a great match with Bobby Eaton again. Then in the finish, I try to interfere. No, Stan tries to interfere. He beats Stan up. I try to interfere. He fucking jerks me in, whacks me with my own racket, whacks Bobby, knocks him out, and pins him in the middle of the ring. So he's standing in the ring with his hand in the air with all three of us fucking laid out. Is that flat enough of a goddamn job for you, Mr. Herd? And the ratings came in on that one. It was a 3.2 rating with 1.667 million homes, the highest rated Sunday night main event on TBS since the first match they had a fucking month before. And Herd still wasn't happy. Why does Bobby Eaton get a title match? What'd they do, drop him in out of a helicopter?
Tully was supposed to come back.
Yep. Flair made the deal with Tully and Arn. They had been the WWF Tag Team Champions, the Brain Busters, and they had been up there for a year since they left. Flair made a deal with them to come back. And they were supposed to get $250,000 a year apiece guaranteed to come back. And Herd okayed it, and Flair delivered the message, and they gave their notice up there, and were supposed to start back on that night. Well, after they gave their notice, Tully wasn't particularly concerned with what he did to piss him off because he was leaving anyway, so he flunked one of their tests. Right. Burp, excuse me. When he flunked the test, what difference does that make? I'm leaving anyway, right? Well, Herd finds out about it and rescinds the offer after they've already given their notice, after we've already scheduled this with the ratings already coming up and the houses somewhat coming up, but eyes on the television and the matches getting more interesting and the stories getting more interesting and everybody having something to do. Tully and Arn coming back, the reformation of the Four Horsemen against Gary Hart's group and et cetera, this could be what we needed to finally get us back in business. And he rescinds the offer because Tully flunked the drug test. And that's when I started having my first of my regular jousts with him because, well, TBS won't allow it and it's bad for corporate policy. We got a drug addict coming to work. I said, goddamn, I thought of everything. I even thought, what about if he goes through a drug treatment program and then if anybody says anything, you can announce that a guy who's gone through rehab and is turning his life around has been given a second chance by these wonderful Turner Broadcasting executives. And he couldn't come up with a reason to fucking not like that, so he just said, blah, which is what he usually said when he couldn't come up with a reason. But to show what kind of a fucking no good piece of shit he was, he fucked Arn too. Because he said, well, Arn Anderson isn't as valuable by himself as he is with Tully Blanchard, so we're going to give him $150. Flair was fucking hot. I was fucking hot. Kevin was hot. He cut $100,000 off Arn Anderson's money that he'd been promised because Arn just happened to team with a guy that did something that caused him not to want him to bring him in. And now Arn was too late to fucking stay where he was because he'd already fucking quit, so he had to come and tell his family, oh, by the way, because somebody else did something, I'm going to make $100,000. That's the kind of guy Jim Herd was. So now Arn was stuck coming back, so Ole, who had originally come back to get the fucking thing, you know, just started off with the New Horseman, and then Ole wasn't going to stick around. He all of a sudden had to be Tully for a while, which he wasn't happy about.
Wow.
So that's what happened there.
Why choose that format for Starrcade, which is kind of the crown jewel of the year, and only get to showcase 12 people as opposed to...
I can't remember whose idea it was. I know that they actually had problems with Night of the Iron Man because somebody somehow had that fucking trademarked. But picking the talent was problematic. And once again, I pitched, if we're going to do this, let's have the Steiners, the Road Warriors, it was originally supposed to be the Skyscrapers, I think, and then they got hurt. And I wanted, the Midnight Express in there for match quality alone, because who the fuck is going to do all these jobs because it's a round robin thing. So ended up it was Steiners, Road Warriors, Samoans, and Doom. And Doom ended up doomed because they're the ones that had to do all the jobs. And I even tried to come up with a finish for the Road Warriors and the Steiners match where, you see, always if you were going to try to pitch beating the Road Warriors, it had to be an accident, right? So in this case, I said, what about if Animal's pressing Rick and fucking Hawk beals Scott, and Scott fucking hits Animal's leg and he falls with Rick on top? I thought it would be a cool thing and a fluke, and where the Road Warriors would, oh no, I wasn't going to do that. So Doom had to drop all the fucking matches, and I can't remember what else went on, and it was Flair, Luger, Sting, and Muta, and of course then Muta became the fall guy, and I did the commentary on the tag matches with Jim Ross, and Funk did the commentary on the singles, and it was what it was. It was not a Starrcade, but Starrcade had been ruined the year before anyway.
Tournament nights force you as a booker to really confine the length of time these guys are in the ring, because you got to get so many.
And for some cases, that may be the best.
Sometimes, but for a big show like that where you want to showcase your talent, the tournament probably wouldn't work.
Well, no, and not a round robin where you get, a regular tournament can be good for a big show, but not the round robin thing. You saw everybody too much. It was, they were trying to be different. I don't recall, being real happy about it, and I don't know that anybody else was supportive. That's why I'm trying to think, who came up to it to begin with.
Why did the turnout get so bad in a city
rich
with NWA history? I mean, you're not...
Well, a lot of, I think, and that might also been, they had the Rouge sponsorship, the Rouge shoes, where shoes for your feet, pockets for your stuff. The tennis shoes had pockets on the side of them or whatever. And they wanted Flair and Luger to wear those shoes while they wrestled. And like they could fucking wrestle and do the things especially that Flair did in these goddamn bogus ass fucking tennis shoes. So that was embarrassing, and I think they did it once, never did it again, and especially St. Louis. I mean, St. Louis, when I went there in 1985, first time out of the Dallas office, the house was like 15 grand. After Sam Muchnick died, the town died, and a lot of the houses were still problematic, the house shows, because now they were seeing so much on television, but at least the ratings were up and the houses were starting to come up, but St. Louis just didn't work.
Is there anything you can do to a town once it's killed like that to kind of
leave it sit for
resurgence?
When it's killed dead, graveyard dead, leave it sit.
Don't go back.
When the Sheik killed Detroit because he never lost and never got off top, or the Bruiser killed Indianapolis he never lost, never got off top, and all the guys got so old it was just totally implausible. The only thing that happened was you leave it sit for a few years and come in with a new product. And now that's the problem nationally. You can't leave Town City anymore because they always see television. They see national TV. So you used to, when you left a Town Sit, there was no TV because there was no local promotion.
So you starve them for a little bit.
Yeah, and then they get the taste out of their mouth, and then you come back with a new product. And Jarrett did it with reviving Louisville in 1970 when Bruiser had abandoned it 5 years earlier. And it's happened all over the country. But now it can't happen because you can never leave a Town Sit and have it be totally dark because there's always TV. Here's what happened. Continental was closing up, and Cactus had come over to Atlanta and come to see us at the taping. And I had seen his work in Memphis, and I also was one of the very few people in or out of the business at the time watching the Continental tapes. And I instantly knew we got to have this fucking guy, right? And Kevin Sullivan, I can't remember whether Kevin knew him or not. I think Kevin had seen some of him and liked him. Flair had not seen him. Nobody else had really seen him. Jim Ross was an early convert, and he had heard some things about him, and once he saw him, he liked him. But basically, Kevin and I came up with the idea, we want to use this fucking guy, but we didn't have the power to actually bring a guy in and put him over, but we had the power to bring anybody we wanted in to beat him, right? So we can, and Flair at the time, and this has been well documented in shoot interviews, and in many cases, Flair did not see the fucking, there was just something about Cactus, the things he did, but also the look he had, the personality he exuded before he was big, when he was still relatively small. He didn't have a body, but that just the grin, and if you gave him a chance to talk or say 3 words, he'd take it and run with it, whatever. Kevin and I figured, well, why don't we do this? Because I'd seen the elbow, right? We'll put him as half of a job team, and his partner will lose, and the stars will get their glory shot and leave, and then the Cactus will fucking beat up his opponent, throw him out, and do the fucking elbow. And the people went crazy the first time, so we had him do it again. Once again, we could bring anybody in we wanted to and beat him. We just couldn't bring a guy in and give him a job full time and put him over like a star, right? So we backdoored this son of a bitch into a goddamn job, because the more he dropped the elbow and the more now they were waiting for it. It was almost like whoever the stars were, hurry up and beat this fucking guy and get out of the ring so we can see Cactus Jack drop the elbow. And gradually it caught on, and we got a chance to get him in full time. But it was me and Kevin and Jim Ross, like I said, as soon as he saw him, if he hadn't seen him already, liked him. And elsewise, I'm not telling anything Cactus don't know and wouldn't admit publicly. Nobody else thought he was worth a shit because they just couldn't fucking see it. Right. But then finally they saw it. Well, let me explain this. Obviously, we had just turned on the dudes, so naturally they got to try to get some revenge, and also we're being booked around the loop in house show matches with them. And in the South, truthfully, with Shane selling, the people would get behind the dudes, and we'd get a little bit of heat, and then Johnny would make the tag, and it was almost like people would start cheering the Midnight Express because he made a lousy comeback. But in the South, it kind of worked, but in the North, it was still, they were still cheering the fuck out of us, no matter if we could have, killing puppies, right? We're for it. What do you think? Yay! And it was the night in Philadelphia, December 27th, famous night in my memory. They're getting heat on fucking Johnny for once, for some reason. I can't remember why, but they were getting the heat on Johnny instead of Shane. And the crowd starts chanting, "Johnny sucks dick. Johnny sucks." And I'm like, what the fuck? And I look up and they've got like a 10 by 6 foot bed sheet with the words "Johnny sucks Shane's dick" hanging from the balcony. Johnny sucks dick, Johnny sucks dick, and the whole place. And it was a decent house because it was Christmas week, so decent for us at the time, right? So at one point, Bobby brings Johnny Ace over and puts his head over the ropes, like for me to come over and give him a shot with the racket or something, and I turn and fucking run away. And fucking after the match, Johnny asked, "Why did you turn and run away from me?" I said, "I was afraid of snipers. I didn't want to get hit in the crossfire." Literally in the locker room afterwards, Shane walks in the shower, and Johnny's sitting there with his head down and his towel, and he gets up and he starts going this way, and Bobby, Stan maybe was probably fucking with him. He said, "Where are you going, Johnny?" And Johnny said, "I'm just going to suck Shane's dick." They hated him. So, but on television, once again, the ratings were coming up, and we were trying to hook things for ratings. And So to give, once again, both teams something to do, I came up with the idea I will sign a contract anytime, any place for the fucking Midnight to wrestle the dudes. And I signed the dudes' contract blindly and come to find out, oh no, wouldn't you know who won the pony? Mm-hmm. It's a contract for me to wrestle Shane Douglas in a singles match. Because it was Saturday night, TBS, WCW Saturday night, we wanted fucking ratings. We want what's going to happen. I didn't know, and I'm not saying that Shane and I, this is 25 years ago, Shane and I are cordial. We speak every time we talk. There's no lingering heat, but he was a young guy at the time. He was green. He didn't know when he was being done a favor and getting used in a prominent position and trying to be involved, because he even said to me in the airport before we were going to do the taping, you know, I don't sell that powder and that Memphis stuff, right? Like, hey, you know what? I'm a junior member of the booking committee, but you're the junior member of the goddamn talent roster. And you ain't telling me what you're fucking selling or not selling, right? And especially when Ric Flair and Kevin Sullivan both are going to tell you to goddamn do it. You know, that's pretty much what you're going to do, because goddamn, I'm trying to get us all fucking used on the program here, right? So, and it's in Greensboro, so they're going to accept this. Yeah. And here's what happens. Same thing has happened since the dawn of time. Jerry Lawler's done it with Jimmy Hart, fucking Dusty's done it with J.J. Dillon. Everybody's fucking done it. Obviously, Shane's going to kick my ass. The boys are at ringside. Somebody distracts him long enough for me to throw the powder in his eyes. The referee don't see it, and he's blind, and I get on him, and I'm fucking trying to fight against this fucking wrestler that I can't whip. And right as he goes to fucking clear his eyes and make some kind of a comeback, one of the guys reaches in and pulls his fucking foot and trips him so I can pull the rope out of my tights and choke him. We're giving him some time. What am I going to go out and wrestle him, hip tosses and fucking arm bars for 5 minutes, or he's going to beat me in fucking 30 seconds because he can whip me in 30 seconds? But no, that's rotten television, right? So the people are up and down, and they're getting into it, and then finally he clears his eyes and gets away from me and makes a fucking comeback and gets his hands around my neck, and he's throttling me and pinning me just like my main event cage match in 1987 with Ronnie Garvin in Charlotte that drew fucking $70,000 and 8,000 people, that Ronnie Garvin, the toughest man walking the fucking earth, did the same goddamn match with me in front of a lot of people in a town he was over in because he was smart to the business. And he pins me while he's choking me. The referee counts so that now it's over and the Midnight can come in and get him off of me before he fucking dismembers me. And in Greensboro, and the people loved it, right? Shane calls Hurd. Shane Douglas, who was the only person that Hurd disliked more than the Midnight Express, calls Jim Hurd and complains, and of course he gets a chance to knock me, so fucking Hurd buys it. Well, yeah, a wrestler shouldn't be selling for a fucking manager anyway, and tells us to retape the fucking match. So, just let me indicate, on December 30th, on the Saturday night show, remember when the Saturday night show did a 1.9 in June? Yeah. The Saturday night show does a 3.4 rating, a 6.5 share in almost 1.8 million homes, which is, 3.5 some odd million people. So basically, the ratings worked, but Hurd wanted it retaped, so we retaped it in Peoria, which was a shitty place, I think, is where we retaped it. But he pouted and he called Hurd, and yes, we reshot it in Peoria the same night as the rematch with where Flair laid us all out in the rematch with fucking Bobby, right? Yeah. Anyway, I came out injured with the doctor's note with my arm in a sling and put Stan in to wrestle fucking Shane. And then we did some gaga. But the point is, the match they thought they were going to see did a 3.4 and was seen in fucking over almost 2 million homes or whatever. They got baited and switched. It hurt the fucking show. It wasn't as exciting as what we originally aired. And so, that's not the good way to build ratings. And also because Shane Douglas had called and complained about something that Ric Flair had blessed and that 2 other members of the booking committee had fucking executed, me and Kevin Sullivan. All the matches coming up where it was the Midnight versus the dudes in the houses, and if they won, they got 5 minutes with me, which is what it was supposed to build to, so they'd get even. Mm-hmm. We just changed it. We beat them every night. They became the first babyface in history that never got the fucking 5 minutes with the manager. That's what they got, and they got heat for it with the only people that were trying to support them. So, Shane was young and green then.
Flair eventually has enough. And we're going to peek.
We have heard enough.
Peek into 90.
We're going to peek into it here
just for a moment.
Because here's the thing: that ended the year, December 30th and 31st, with the fucking Cornette Shane Douglas match and the Flair Eaton rematch, right? And then in January, hold on. In January, that's when we canceled the taping because they booked Center Stage. We were in the middle of extensive renovations, no seats in the building. We were beating the dudes most everywhere. The Rock and Roll Express were about to come back, and we were so excited about that because finally we could tear the fucking house down again. That was always the Midnight Express's desire, is we're going to have the best match on any card we're on except for Ric Flair. That was kind of our spot that we considered.
Right.
And every once in a while, especially if Flair had an opponent, we could fucking top it, but we wanted to have the next best match. So here comes the Rock and Roll is coming back. So we're excited about that. And we go to Corpus Christi, the Clash of Champions. That's where Cactus and Mil Mascaras, right? And you should have seen Cactus Jack's face when I told him he's booked, because Jim Barnett was still living in the 70s. And thought, we're in Corpus Christi, Mexican border town, we got to have Mil Mascaras on the card. He ain't gonna do no jobs, right?
No.
So who can we book him against? Cactus Jack. Because I'd seen Cactus Jack take the Nestea plunge in Memphis. And I went to him, and you should have seen his face when he heard he was wrestling Mil Mascaras, because he knew the match was gonna be shit, so it was gonna be short, he was gonna get eat up, he was definitely gonna lose. I said, can you take that bump that you took in Memphis without killing yourself? Really? He said, yeah. I said, that's what you're gonna do. So the finish, to make Mascaras happy, because he had no idea what was fucking coming. Here's the way Mil Mascaras heard the finish. You're going to make your comeback. You're going to nail Cactus Jack. He's going to go to the floor. He's going to come up on the apron. You're going to hit him with your drop kick. He's going to take a bump back to the floor. He's going to roll in the ring, and you're going to hit him with your crossbody and pin him 1, 2, 3. So, of course, Mascaras is all on board with this, right? Told Cactus, when he hits you with that drop kick, take that fucking Nestea plunge and then do the death crawl back into the ring. When he flew over the pads and actually flat back onto the fucking concrete, and Jim Ross's fucking call, and I was on commentary, and I fucking shit my pants, and fucking everybody went ape shit. And even Mascaras, it looked like Mascaras' eyebrows on his mask even went up like that, right? And he even thanked Cactus after, oh, brother, nobody ever sell for me like that. We're getting the guy over that he's beaten. He don't even fucking know it. That's how slick this was. And Cactus does the death crawl back in, and there's the cry in 1, 2, 3. And then they had a band playing with the guy, who was the guy leading the band that would later have a brief wrestling career. He was an independent guy, or an outlaw guy, as we called it at that time anyway. The point is, they had a band playing, and to get Cactus some oomph back after the match, they go to break, they come back, the band is playing, and Cactus goes and has a fight with the fucking guy leading the band, and the guy leading the band beats him up. But he's getting over. And people are seeing it. And then, of course, that was the infamous problem we'll talk about in a second. But the overall ratings, it did a 4.5. 2.5 million homes. The main event peaked at a 5.9 with nearly 4 million homes. That's going to be the big fucking turn night. The Horsemen turned on Sting earlier in the show. The cage match main event was Flair, Ole, and Arn against Muta, Buzz Sawyer, and the Dragon Master. And Sting is going to climb the cage and shoot the angle to build for the big Greensboro pay-per-view. As he's climbing the cage, Doug Dillinger, former Charlotte police officer, former Jim Crockett Promotions cameraman, and now security director for WCW, and his minions are supposed to fucking grab Sting and pull him down, and it's the big goddamn confrontation. They grab him and pull him down, and he lands, and he tears his ACL bigger than fucking Christmas morning. And immediately is hobbled, and immediately knows he's fucked. And, oh, fuck. Now, we're a month away from the goddamn match where the pay-per-view in Greensboro where he's supposed to win the fucking title from Flair, and his ACL is shot, his knee is shot, and who knows how long he's going to be out. And so Flair even had me, I was going to drive on that night to the next town. He said, stay over and we'll fly. We're going to have to fucking figure this out. And of course I stayed over and flew, and he said, let me think about it some more. But we ended up, that's when Luger turned babyface and went to Greensboro, but he didn't win the title because Flair had promised Sting he was going to pass the title to him, so that's why Luger didn't win that. This was all on the fly shit, and because Luger didn't win the first time out, that became kind of a history with him. See SummerSlam 93.
Yeah.
But the point is, in Beaumont, Texas on February 7th, we taped the Saturday night and Sunday night shows to air in the middle of February, and Ric Flair specifically wanted, where is it? Specifically wanted to work, okay, here we go. Here's the matches he wanted. He wanted to work with Brian Pillman on the Saturday night show, and he wanted him and Arn Anderson to work with the Rock and Roll Express on the Sunday night show. The ratings came in. Flair versus Pillman on Saturday night did a 4.0 with a 7.8 share in 2.1 million homes, which is over 4 million people or whatever the fuck. The best rating since February 1987. The all-time high in viewers because TBS was increasingly available in more cable homes. And the Sunday night main event with Flair and Arn versus the Rock and Roll Express did a 4.4 rating, an 8.2 share, 2,324,000 homes, 5 million viewers, the best TBS wrestling number since December 1985 and the all-time high for the Sunday program. So Ric Flair as Booker and me and Kevin Sullivan writing the TVs, and I was the receptionist here, but still I was involved, but Rick as Booker and Kevin, they took Saturday night from a 1.9 to a 4. They took Sunday night from a 1.1 in June to a fucking 4.4. The Clash in June was a 3.8, and it was at record or second best ever levels 6 months later.
Right.
And the houses were starting to come back, and Flair and Herd still was not happy with Flair and trying to change everything.
What is he saying? You're saying he's not happy.
But just
you want
because
to have specific requests.
He would always argue with everything. He would change people's deals, or he would argue with everything, or we just need to have a good wrestling bout. He didn't know what he was doing, and he increasingly was being shown that he didn't know what he's doing because the guy that he was always trying to change his shit was the only one in the past fucking year they'd owned the company that was doing any business, over a year. And he wouldn't leave anybody alone, so on February 22nd, Ric Flair sent this memo to Jim Herd. I have tried very hard to make the committee work and have spent many long hours analyzing the internal turmoil and the reasons for the turmoil. I have come to the conclusion that your interference in the planning of the committee and constant changes exercised by members of the committee without my approval is not workable. You had promised me full control and you have not kept that promise. Please accept my resignation from the committee effective immediately, and rest assured that I will conduct myself in the same high standard that I have throughout my career, because he wasn't quitting as a wrestler. And he sent that to Jack Petrick and to the entire booking committee as well as Jim Herd, and I call it a model of understatement. And Flair quit, and we went back to a committee format, and I was soon to follow in a few months off the committee when Herd changed a deal that we had already made. And when we renegotiated our contracts again after we wanted them to run out, and the booking committee in May universally overruled and voted unanimously that Jim Herd should give us a new contract when he didn't want to re-sign either of the three of us, me, Bobby, or Stan. And when we heard that we got new contracts from Wahoo McDaniel, we threw our shit down like, God damn it, because we were ready to fucking leave. And when he handed us our contracts in Indianapolis, he handed me the envelope with our contracts, and his only words were, "You know I was against this." That's the kind of fucking leader of the company that he was. But that's a story for 1990, and I guess another day, because we're already into February anyway. Should we just?
Yeah, we got it.
Should we just go ahead
plow
and do,
through?
You want to just plow through? No. I'm kidding.
Thank you very much for the trip.
But if you want to know the whole story about everything, you can get the Midnight Express and Jim Cornette 25th anniversary scrapbook at jimcornette.com. And I do, like I said, have all these documents to back up these numbers that I have, and angles and matches and things that I have presented as fact here. So it's not like I'm the Republicans and just make shit up and expect people to believe it without documentation.
Hope you don't need antacid after this trip.
I've had fun,
Good.
especially since I'm thin now.
in the World Wrestling Federation, the Macho Man is running around wearing a crown now. Kurt Hennig has an absolutely perfect record. A huge man in a sailor outfit who would soon shock the world is running around his tugboat. Seeds are being planted for Hulk Hogan to face the ultimate challenge, but in WCW. A copious amount of Pepsi is being consumed. A little bit of acid indigestion. What was the diagnosis again?
It was extreme acid reflux, and when I quit the booking committee, I got off my prescription Zantac.
He needs no introduction. He was on camera, he was creative, and we're going to have some fun tackling 1990. Let's jump right in. On January 6th...
Wait a minute, he needs no introduction, so you don't give me one.
Absolutely not.
I'm Jim Cornette. Hi, how are you?
Absolutely.
Who are you again?
Fuck, man, if they bought it, they know.
All
Who the hell
right,
pays $25 for a DVD today?
By the way, unlike other people who just make this shit up out of their memory, I've got all the documentation, we got the paperwork, we got the contemporaneous notes. I was James Comey before Comey was cool. And of course, you can't get this anymore. Try it on eBay if you're lucky.
Now, if you have the 1989 edition and also the WWE timeline from 1997, you know that these are the authentic articles here. We have formats, we have payoffs, we have the road schedule here in the date book. And before we went on, I said to Jim, you're so fastidious with this. Were you fearing a lawsuit someday? What was it? And your answer was?
I'm anal retentive and obsessive compulsive, and I always needed to know these things. And plus I paid $36 for the motel that night in Atlanta. The boys got a rate because it was an income tax, because I always paid mine, unlike a lot of the other boys. And I have every book since 1983, et cetera, et cetera.
For your edification.
For your edification, enlightenment, and entertainment.
One of these guys would just show up, disappear, and never be heard from again, right?
Never.
Tell me the circumstances of his coming into the company.
I called Dutch Mantell. I said, "You got a 7-foot guy?" He said, "Yeah, I got." Well, no, seriously, because we had the skyscrapers, right? Spivey and Sid, and which one got hurt then? Who did Mark replace? Was it Mark replaced Sid? Because Sid was hurt that time.
Yes.
And so we had no skyscrapers. And I, of course, got all the territory tapes. I was the only one that was actually watching the other wrestling programs. And the Master of Pain, Under the Mask, was in Memphis, USWA at the time, and Dutch was over there. And I called Dutch. I said, "Who's the big guy, and is he any good?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "He's green, but he's a great kid. He's going to be great. He's got a wonderful attitude. He listens." I said, "Can we have him?" He said, "Fuck, to make that much money." He said, Dutch had the famous line one time when Jerry Jarrett said, "Boys, don't be on those steroids. We're going to work with Vince." And Dutch said, "Hell, Jerry, the way you're paying us, we can't afford to be on food." So, Dutch's word was good enough for me, and we brought him over, and Terry Funk named him because Mark Calloway, And we were thinking, what can we call him? What can we call him? And Terry Funk said, "What about Mark Callous? Like he's callous and cruel." And, it's okay. Works for us. And so at least we had one skyscraper that would fucking listen.
Remember what happened with Sid?
Not that particular time, honestly. No, Sid,
Okay.
there was always an injury or something was hurt or it was softball season or whatever the case. But. Ric Flair wanted to work with Bobby Eaton. He'd never had a singles match with Bobby. And he specifically, because Flair was the booker at that time, I guess we should preface this by saying that Ric Flair had demanded the book the previous August or September of '89 because things were in such dire straits. And that's when he asked me to be on the committee along with Kevin Sullivan. And the people that were on the committee that were already there and we couldn't really do anything about was obviously Jim Herd. Barnett was on it. Jody Hamilton sat in on the meetings. Not knocking Jody, but he's primarily he got the rings places and booked the job guys and everybody. And plus he was a wrestling legend in the Atlanta area. So, and then there were some other rotating members at Jim Ross because he was working in the office. He was always in the meetings. And then when Herd retired Terry Funk after the I Quit match in New York the previous November on the Clash, he retired Terry without asking him if he wanted to retire first. And so they put Terry on the committee, and we'll talk about the committee dynamics here shortly. But anyway, Rick wanted to work with Bobby Eaton, and he wanted to put it on the main event. So we did the first match, and Rick didn't want to beat Bobby, so we did a DQ. Well, when we did the DQ, Herd went ballistic because how did Bobby Eaton get a world title match? What, he drop in out of a helicopter and Ric Flair can't even beat Bobby Eaton? And he just made such a goddamn stink about it that Rick said, okay. He said, we're going to have another one. And this time I did the finish. I said, okay. In this match, Rick and Bobby had another great match. And then Stan tried to interfere, and Rick foiled Stan's interference, threw him out of the ring, jerked me in the ring, grabbed my racket, knocked me out the ring with my own racket, then beat Bobby 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring and stood with his hand up in the air with all three of us laying out there. And I said, okay, let the fucking bastard bitch about that. And he did, of course, because we covered in the previous volume, Buy It, that he didn't like the Midnight Express, he didn't want to use them, he didn't like me, blah, blah, blah. But here's the problem. The problem is that the first Sunday night main event on TBS on December 3rd with Ric Flair versus Bobby Eaton did a great rating. And the second match that aired on January 7th did a 3.2 rating and a 5.0 share. That was 1,667,000 homes. I have the official TBS printout, by the way, here, which was the highest rated Sunday night TBS main event show since, you guessed it, the December 3rd show, were the first Flair and Eaton match. So he was doing these numbers, and the fucking bastard couldn't get over it and wouldn't stop bitching.
But does no one say to him?
Yeah, I did all the time. That's why he didn't like me. Sort of like when everybody tells Trump you're a fucking lying sack of shit, that he is. And, you know, he doesn't like it because truth hurts.
Why was the decision made to go from Muta to Arn?
Well, there was just no particular reason otherwise than try to get some heat on the heels, I'm sorry, not heat on the heels, but at that time Arn was a babyface, try to get some heat on the Horsemen, because as you will recall from 1989, you got to package these things. So if they don't have 89, they can buy the set. Herd had fucked the Horsemen. Flair had made the arrangement for Arn and Tully to come back to WCW from the WWF, and they had agreed to for $250,000 a year apiece. And then on the way out, when they were finishing up, Tully flunked the drug test,
Right.
because he didn't give a shit. So when Herd heard about that, he rescinded the offer to Tully. So Tully had quit his job in the WWF, and on Ric Flair's say-so, because he had Herd's word that he could offer these guys this money, and then Herd pulled that back, so that effectively ended Tully's Major League Wrestling career because he'd quit on Vince and couldn't go to WCW. And since Herd said that Tully and Arn were more valuable as a team than individuals, he dropped Arn's offer to $150,000.
Yeah, I remember.
So all of a sudden, Arn left a job where he was making really good money to come back for a job that he's now making $100,000 a year less at. And that pretty much effectively ended, for at least the next couple of years, anybody coming from the WWF to WCW, because now they had established that Herd's word and the word of the people in Atlanta was no good.
Where do you place Arn in the lineage of NWA TV champs?
Arn Anderson is one of the greatest talents that ever worked anywhere. I think he probably gave more prestige to the TV championship than the TV championship gave to Arn. It was something that we had. So we were trying to, at least it was still, that hurt was still fresh, that we couldn't put the Horsemen back together, which we all thought would be somewhat of a difference maker. So we're trying at least to give as much credibility to Arn as we could, because we needed to build up some stars. We needed some stars, and they were not only one of the greatest tag teams in the history of wrestling, but also they had drawn some of the biggest houses that Crockett had ever drawn. They had drawn some of the biggest ratings that TBS Wrestling had ever drawn, and we got the chance to get them. And as a matter of fact, that was Would have been wonderful to have, not only were we able to have the Rock and Roll Midnight revived again, but also we would have had the Rock and Roll versus the Horsemen revived again. And as you will see here shortly, the Rock and Roll made a tremendous difference coming back fresh after, you know, however long they've been gone. They made a big difference in the ratings. And I mean, at that point, nothing was going to make a difference in the house show numbers.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Was the luster still there for a Rock and Roll Express in 90, or had some of the popularity waned? I mean, you got the numbers to prove it, so I guess.
Wait till we get to February.
All right. In February, on February 3rd.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't jump ahead that quick, because we got to do a few things here. For example, wait a minute now. Let's see. Hold on. January 16th, Atlanta, TBS Television, the taping was canceled because we all showed up to Center Stage in Atlanta to do the national television Saturday night TBS show, and the idiot named Don Glass that Herd had hired away from the WWF. See, Don Glass worked in the event booking department, and he was a stooge coffee boy for Ed Cohen, who was the genius who booked all the tours and the buildings and had all the relationships with the major arenas. Well, this Don Glass worked in the department, so Herd hired him away thinking, well, we got all these buildings, right? Well, he was the fucking coffee boy. So one of the things that he booked was this Center Stage taping on January 16th. We got
no
there.
chairs.
Center Stage was in the middle of renovations. They had concrete ledges. There were no seats in the building and concrete dust all over. And they actually thought for a second about letting the fans in and letting them sit in the dust on the ledges. And then finally they said, no, let's just, we'll do the taping tomorrow.
You're the ringside manager, of course, for the Midnight Express. You got your own talk segment, Louisville Slugger. You're part of the booking committee. You got more jobs than a Jamaican at this point. You're clearly the hardest working man in all of WCW.
Well, I tried.
As they add responsibility, do they have to pay you more?
The only thing I got paid extra for was when I joined the booking committee. I got an extra $300 a week. Otherwise, but that was not unusual. Even before the guaranteed contracts, if you worked there, if you were on the roster, and they said, okay, Sean, you know, you're working a third match, but then on the second show, go out and do the color or whatever. That's what you did. We didn't fucking bitch and whine and have goddamn agents negotiating contracts. Well, if he's going to do announcing, he needs to get another $100,000 a year. No, it was more exposure. It got me out there to do my shit, talk about the Midnight Express, or since I was on the booking committee, at least I could get the angles over from the heel perspective, and plus I'm working with Jim Ross. So
I was
that's
going to
a
say,
dream
how was
job.
it working with JR?
He taught me pretty much everything I know about. Actually, I could go out there and be a heel and, you know, just aggravate people, but as far as broadcasting and as far as doing color commentary and analysis and as far as and knowing how to read copy and jump in and jump out and do the plugs and et cetera and pitches and inflections and everything, I'm sitting there, you know, learning to paint from Rembrandt. So I should have paid him. I wouldn't paid Herd, but I'd paid Jim Ross.
What's the preparation, if there is any, that you have to do for the co-host?
Well, let's see, February 3rd, you said, right?
Yeah.
What, Center Stage, that's January.
It was actually taped on January 31st, so maybe.
Oh, well,
you
that
should
helps
look
out.
there, yeah. It airs on
Center
February 3rd.
Stage, good Lord, I should color code these things. Center Stage, January 31st.
He should color code these. From 1983,
Well,
he should color code them.
see, first, and I was writing, let me go ahead and explain to you now how we did the formats, and then and you'll be able to B-roll some of this stuff.
Yeah.
We would have booking meetings once a week. We would fly to some fucking place or whatever, Detroit or wherever, that Herd would get together with us while we were all on because me and Flair and Kevin were on the road. Jim Ross was on the road for TVs, but for house shows, he was back at the office. And everybody else, Barnett and all those guys, were in the office. So they would go on the road and we would meet at a airport hotel or get a boardroom or something somewhere. And absolutely nothing of the booking was actually done in the booking meetings. Because Herd would grump and argue and grouse at Rick or at me or at whoever and talk about what he wanted to have done or do or whatever. And then we'd all leave, and then Rick would sit with me and Kevin in the car or on the way to the airport or before the show or whatever and say, okay, I want to work with so-and-so. Sean, you work a program with Anthony. This would be a great angle. We'll do this. Boom, boom, boom. He'd give us the high spots, you know, and some main event matches to put on television that he had in his head. And then he'd tell me and Kevin, okay, go fill it in. Mm-hmm. So then I would sit down sometimes in a room late at night, or if I ever was home, with the talent roster and all the paperwork, because look how I am. And I would do formats. And I would make sure that everybody was represented in some kind of way and that all the things that we needed to do were involved somehow. And then I'd write them out by hand, and then I would show them to Kevin. And Kevin would say, well, Jimmy, you got a good maintenance show there. I can't do Boston. But it needs a little oomph there, or you need to put this. So he would give me a couple of ways to dress up just a flat job match, or he'd give me a little thing to do where somebody would be involved or whatever that would juice it up a little bit and add a little something to that hour. And he would tell me at the same time why he was doing that, and so he was teaching me. So then I'd go and I'd put that down, and I'd redo the shows, and then I'd send them in by the fax machine to Janie Engel at the office. And she'd type them up, which is then what you see here. Then Herd would see them, and Herd would get mad, and he'd take out all the live interviews, and he'd put in 30-second pre-tapes. Then we'd go, because he didn't like live interviews, because that's the only wrestling show he'd ever seen was the one that he worked on in St. Louis when he was a director in the 60s, and that's one thing Sam Muchnick didn't do was very many interviews. So he didn't think, he thought if, well, goddamn, we need a good wrestling bout to keep the people's attention. If Ric Flair is doing a live interview in the ring with fucking Woman, and JR's holding the microphone, and Flair's doing his thing, and the fans are going crazy, that's bad. But if we have a wrestling match involving the fucking New Zealand militia, well, that'll keep the fans' attention. So he'd take all the live interviews out and put in 30-second pre-tapes instead. Then we would go to the show, and we'd have the production meeting at the taping, and as Rick would look at the formats, he'd say, is this what we had? And then I'd get out my originals, and I'd say, no, Rick, who changed it? Well, actually, Herd would tell Jim Ross, because he was in the office to change it. That's where JR got on sideways with Flair, because it would be JR changed it. So Rick would have me change it back, and then we'd do what we originally planned most of the time if we caught it, and then Herd would go ballistic again. But anyway, so you got the list of pre-tapes at the start. I would write those out, and they'd be typed out. Then this is the order of live events, and for the show and the date that it ordered, and then this is the format. And the preparation on the right-hand side, here's all the plugs. Tonight, at the Oak City Fairgrounds Coliseum, Buzz Sawyer and Dr. Death. Tomorrow night, Dallas. This Tuesday night, The Clash, Texas Shootout, starting time 8:05 Eastern. This Friday night, join Gordon Soley and Jim Ross for the Power Hour, Funk's Grill, the Royal Families, all the bullet points. I would sit down with JR as the color guy, and we'd go through all of that and make sure that we knew what we were wanting to do and wanting to plug. Join us for the Extended Wrestling Hotline coverage of The Clash on 1-900 buy this shit or whatever. And so and then JR and we would sit, and if there was a main event, we would really go into it in a little bit more depth on what we wanted to talk about and how we wanted to get the guys over. But if it was, you know, Keith Hart and Pat Rose versus the Fabulous Freebirds, that was pretty much self-explanatory, and that was the
But you personally, before going in, would you want some tidbit about individuals? Did you do any of that type of stuff?
Well, I mean, you know, if it was somebody
college they graduated from, amateur.
Yeah.
Would you try to get little facts?
Yeah, JR did a lot of that stuff, and he would feed them to me. And see, once again, as the color guy, that was not my job necessarily, especially as a heel color guy. JR was going to really give, especially if it was a babyface, he was going to give a lot of the guy's background, because I was, as a heel, more intent on tearing the babyface down than building him up. But if it was somebody I'd never seen before, I would ask them also a little bit something about him, but I generally knew the background, or at least the background that we wanted to talk about.
When in wrestling did they start dropping the commentary into the matches that were taped without announcers, either not there, or certainly them not doing the commentary?
They started doing it when they figured out how to, because there was never a budget to do something like that. You had to do the commentary. Either that or it was obvious. There was a film that was shot in the arena and then the announcer is in a studio talking over it. Well, and then this happened. But to make it actually appear that it's the announcer is live, that was around this time the WWF and TBS got budgets and decided that they could do that. And that's,
Were you doing it here?
No. Well, no, not on the TBS shows.
Okay.
There might have been a time or two, but for the most part, the announcers were always at center stage or wherever we taped the Saturday night TBS show, and they wanted to be, because it's not the same when you do it canned. Although JR and I tried to, eventually in the WWF, we got to where we were pretty good at it, and their studio was so good at sound mixing, see, Titans. But the TBS people, they couldn't, the sound mixing was, you know, at that point.
How's their taping facilities these days over at WWE, Jim?
It's network quality. I've never said anything bad about their production. Their producer, that's a different story, but not their production.
Did you spend any time with them?
Nope.
No?
We passed in the hallway.
Passed it like shit. Oh, you did pass in the hallway.
He was talking to somebody, and I walked this way, and he looked at me, and I looked at him. I didn't speak to him. He didn't speak to me, and I never saw him again.
No, nothing.
No.
All right. Why is the decision made to turn the Horsemen heel again?
Well, it was always going to head in that direction because we knew that especially if Tully and Arn had come back, the people would be so glad to see them, especially after some of the stuff they had seen the previous year, that they would go crazy and they would cheer them and they'd be baby faces. But then Rick always wanted to be a heel, and Tully and Arn's best use was as heels. And once again, you could have Tully and Arn in the rock and roll, and etc. So it was always going to go that way, but we knew that there was an initial settle-in period, and with Arn, it was the same thing. They were so happy to see him back. And the reason why Ole was back, he was doing a favor because we were short a horseman. Because Ole, he had his money and he had his business, and he didn't give a shit to get back in the wrestling business. But he did it as a favor. So that was the way, because Flair wanted to eventually put the belt on Sting and had promised Sting the belt, and it was going to happen at that pay-per-view at Wrestle War, that this clash was the go-home clash for. Pay-per-view is going to take place in a couple weeks, so that was the big angle for it.
He tears his patella. And
No, ACL.
Okay.
It was so goddamn, the deal was, Sting was trying to climb the cage to get in after the Horsemen had basically what turned into a heel versus heel match with Gary Hart's crew. And the Horsemen, they put the exclamation point on that piece of business and beat Gary's crew. But Sting, they've turned on him previously in the show, and he's going to try to climb the cage and get to him, and security's supposed to hold him back and everything, and that's the way we're going to go off the air, right? Well, we sure went off the air. Doug Dillinger, love him to death, former Charlotte cop, Crockett cameraman that they had hired to be the head of security, grabbed Sting, and he didn't know how to work. Doug wasn't a worker. He really pulls fucking Sting off the cage. Sting drops, tears his fucking ACL. Oh, Jesus Christ. And now what do we do?
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, exactly.
How fucked are you at this point?
We were fucked.
Yeah.
And what happened basically was that, you know, we knew that it wasn't good that night. I mean, you know, if you're one of the boys, you know what it's like to, you know what it looks like, you know what it feels like, you know this guy ain't going to be able to go in 2 weeks. So Flair told me, and Kevin said, well, because I was going to drive on the next night to where the fuck were we? In someplace in Texas, to Beaumont. I was going to drive on that night, and he said, stay over, fly the next morning. Loved that. He said, we'll talk about it on the plane. I'm going to figure something out. So next morning, we get to the airport. He said, well, I can't remember what his exact words were, but basically, unless one of us can squat down and shit out a top babyface superstar, we're switching Luger. Okay, that's what we got to do. So that's why we switched Luger. But then that was a short-term Band-Aid fix, because he wasn't going to drop the belt to Luger like he was Sting, because he had promised the belt to Sting. And in those days, that was a big deal. Who got the belt and whether, you know.
Even under these circumstances.
Well, Lex wasn't ready for it. Sting was.
Okay, well, that's
and
different.
And Lex was a better heel, to be quite honest with you. But we needed to salvage the ratings of the Clash and the cards for the next however many months Sting was going to be out. But that's why that Luger did not win the belt that night because he had promised it to Sting, and he was going to keep his promise, and also Lex wasn't ready for it. It just didn't fit, but we had to put a patch on the tire.
This is the night that the ruse ads appeared all over the fucking ring. New concept for wrestling. Right? We'd seen it in boxing.
Well, that would have been fine. Ruse were shoes for your feet, pockets for your stuff. These fucking off-brand tennis shoes. The corporate was in St. Louis because Jim Herd didn't know anybody unless they lived in St. Louis, right? And he was able to get a sponsorship from these shoemakers. Do they make Ruse anymore? Have they made Ruse in 20 years? I don't know. But not only that, but he told the company that the guys would wrestle in Ruse. And it was tried a few times, and you can go back and you can find tape from about that time where there's and I mean, you know, everybody said, "Fuck, we're not wrestling in tennis shoes because you could break your fucking ankle." There's no, it's not wrestling boots, and so it happened for a while, but that was quickly canned. But that's the only sponsorship that Herd could get because he knew some guy that worked with Ruse.
It was an over-the-top presentation. I mean, you could do a bumper before and after a match. You can have Norman the Lunatic standing there licking the shoe. Like, you could do something.
Yeah.
Instead of covering the ring all night.
Yeah.
With them.
Everything, everywhere. That's probably, everybody had talked about Mike Shaw, Muckin Singh in Calgary, his great promos, and you know how that he was a tremendous heel. So they bring him in, and I think Kevin was trying to make chicken salad out of chicken shit in that instance because later on, at least Oldie would make him Trucker Norman or whatever. He was he went from a fucking Arab or Hindu sympathizer to a guy from a lunatic asylum to suddenly they gave him a CDL license and he was driving trucks. I don't fucking know. But that's, Herd wanted, and this will be a recurring theme, Herd wanted kids' characters and stuff. So it was a wild brawl. Mike Shaw, for that size, was a good worker, but we were dealing with what we were given.
How does Mill come to be on the show, first of all?
Well, Jim Barnett, and let me explain. When I talk about Jim Barnett later on, Jim Barnett was one of the 2 or 3 most powerful, most influential men in the wrestling business of the second half of the 20th century. He won promotional wars. He had contacts everywhere, not just in wrestling, but in politics, and he got people out of trouble, and he moved money around, and he's the one that got Roy Shire San Francisco TV and gave him Ray Stevens to go and make San Francisco the biggest drawing wrestling city in the country in the early 60s. And I mean, it can't be understated how powerful, how brilliant Jim Barnett was at one point. However, this was a time where in 1983, when Ole had sort of strong-armed Barnett out of his piece of the Georgia office, and Barnett responded, he didn't cross Jim Barnett, by going to Vince and making it known that Vince could buy the shares of the Briscoes and himself and Jim Oates, Barnett's friend. And that's how Vince got control in 1984 of the Georgia office and the TBS time slot. Barnett worked with Vince up through WrestleMania 3. As a matter of fact, he told me himself that he wrote Hogan and Andre checks for $250,000 apiece as payoffs for that night, and Vince tore them up and wrote them $750 apiece because that's what that meant to his company. But, and maybe we need to get Bruce in on this because he was probably around or almost around at that point, Vince fired Barnett. There was a split in late '87. Barnett at that point tried to, and possibly it wasn't a legitimate attempt, but he tried to commit suicide, possibly a cry for attention. Crockett brought him in as a consultant, and when the sale was made to TBS because of who Jim Barnett was, because he pretty much saved wrestling on the Superstation in the 70s when he won the promotional war with Ann Gunkel, etc., Barnett got an office spot, and Barnett knew that that was his last job in wrestling. At his age and the fact that all the territories were going under and Vince wasn't going to take him back. So at this point, unfortunately, and I mean, Barnett would say what he thought in certain circumstances, and God, I wish he'd have written a book before he died.
Yeah.
Because he was one of the guys with Sam Muchnick and maybe one or two other people that knew where everybody was buried and knew everything that went on and all the intrigue behind the scenes with every promoter in the world. He booked the world champion for years. He knew everything. But at this point, he's taken his consultant's check because he was not the, I'm not saying he was broke, but he was not the multimillionaire that he lived like all those years and gave the impression he was, and this was his last job. So basically, where I was going with this, Barnett's job at that point was to, a lot of cases, say what Jim Herd wanted to hear. So, one of the things, because we were in Corpus Christi, Texas, which is deep South Texas, almost to Mexico, Jim, still living in the 70s, said we got to have a Hispanic superstar. And of course, the biggest Hispanic superstar is Mil Mascaras, according to Jim, who, you know, when he woke up that morning, it was still 1973. So they booked Mil Mascaras on the Clash of Champions to draw a house in Corpus Christi.
He knew the television went everywhere in the country, right?
Yeah, but,
okay.
but we needed a live crowd in Corpus Christi that would make it look good.
Right.
So who's he going to work with? And Cactus actually didn't know this until last year when I told him on one of his, we were doing one of the Q&A after one of his comedy club
On
shows.
WWE TV?
No.
okay.
This was on one of his club shows. He didn't, because he was offended that he was booked against Mascaras, because Mascaras not only wasn't going to do the job, he wasn't going to sell, and he wasn't even going to give him anything. And that's the day I did see Mascaras at the airport without his mask. Yes. And that was, I still get goosebumps, right? You know, but that was unusual to see.
No cell phone cameras in 1990, guys.
No, you never saw. No, he couldn't be on the plane with his mask on.
Right.
And when he got off, Flair told me, that's Mascaras. Ah, shit, man, that's cool. Fuck. Of course, he looked like a 60-year-old Mexican businessman at that point. But when he put the mask on, he still had the body at that. Anyway, I booked Mick in that on purpose. Because Kevin and I, as I mentioned on the 1989 version, we had backdoored Cactus into a job by making him one of the job guys, because we could book anybody. Flair didn't see in Mick at that time what we all did. And that's where there's some lingering heat over that for quite a while. But Kevin and I loved Cactus. So we booked him as one of the job guys in those matches where the Steiners, whoever would beat Cactus and the partner, and then the heroes would leave, and then Cactus would drop the elbow. And then after 3 or 4 weeks, people were waiting, the stars, get the fuck out of the way, we want to see the guy drop the elbow. We got him over backwards because we had the power to book anybody we wanted as job guys, or to do jobs as long as they weren't winning, right? So that, anyway, I took it a step further. If we got to have Mascaras on this fucking thing, I said, let's put him with Cactus Jack. Because I had seen in Memphis, Cactus did this bump, the Nesty plunge bump, where he got drop kicked and he took a flat back bump off the apron onto the concrete floor. It was the goddamnedest thing I'd ever seen. And I wouldn't want him to do it every night, but we were trying to get this guy over. And I said, I went up to him that night and he was like, Mascaras got there late. And he was just blowing Cactus off. He didn't want to do it. You know, he didn't want to talk about, when Cactus said, what do you want to do to me? He didn't want to talk about it, right? I said, can you take that bump? He said, yeah. I said, all right. So that's the way we set it up, is that Mascaras would drop kick him. And we didn't explain to everybody. Me and Cactus were the only ones that kind of knew what that bump looked like, right? So we didn't really tell anybody because I was afraid somebody'd ixnay it. We told Mascaras, you drop kick him, he takes a bump to the floor, he'll crawl back in, you hit him with the cross body, 1, 2, 3, you get your hand up, yay, boom, and Mascaras like, okay,
Happy
right?
about that, yeah.
I knew I was doing the commentary. Boom, drop kick, Cactus takes that fucking bump. We felt it in our feet back at the broadcast desk, and I screamed, Cactus Jack is dead. It was the early version of, as God is my witness, he's broken in half, right? And the people fucking blew. They'd never seen anything like that. And they heard him hit the floor. Mm-hmm. And then as he crawls back in, we're able to say, once again, look at the fucking goosebumps, seriously. we're able to say, my God, can any man, how in the world is he still living? And he crawls in and Mascaras hits the fucking very anticlimactic crossbody, boom, and 1, 2, 3, and people are like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. And then the fucking band, who was it? Whatever the band was, the guy that was the lead singer in the band that was played was J.T. Southern. He'd worked Memphis also. He was a guy that worked. And they TBS booked this band, or her, I don't know who, it wasn't even heard, but just whatever. But the deal was that the guy in the band was a wrestler and he wanted to get in on some shit also. So I said, then immediately afterwards, we're going to have Cactus Jack go over and get in a fight with the goddamn band guy. And whether he wins or loses that fight, it doesn't matter, because all the attention everybody is going to take away from this thing is that goddamn Cactus Jack is insane. And that's exactly what happened.
Now, why couldn't he make it in WCW?
Well, he did eventually through his own hard work,
Right.
despite every obstacle. And see, once again, if Flair was going to be gone in a couple weeks, and I was going to be gone shortly after that, and then he didn't have as many, supporters.
Well, at
but
this point, he does some jobs for Norman the Lunatic in the weeks after, and then he's gone.
yeah, I think that was the point where he decided to leave on his own.
Okay.
He did that a couple of times because Cactus was so smart and so confident in what he could do that when he saw, I think he did it another time on a big contract, that when he'd finally gotten a big contract, but he saw that they weren't using him right, he left and went and did Japan and whatever the fuck, until he could come back with a spot, because he would rather lose the short-term money instead of being completely devalued on television, and he was right every time. He had great instincts for that. But yeah, that clash, so the thing was blah, 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 the emergency plan. But Corpus Christi did a sellout, 3,000 people paying $30,000. The Clash did a 4.5 rating, 6.7 share, 2,425,000 homes. And the main event peaked at a 5.9 rating and nearly 4 million homes.
He actually resigns on the 22nd, but let's first do the Flying Brian thing.
Well, Rick wanted to work with Brian Pillman.
Right.
And he specifically said, I want to, he booked 2 matches on that taping session. He said, I want to work a single match on a Saturday night show with Brian Pillman, and I want me and Arn to work with Rock and Roll Express on a Sunday night show. Okay, that's what we did. And basically, let's see if I got anything, any other details I don't have here. The Saturday night show on February 17th, 1990, with Ric Flair versus Brian Pillman in the main event, did a 4.0 rating, a 7.8 share, 2,130,000 homes. It was the best rating on TBS for the Saturday night show since February 1987, 3 years. And an all-time high in viewers because of the increasing availability in cable homes. February 18th, Sunday night main event, it did a 4.4 rating, an 8.2 share, 2,324,000 homes, about 5 million viewers, because at that point, the homes, they figured about 2 viewers per home. That was the formula then. So that was about 5 million people. That's for the Sunday night TBS show. It was the best Sunday night, or the best TBS number since December 1985, at an all-time high for the Sunday program. And right here is the specific, wait a minute, where'd we go? There you go. There's the specific numbers that backs it up. This is TBS's own printout. So here's what had happened. When Ric Flair demanded to be made the booker, the previous, I guess it was August, because of the shit that the company was in, George Scott had destroyed everything. And that's the reason they fired him when he didn't promote that Flair and Steamboat match in the Superdome as a Clash of Champions, because he thought it would hurt the house shows.
Right.
He's working for the TV company, and he didn't, anyway. So then, that was the first part of April, they fired George Scott. But as everybody knows that bothers to follow this shit for any length of time, when you change bookers and you change talent and you have a switch like that, things still keep going south for a little while. They didn't hit the bottom until June. That's when there was a booking committee of, and I'm not knocking anybody on it, but it was Jim Ross and Jim Barnett and Jody Hamilton and Jim Hurd and a few other people. And June of 1989 was the bottom. June 1989, WCW Saturday Night did a 1.9 rating. On June 10th. On June 11th, the Sunday Night Main Event did a 1.1. And on June 14th, the Clash of Champions did the lowest rating ever, a 3.8. 8 months later, Ric Flair as Booker had taken Saturday night from a 1.9 to a 4, Sunday from a 1.1 to a 4.4, and the Clash from a 3.8 to fucking, yeah, so, yeah. And Jim Herd would still not leave him the fuck alone. So that's what I mean. That was the final straw that weekend when the ratings came in, and Herd still wouldn't leave him alone and was still getting under his skin and was trying to second guess everything he did, which is why he wrote this letter on February 22nd, 1990. He had called me and Kevin and told us he was going to do that. And I'm like, oh, fuck, right? I think we were the only ones that knew until we all went into the booking meeting, and Flair was the only one that was not there, but this copy of this memo was sitting on everybody's chair. I have tried very hard to make the committee work and have spent many long hours analyzing the internal turmoil and the reasons for the turmoil. This is from Ric Flair to Jim Herd. I have come to the conclusion that your interference in the planning of the committee and constant changes exercised by members of the committee without my approval is not workable. You had promised me full control and you have not kept that promise. Please accept my resignation from the committee, effective immediately, and rest assured that I will conduct myself in the same high standard that I have throughout my career. As he was not quitting as a wrestler, but just as the head booker.
Was he justified? You understand?
Yes. Yeah. If I'd have been Rick, I'd have knocked Herd out. Fucking, I would wanted to knock Herd out, and it wasn't even. He was reflecting on all of us, but it was Rick's name on it. It was Rick's reputation in the locker room, in front of the boys. See, at this point, and you can go back and we'll see there were guys on all these guaranteed contracts, and we can get to the money in a minute. It's a list of what everybody was making at that point in time. The guaranteed contracts, guys were calling in with hangnails. Say, I can't work. Right. Or guys were bitching about their spot or their money or their finish or what. There was always substitutions or no-shows, or guys weren't taking it seriously. A couple guys had substance issues. Because they respected Flair and his ability, but they all knew that Herd was an idiot and didn't know what he was doing. And conversely, they knew that the company, whether it's wrestle in tennis shoes or the ding dongs or the fucking hunchbacks, all this shit was getting around that Herd was doing. Don Glass, who booked us Easter Sunday in the Hemisphere Arena in San Antonio in a predominantly Catholic town for an afternoon show, and there was 500 people in a fucking 17,000 seat building. And the routing in the towns we were running, the boys had no confidence whatsoever in WCW as an office. Not the booking office, but just the office.
Right.
So it was, everything was always falling apart. Then Sting gets hurt. It was just, we were snake bit. But a lot of this reflected on Flair, because if the numbers weren't good, if the houses were the shits, he's the booker. He still had that old school mentality, even though most of the guys realized it wasn't his fault. He was still taking it personally, and that's why he finally said, well, how much more can we fucking do?
Right.
And you still won't shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about this. You're fucking with everything we try to do, so all right, I'll just be the champion and I'll go out and have my great match, and you find somebody else you think can do a better job and see what the fuck happens.
Who takes over for Rick as the head of the committee?
Another committee. Because before it was Ric Flair was supposed to be the booker, and as he said, he was promised control of the booker and had his assistants. Now, I think Terry was there, and poor Terry Funk, he would sit in the meetings, but he had been retired against his will. And then he neither was fish nor fowl, because Jody Hamilton was going to, since he had to sit in the office with Herd, he was not going to argue with Herd. JR was trying to do what he could, because JR kind of liked Herd as a person, but realized he didn't know shit from apple butter about what he was doing. Flair thought that the only people that he could trust were me and Kevin. Barnett was going to say whatever Herd wanted to hear, so all of a sudden Terry's in there, and we all liked Terry, but Terry couldn't even pick a side because he didn't have a side. He was just trying to do what the fuck they asked him to do. So he's sitting over there saying some really great things, but nobody's going to listen to it. So it was just a mess. You can't have a booking committee. You can have a team of writers, because writers can't fucking book wrestling anyway. So it doesn't matter whether there's 5 or 50 of them. They're going to do shit. But you have to have a booker, and you have to have a assistants that are going to follow what he says. Follow me through the fucking gates of hell without question, because that's what a booker does. If you go and watch the match, when he and Bobby go over the top rope at the same time, his arm gets hooked under the bottom rope as he's taking the bump off the apron, tore his pec. I don't think he took a day off.
Wow. How do you keep it fresh? Same territory. Here we are, like 5 years, midnights, rock and rolls. What do you have to do to make something continue to work?
At that point, and I said I was going to get into the money, because of the previous contract discussions we had had with Herd, Bobby Eaton and Stan Lane were making $2,250 a week. Tom Zink was making $3,000 a week. Jim Herd, and nothing against Tom Zink, I'd never had a crossword with him. He's a good-looking guy and a good athlete. He could work. I mean, he could have a match. He wasn't a star, wasn't never going to be a star. He didn't have it here or just whatever. He didn't have it.
Right.
But because Jim Herd paid guys who looked good versus people who could draw money and perform, it was an insult that Tom Zink was making $750 more a week than Bobby fucking Eaton, right? And Stan Lane. And so was a few other people making. Sid Vicious and Daddy Spivey were making $2,500 a piece a week, more than Bobby. Point is, whereas everybody else was no-showing or selling an injury to get time off and get that mailbox money or griping and grumbling, the Midnight and the Rock and Roll felt the same way because they came in right after that list. I don't have them on that list, but I don't think they were making any more than the Midnight, maybe not quite as much, because they were brought in by Flair and heard, wow, these guys are old news. And they do the big ratings. We channeled our animosity toward that raccoon skin capped motherfucker into going out and saying, okay, whatever we got to do, if we have to fucking, and I used to use this phrase, but now I hate to use it in wrestling. We have to light ourselves on fire, but now people do that, so I don't want to give that impression.
There was a time when that was ridiculous.
That was a time when that was ridiculous, and it was an exaggeration that you would use, but we decided we were going to go out, and no matter what we were, if we had, give us a goddamn crack in the fucking door, put us on national TV, give us a spot on pay-per-view, give us a promise, whatever, we're going to set the fucking building on fire, we're going to leave it in flames, and we're going to come back and say, follow that, motherfuckers, and they couldn't. And that was another case of it. The Rock and Roll and Midnight, there was a 4-star match, back before they gave 5, that was the 4-star match. That was, Meltzer even wrote, these guys were wrestling like their jobs depended on it. Our jobs didn't depend on it, but our pride did. And that's when I did the referee boxing with Nick Patrick, and the Rock and Roll pulled out all their old shed, and the Midnight with Double Team and whatever the fuck. But that was to basically show that, motherfucker, you may not pay us what we're worth. I was making a little more money because I guess I was on a committee, and also I was, Herd had given me, and we talked about this, I'm not going to chew my food twice on the whole 89 thing, buy the DVD. I was making $3,000 a week plus the $300 for the booking committee because Herd gave me, I wanted the same money as the boys like we always had, and I wanted all of us to make $150,000, but he stopped at like whatever $2,250 a week is for the boys, but I even said I'll accept $100,000 when his offer was $100. I said I'll accept $100, but the boys have to have $150 because they're taking the fucking bumps, right? Sure. Bobby's got a family. He wouldn't budge, but because I did commentary and did the hotline, he kept upping my offer every time he would up the boys' offer. So he gave me $50,000 that I didn't ask for. Anyway, that's how stupid he was. So we went out there to prove a point every single time. But here's the thing, even though the ratings were up, even though the talent level was up, they had done such damage, especially to the Carolinas. As soon as TBS bought the company, they pulled out most of the Carolinas' live dates. Greensboro for a pay-per-view only did $86,000. Which 2 years before that wouldn't even have been a good house show.
Yeah.
Greensboro, Starrcade, 86 did 360 whatever thousand. It did $86,000, and we got a $300 payoff and then got a $1,500 pay-per-view bonus, but this was all against our contract pay anyway. Nobody at that time was making more than their contract money because that, like, The next night we did a TV taping in Beckley, West Virginia. We got $200. A taping in Altoona, which we'll get to in a second, $275. Fort Bragg, North Carolina did $42,000. They actually gave us $250. But Amarillo, we went to Amarillo for $22,000. The houses were horrible compared to what they had been until, you know, TBS just screwed the whole thing up. So, you know, we figured we'll prove a point. That's how we kept it fresh, because if Ricky had to if his arm had come out of the socket and ripped off and the bloody stump was hanging there, he would have finished the match.
kept going.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. He was a sub for Spivey, because
Yes.
I think then Spivey got hurt. And so here was the thing, you know, everybody had high hopes for Sid because of the way he looked. I mean, you couldn't draw a guy,
Oh, yeah.
you know, that looked like that. But Spivey, the problem with Spivey had been, not only did he was huge, but he had no discernible physique, no muscular definition. He just took up space. And his work was okay for a guy that size, but he had injuries even at that point. And I guess he's had everything replaced since then. But I don't know why he had injuries. He never took any bumps. But he was working like the fucking Road Warriors. And with Sid next to him, somebody has to sell. Somebody has to be vulnerable. Somebody has to just have a match with the baby faces. Later on, when they had the skyscrapers with the dudes, when it was actually Sid and, it was earlier, it was Sid and Spivey, the previous fall. And they put him with Johnny Ace and Shane Douglas. They just ate those fucking guys up, right? And, you know, I knew they weren't going to listen to me. So I went to Ole, because that's when Ole was starting to agent. I said, Ole, can you talk to, and he knew Spivey. I said, can you talk to these fucking guys? Because, you know, they've got to figure out a way to have a match, you know, with guys that we're trying to use. So Ole gets Shane Douglas, Johnny Ace, Spivey, Sid, they're all together. Of course, I'm there because I was at the time was in the dudes' corner. That's when we were doing the thing with the dudes in the midnight. And of course, afterwards, Spivey knew who stooged on him and everything. But Ole says, all right, guys, he said, Danny, I'm looking at you and I'm looking at Johnny Ace. I only see 2 or 3 inches difference in about 30 pounds. So, you know, what the well, you would have thought he'd sodomized Spivey's fucking mother as soon as he illustrated that Johnny Ace, who was actually fucking the Road Warrior's brother, an animal and fucking Hawk, either one could have goddamn picked her teeth with Danny Spivey. But that he was so insulted by that he should sell for either one of these two fucks. And after they all agreed to it, right? And then Ole walks off and everybody shakes hands. I went to shake Spivey's hand and he just looked at me and walked off. So I'd just like to say to you now, Danny, I've never seen you since then because you're nobody, nowhere, but fuck you just for being a fucking prick to everybody you were working with at that point in time because you thought you were goddamn Superman and the matches fucking stunk.
Let's talk Teddy Long for a minute. Now he's paired with Doom. What do you think of
that? That was the magic thing, because once again, Teddy at that time had just started managing. Teddy had refereed, and you know Teddy's story. He worked on the road with James Brown, and he had been a radio guy, and he could talk, and he was funny and entertaining. And with the skyscrapers, they weren't going to listen to anything he said, and it wasn't a match. But with Ron and Butch, you know, they all got along. They were friendly with each other, and plus you had Butch was a veteran and Ron was a hoss, and they wanted to get over, and so that was a much better pairing, and they had good matches with guys, and they I can't say anybody drew money necessarily at this point, but that was a much better usage of Teddy and a much better team all the way around.
This doesn't do Mike any favors whatsoever,
No,
right? I mean, this is more kid-friendly stuff that
I think so because, Rick was gone. I certainly didn't come up with it. I don't know. I don't actually. I have not committed to memory after 27 years where Captain Mike Rotunda came from. I had no problem with Mike Rotunda as a talent, but as the captain of a ship with the yachting cap that I used in my rookie year, you know, to get heat. And you know, and he came out to the music, the Romantics, who were Midnight Express fans, by the way. That's what I like about you. You really tell me. I don't know what the fuck it was.
Yeah,
I don't.
makes
It was
sense.
all over the page. I don't know what the fuck it was. And then they stopped. At least in that case, when they stopped using commercial music, it was a boon.
Well, clearly someone was a
everything.
big Gilligan's Island fan working on the booking committee. You know, Mike's a guy that did heel and baby face back and forth. Was he a better heel or a face?
I think I enjoyed him in the Varsity Club. I think he probably was a better heel, although he and Barry Windham were a good team as baby faces. But Mike was a legitimate amateur wrestler and a good talent and could work, and they never found the one thing that would make Mike Rotunda himself be a star. You know, he was in a couple of good tag teams and a couple of good groups, but it just maybe it wasn't meant for him to be a single. I don't know. This illustrates, and it's not just because I'm in it, but I can tell a story firsthand, but this illustrates how you couldn't fucking get anything accomplished with the talent that you knew could get over and you wanted to use. Flair, thank you very much. Flair had already said we all thought Brian Pillman was going to be a star, right? And that's why he wanted to work with Brian Pillman on that show that did a tremendous rating just a few weeks previous. And he, at one point, had thought of working a long-term singles program with Brian, but Brian needed to be ready because he hadn't been there long, and he wasn't really over as a top guy. Mm-hmm. And I sat down with him right about the time. As a matter of fact, this show was probably written right before Flair quit because we taped it a week later or whatever. I sat down with Rick. I said, Rick, all these fucking guys, all the programs we try to start, somebody has a problem, or Sid gets hurt, or Spivey gets hurt, or somebody no-shows or whatever. Give us Pillman. We'll get him the fuck over. And I'm not saying that Brian, we had to lead him around like a child, but that's you took established talent and you used them to get new talent over. I said, give us Brian Pillman and we'll get him over, and then we'll hand him off to you, and you do your fucking thing like you did with Sting, and you make him a fucking star. Rick said, okay, yes. How do you get a babyface over? You find a weakness or an Achilles heel, and the heel wrestlers exploit that weakness surreptitiously with criminal methods and fucking do him wrong, and then the babyface has to fight using his guts and his courage and his superior intellect and his never say die attitude, and he overcomes the insurmountable odds and gets his revenge, right? I found out that, you know, the scar that Brian had on his throat and his raspy voice. Brian Pillman was born with a rare form of some kind of throat cancer. And by the time he was 3 years old, he had 24 operations on his throat, which is what left that scar and led to the raspy voice. And I said, what? Because I said, we're going to get some death threats with this. I want to get more death threats than we got when we set Ronnie Garvin's face on fire, right? That's why in Altoona that night we had a simple match with Brian Pillman and Z-Man. I think it was for the U.S. tag title at that point. Mm-hmm. And in the match, at the end of the match, all kind of shit breaks loose. And you know the Midnight Express Vegematic, where Stan lays the guy out in the bear hug and Bobby came off the top with the leg drop. Mm-hmm. I fucking put my racket on Pillman's throat. Bobby does the leg drop. Pillman sells it like crazy. Then we have a bunch of people panic running in, and it was an old Mid-South or Memphis angle where guys are running in and we're hitting them with the racket. We're nailing them off. We're playing King of the Hill. We're trying to get some fucking fans to come in. I wanted some people to fucking hit and help, right? Because we got to have some fucking chaos here. I want an element of danger. I want to make people think that Brian Pillman is fucked. And then the story was going to be that we had re-injured and re-damaged the restorative surgery that had been done to him as a child, and that he, as a result, may never speak normally again and may have to undergo all that shit again. And we even did interviews. This was why I called it the Phantom Angle, because this shit didn't air, and I'll tell you why in a second. We did interviews with Brian unable to talk, doing this. And Zink having to talk for him, which that was only going to be temporary, but the whole thing was Brian's voice and what we had done to him, and we were going to run this program because Flair knew that Midnight wasn't going anywhere, and we could count on us. we were going to run this whole fucking angle where we had these return grudge matches with Pillman and Zink over the U.S. Tag Team title, culminating with a big blow-off where if they won, then Brian would be able to get his hands on me or whatever, the old 5-minute deal. And in my mind originally, before that match would happen, we would bombard fucking Zink and put him out of the picture. So now Pillman has no partner. So, I guess that match ain't going to happen. You ain't going to get your revenge. And Pillman would insist on fighting both the members of the Midnight Express rather than give up his chance. And he would beat both members of the Midnight Express in a handicap match and then jerk me in and beat the shit out of me and beat me. So in one night, in one match, Brian Pillman, this new up-and-coming star, would beat one of the most decorated tag teams in NWA history, former World Tag Team Champions, both of them by himself, and then kick the shit out of me. And then, here you go, Rick. Now you take him and do the Sting Clash of Champions thing. That's the way you make a fucking star, by the way. Guess what happened? After we tape all that shit, and you get started with the stuff that was scheduled to air on the formats that Rick, as Booker, had blessed and that we had written, we go in the next week in the committee meeting, and Barnett says, well, we're not going to do that. What? I think it will make Brian look weak. What if we want to do the thing with the throat, we can do it with top guys. So basically, he had, like that, saying Midnight Express weren't top guys. And it was because Herd had, I don't know, somewhere or another, either he was saying what Herd wanted to fucking hear, or Jim was enamored of Brian, or whatever the fuck. But they let the angle run, but they took out the whole throat injury thing, and just fucking everything was normal from then on out. And Barnett looked at me and said, if it doesn't draw, blame me. And I told him, I think about 6 months later, Jim, it didn't draw, and I blame you. Right? So at that point, that's when I'm starting to percolate about I got to get out of here too, just like Rick did. But that was, you got all these things they're doing to try to get some of these fucking schlubs over that we'll get to later on in the year, and giving them fucking all this money and everything, and a guy like Brian Pillman, we're letting him do everything but sodomize us with rusty fishing knives to get him over, and they ixnayed it and even took back some of the shit that was taped. Because Herd didn't like the Midnight Express and me, Barnett liked Pillman. I've never got a suitable explanation, but it will make him look weak. He knew better than that. He'd been in the business for 30 years. He invented the fucking wrestling business. He was Herd's hitman in that. Herd didn't want us, because our contracts also were coming up in April, and Herd didn't want us in a main event position.
Well, I was going to say, because it was you guys is the reason.
Yes, and also because he was trying to, when we get to May, he was trying to split the Midnight up, and didn't even want to re-sign them, and he knew our contracts were up in April, and because Herd was, in kind of a way, he's kind of like Heyman. He always thought there was an ulterior motive to something. Instead of us trying to get Brian Pillman over, he thought we were trying to get ourselves over when contract came up so we could hold him up for more money. That's the only reason that's the only thing I've ever been able to figure.
In helping Brian and helping Rick.
Well, because it's putting us on TV, and Herd is not smart to the wrestling business. He just thought it was, we're putting ourselves on TV because we're on the booking
They're
committee.
going to be beat by one guy.
Well, he didn't even get that far. We didn't even make it past the goddamn angle.
Silly.
Well, he'd promised the belt to Sting, and he thought Sting would be the guy. He thought Sting should be the guy. And Lex was a better heel, to be honest, I think. And at that time, since he had just quit as the booker, Ric Flair wanted to get away from Jim Herd, basically. And he saw that this was not going to get any better. It was probably going to get worse. And so he wanted to go up north. And Herd wouldn't let him out of his contract, and so Flair said, all right, you don't let me out of my contract, what are you going to do? Find somebody that's going to fucking take it, because I ain't going to drop it.
This must have happened last minute, right? Because a whole camera crew's flown in. This is at the UIC Pavilion in Chicago, so
Well,
they're there to capture something.
It happened last minute because Herd had the camera crew and all that other shit go up without bothering to get Flair to say yes first. Flair sees all these fucking people walking in, and what the fuck? Well, we need you to drop the bed. Fuck you. And that's another thing. And they did it to us later on this year. In those days, you gave a champion of any major promotion, the respect of when it was time for them to drop the belt, you told them in advance, you told them what you wanted to do, you got their input, you gave them the date. I mean, Vince Sr., remember, he gave Billy Graham the date he was going to win the belt and the date he was going to lose it a year and a half later or whatever. And, you know, can you imagine Ric Flair when in Chicago? They had fucking Flair sees the goddamn camera crew walking in, and what's that? Well, then we need you to drop the belt. Fuck you. He said, you let me out of the fucking contract, I'll drop the fucking belt. Right. Otherwise, if I'm going to be here, I'm going to be the fucking champion, and I'm going to fucking do the business I want to do with Sting as soon as he's ready.
Does Lex have anything to say? Is he disappointed? Not that it matters, but...
You know, at that point, I hate to put words in people's mouth. What is it when at the hearing? I hate to project onto the... But at that point, I don't think Lex gave a shit whether he was champion or not. I don't think he wanted to be the champion because then it would be his fault that all the houses sucked in everybody's mind. So I think he probably was like,
yeah,
I'm just over here. I'll do whatever the fuck you want. He wasn't going to argue. He wasn't going to argue with Ric Flair.
Talk to me about Wayne and Mike, the Minnesota Wrecking Crew 2. The gimmicks, the masks. I mean, is this a rush job? What's
yeah.
Not much time put into this one.
Well, Arn was hurt, right? Arn got hurt.
He's recovering, yeah.
Yeah, basically it was, who the fuck are we going to put against the Steiners? Because it was, and that was another angle that we had that, when I said that everybody was getting hurt or holding up or whatever the fuck, and the only angles that stayed consistent from start to finish were the Midnights. So that was another situation where all of a sudden now we got nobody to work with the Steiners.
Right.
So let's get these two guys and put them under masks. And
they were the current AWA champs at the time. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but that was
that happen?
That was like being the nicest guy in prison at that point in time. No, it was 1990.
1990, you're right.
I mean, it was 1990 in the AWA. Those guys were working for ham sandwiches and a fucking Coke. And, but that's why as a concession to not, make Vern and his whole territory look like shit, they put him under masks.
Right.
Anybody that comes out of a box gets over.
Did this guy really say anything that comes out of a box gets over? I remember someone recounting that story.
I did. I said that. And it's true. If you go back through history, and especially since Abby at that point in time had not been on TBS television in probably, what was the last time he worked for Crockett? 85? So 4 or 5 years. And who would expect that? And nobody looked like Abdullah the Butcher. No human being walking the planet looked like Abdullah the Butcher. And he had a history, and people could buy him. His shit was very believable, especially, sometimes when you worked with him. And that was JR's deal. It was not mine. I love people coming out of a box, but that was JR shepherded that Abbey thing because he had faith in Abdullah the Butcher's aura. He wasn't there for 3 years. He wasn't going to have long programs with Ricky Steamboat or whatever.
And he's only there a couple of weeks.
To make an impact and dress up the TV show.
But as a face.
Because, once again, theoretically, if Kevin Sullivan who's in Kevin's group at that point? What the fuck? Who we got here? I got formats, contracts, booking sheets. Point is, Kevin works well with freaks. He just does.
Yeah.
And it's the flavor of things. So when Kevin has this fucking group, here comes it was Cactus. Yeah,
he's Cactus,
because Cactus is now buddied up with Kevin because Kevin won't take Cactus under his wing, help get Cactus over, and Cactus had an affection for Abby. They could all work well together. But here comes Abdullah the Butcher as an impact because if the heels have any heat, if a heel has any heat, then the people want to see somebody that's more evil, more nasty, bigger, stronger, dirtier, more bloodthirsty. Give the heel a taste of their own fucking medicine for a couple weeks. It wasn't like we were going to goddamn, like when George Scott came in and signed the Iron Sheik to a 2-year contract. that he worked 3 months of, and then they sent him home and then forgot to fucking send him his notice, and it rolled over for a second year. He made more per match than fucking Flair did.
You're a purist.
Yes.
And there's Norman the Lunatic with the beanie and the propeller, and Abby's in this now. What are we doing?
Well,
Do we shit on the legacy of Abdullah the Butcher? I mean, you know, there's the Sheik.
No,
and,
Abby didn't.
and there's
Abby
and
didn't
now
come
he's-
out. Abby didn't come out speaking normally, and suddenly having gone to college, and you know, and trying to get kids to fucking eat right and stay off drugs. He came out as the madman from the Sudan that's now going to give that fucking nasty Kevin Sullivan a taste of his own medicine for a couple weeks, and maybe he'll get some ratings.
Take me through the contract issues you're having, and what are the negotiations like now?
Well, basically, at that, I believe that was the time, and I'd have to read my book here real quick, but I came in with a stack of papers. Imagine that. Here's the ratings. Here's the numbers. Every time Bobby Eaton's in a main event with Ric Flair, it's the highest rated show of the month. Every time the Midnight Express is on the show, by the way, we haven't missed anything. We're the only ones that haven't missed any dates, that have consistently performed. Everybody raves about the matches. They tear the house down. All the statistics and all the facts. Herd's response was he wanted to make me an announcer, sign Bobby Eaton to a contract for less money, and put Stan on a per week verbal deal, and split them up as a team. You can imagine what my response was to Jim Herd. That's when, as the time JR told me in a corner one time, he said, well, because he every once in a while would tell me what Herd said behind my back when I wasn't there. Herd said, talking about me in the Midnight, said, I haven't seen such loyalty since Korea. I was not interested in breaking up the greatest performing tag team at that time in the business. I was not interested in not managing them, and I was not interested actually, and if that was the case, in working for WCW anymore. We would do something else, whatever that else may be. And as a matter of fact, when was it? It was February 11th in Knoxville, Tennessee. We had a match with the Rock and Roll Express, did $37,000. It was 4,000 people. That's when I said, Knoxville, these people are still coming. This is one of the only good houses we've done in I don't know how long, and they love wrestling. There could be a territory here. So in the back of my mind, I had, as soon as I can get the fuck out of here, right? Because I'd already met Rick Rubin.
Right.
So I was just, at this point, I was marking the time off on, on the contract and everything, right? Because I wasn't going to turn down 150 grand yet. So anyway, that was the negotiation, and I was like, fuck, we ain't going to get anywhere with this fucking guy, so tell you what, we're probably going to be done. But then I talked to Rick. I said, wait a minute. How about this? Because the Four Horsemen was two, because Ole was
Right.
in the office, and reluctantly at that, and wasn't going to wrestle anymore, so it was Flair and Arn. We had nobody else. The roster was coming and going, and as you can see, starting to go to shit. I said, all right, how about if we put everybody in the place they want? I will retire as a manager, and I'll just do the announcing on TBS. Sign Bobby Eaton and Stan Lane to another contract for the same terms, and we will make them the other two of the Four Horsemen. And Flair was all over this because woman would use her womanly wiles to make this negotiation. Mm-hmm. That way, the Horsemen could be restored to at least where not only were the Horsemen best friends in real life and a great group, but also they were known as being the best working in-ring heels in the company. That's what made the Horsemen. Mm-hmm. So now you've got the four best in-ring working heels, again, as a group of horsemen. And the Midnight Express has a pedigree. It's not like we put two schlubs in the fucking Horsemen. They've been World Tag Team Champions, U.S. Tag Team Champions. He gets Bobby and Stan another contract. He gives Herd what he wants, which is, for whatever reason, to just break us apart. And it benefits the company and the product. It benefits the boys, and then we can last out our contract, is what I'm thinking. The next one we sign in April, and then wherever the fuck we go, we go. Because I was in the back of my mind, I thought, Herd can't last forever because nobody can fuck shit up like this bad. Because, I mean, shit's dropping like fucking flies, you know, everywhere. So I'm thinking maybe if we stay a year like George Scott, we'll outlast Herd.
Well, the committee approves this.
Yes.
Why does Herd not?
He did. More on that. Hold on here. Okay, the negotiations I had were after the March 13th TV taping. Or during that period of time, because on March 14th, I went to Hawaii with my wife at the time. And I was gone because I had to get away from these fucking people. And I was gone until March 22nd. I came back in Toledo, Ohio. I had gone to Hawaii. This was the deal that we had made. And then we were going to re-sign the contracts. Everybody's going to be happy. And we'd already, and this show was written. I get back from Hawaii, and JR is at the show, and he says, Jim, I need to talk to you. What's the matter? He said, Herd's decided not to do the deal. I said, what are you talking about? He said, he changed his mind. He doesn't think the Midnight should be members of the Horsemen. So he's not going to do it. And I'm still a member of the booking committee at this point, right?
Not for long, but yes.
Exactly, for about another 13 seconds.
Exactly.
Because I said, this is fucking it. This is fucking it. He said, no, he said, because, JR's always tries to be diplomatic and professional. He says, Corny, he says, come to the booking meeting in Chicago on the 23rd, I believe it was, at the airport somewhere, and before our show, and plead your case. I said, JR, let me tell you something. And this is I swear to God, I remember this better than I remember anything in my life. I said, I'm not coming to that booking meeting tomorrow or ever, because if I do, I will plead my case by taking these two fingers and putting them 2 knuckles deep in Jim Herd's eye sockets. I quit the booking committee, and when our contract is up here in 4 or 5 weeks or whenever it is, we're done. We'll be out of the way, and that motherfucker can take this company and shove it up his fucking ass, and it'll rot. It'll rot there, like bad beef in his fucking colon, right? And that's exactly what I did. And by the way, if you'll notice, when I get my payoff, no, you know what? It was Canton, Ohio at the taping. There was Canton, Ohio, not Toledo. I knew it was Ohio, but we came back and worked this weekend.
Yeah, the handwriting gets more maniacal.
We came back and worked this weekend, St. Louis and Baltimore and Johnstown, and then in Canton, Ohio. That's when he told me. I knew it was Canton. But anyway, if you will notice, the next time that I get a booking committee, remember I was supposed to get $300 a week? Yeah. And they paid you every 2 weeks then on your contract and everything. So like we were getting these drizzly payoffs, like Philadelphia, April 7th, did $40,000. That wasn't even 4,000 people in Philadelphia. We got a $250 payoff. Atlanta, I didn't even have the house recorded. It was so shitty. Our contract payment for the 2 weeks, which basically made up what we were supposed to be making from the payoffs, was $2,869, but the booking committee fee, $128.58. He prorated it. He didn't even give me the whole week. He prorated from the last period until the 2 or 3 days or whatever it was that I said, fuck you, and quit it. So I got $128.58. That was my last booking committee payoff. But at any rate, and we're working every night now, by the way. We still have never missed a fucking match. We're working with Brian and Zink, but just regular matches and, doing a finish or whatever. They're winning almost every night. So it's basically when he told me that, yes, arriving at the taping, I said, it's in the book. I should have read my own book. Herd vetoed everything. I worked the tapings that night. I did color on both shows. So anyway, at the booking committee meeting, which was on fucking 28th and, before Harrisonburg, Virginia, after the TV, they all flew to Atlanta and did the booking committee meeting. So we go to Hampton, Virginia. I stay on the road. We go to Hampton, Virginia on March 29th. We walk in the Hampton Coliseum, and there's Wahoo, because Wahoo now is one of the agents.
Okay.
And they put him on the committee also. We passed in the night. I loved Wahoo, but we didn't even get a chance to work together because he started right as I quit. He told us, he said, boys, we had a meeting in Atlanta today, And every single one of us overruled Herd. Jim Ross and myself and whoever else was on the committee. Everybody said that he should renew you guys. And so you're renewed at the same terms for another year. And I pitched my fucking bag of and Stan Lane football kicked his goddamn suitcase and his gun. And of course Bobby never gets mad and he just sat down. And Wahoo's like, what the
Thanks, Wahoo.
I said, Wahoo, I said, we were wanting to fucking leave. We couldn't wait to get the fuck out of this goddamn zoo. He had never seen anybody be greeted with, we've all got you 6-figure contracts guaranteed for another year and we're fucking pissed, right? So that was one of the worst days of my fucking life.
Does Eddie, when he's in WCW, is he suggesting things like that, creative ideas, or is he just one of the rank and file?
Here's the problem. And I loved Eddie. He's a month older. He was a month older than I was. And we grew up, we were photographers together. He was down on the Memphis end. I was in the Louisville end. We used to keep in touch. When he first got into business, he loved his dad. He first started as Tommy Gilbert Jr. And he wanted to be just like his dad, and he grew up wanting to be like Jerry Lawler. And it's sometimes to his detriment. He did a little too much of it, even like in Philadelphia. He was trying to be the king and et cetera in Eastern Championship Wrestling. But Eddie was a great worker, great promo. He had two problems. He wasn't as big physically as his talent was, and secondly, he had that car wreck, fucked his neck up early in the WWF, and it never... If you notice the way he took bumps and the way he sold, he never had full motion and it caused him problems with, different things. But he had been on the committee the previous summer, and I replaced him. And I'd never had a booking job at all, right? So it's not like I'm just going to say, well, I'd like that spot. He got sideways with Flair, because they ran a show in Memphis, and it was Eddie Gilbert versus Ron Simmons. And when you look at it, Eddie's 6 feet tall maybe, and 215 pounds, and there's Ron fucking Simmons. And Flair he thought Ron Simmons was a hoss, and he wanted to use him. And when Flair had just taken the book, they have the show in Memphis, Flair wasn't there, but Eddie, as a member of the committee, had the finishes. And the story I got was basically that Eddie thought that, well, he's got Ron Simmons beating me in Memphis. This has to be some kind of mistake, because it's Eddie Gilbert and it's Memphis. Mm-hmm. And Flair didn't give a fuck about Memphis because he never watched Memphis wrestling, and I love Memphis wrestling. And I didn't have a dog in that fight. I wasn't even there, as Davey would say. It was Owen. I wasn't even there. Eddie changed the finish, and Flair heard about it. And that's when Flair had called me, and it was like August or whatever, and said, do you want to be on the booking committee? I said, God, oh my God, does Pope shit in the woods? And I said, Rick, I'll do anything for you, right? And he said, the other guy, he always said, whenever he didn't want to mention somebody's name, he was pissed at, he'd call him the other guy.
That's
the other guy,
defacing someone.
There's going to be an opening pretty soon, because the other guy's not with me. He's not loyal, he's not on the bandwagon, whatever the fuck. So the reason I'm telling this is because Eddie had one time told a story, and I'm sure he remembered it that way, and I'm sure he was pissed off about it. But he had told the story that he walked in the booking committee meeting one time and I was sitting in his chair. And that's the way he found out about it. That was not true. For one thing, we didn't have assigned seating. And for another thing, Rick asked me if I wanted to be on it and said, keep it under your hat and don't say anything, and I got to do some things first. And Rick arranged to put Eddie off the committee and then brought me on. So it wasn't a situation where I didn't replace Eddie. I came on, he went off, but it was unrelated. So I just wanted to clear that up. But so since then, he had been it's awfully hard to go from being in a booking position to being one of the boys. And especially when Eddie knew he could book fucking wrestling, and he could get a lot out of a little, and he was frustrated. He was as frustrated, probably, or more frustrated as we were. We knew we could perform better. He knew he could book things differently, is the way he saw it, so he pretty much wanted to get the fuck out of there too. Horseman to ring, Sting at ringside, close, cover shot of ring as wrestlers attend to Sting and Luger. So
they don't even make mention in the format.
no, because then somebody, if it was a surprise, somebody would have seen it.
Well, the match was Flair, Luger, and then Wyndham was the surprise run-in at the end.
All right.
Ah, well then in that case, it was a last minute deal.
Interesting.
See, here's another thing, and you'll see this on the video when you B-roll. These formats are not like this fucking hokey horseshit that you see leaked on the internet now, where the format for Raw even when it was a 2-hour show, is 13 fucking pages. This was the 1-hour show, this page.
Right.
Because you had the matches and the interviews, and if you're going to go to the announce desk or whatever, that's all we put on paper.
You guys did the rest.
Because if you put the shit on paper that would indicate that this shit isn't real, and somebody's got the paper, then they would know that the shit wasn't real. So you didn't write finishes down, shit maybe. And this was actually pushed it a little bit. Cover shot of ring as wrestlers attend to Sting and Luger. That would allude to there was some reason to be attended to. So even that, sometimes that comment wouldn't have gotten by a year or two previously. And this was, we did the rest verbally. You sat everybody down and you fucking told them what was going to go on. And the director kind of knew sometimes, and the cameramen didn't need to know, because if it's happening in front of them and they don't fucking shoot it, get new cameramen. The blank spots were for job guys to be filled in, because you basically, here's the list of pre-tapes once again, that would happen. That on the different shows, and what we needed. And then here is the order of live events for the entire night, so that you could put this on the wall. We would fill the job guys in. Since I was not on the booking committee anymore, I didn't fill these job guys in. But you'd fill the job guys in and you put that on the wall, and that way everybody would know when they were up. And otherwise, here's the format for the NWA Power Hour. That was a Friday night TBS show. Louisville Slugger with guest Lex Luger. Luger discusses cage match for world title versus Flair at Capitol Combat Saturday, May 19th. That was the script.
That was it. So everything discussed would then come from you guys entirely.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
because if you put it on paper, somebody might get it, and then that proves the shit's fake. This was high-tech wrestling formats at the time, because a lot of times, most territories didn't want to put this much on paper. Because even if this shit was found, people could insinuate that there were, things going on. And there's the set close with Jim Ross and Gordon Soley, and that's the bullet points that the announcers would talk about. And then everything else was gone over verbally with the guys as they sat down. Here's this is the NWA main event. This was kind of a kabuki-ish type of format, because there was two main events at that time. There was the TBS main event and the syndication main event. And the commercial breaks were slightly different. Even though most stuff was the same, you would put maybe a few other pre-taped interviews in, so that was a double format show. See this, the total runtime, 54:50, total runtime 58:57.
With the commercial minutes.
Commercial 14:20, 14:12, show 40:30, 44:45. And, and there's syndication. Here's center stage. Here's what the job guys filled in.
So you'd have them blank when this was typed.
Yeah, and because you didn't know who was going to show up.
Right.
It's fucking job guys. And then, once again, there's your matches. There's the bullet points over there with the towns that are coming up. Plug the Power Hour Friday night. Here's what's on the main event tomorrow. Just because one piece of paper, the announcers can look down at the desk and refer to that and see exactly where they are. And the reason why I like this also is because it starts at the top and finishes at the bottom. So instantly, if I'm calling this wrestling match in the middle of the ring and it's in segment 3, then I could look down segment 4. Okay, that's next, boom, boom, and I see it. And it's like drawing a picture of the show as it's going to air, as it happens. If you've got all this goddamn gaga and all this stuff that's going to go on, and most people don't need to know that shit anyway. And if you have it written down where there's one segment is this much writing, it just on a glance, how are you going to look down and go, wait a minute, where the fuck we at?
Right.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Gotcha.
So anyway,
Excellent.
Wyndham came in as a surprise. And there's the Capital Combat typed out format for May 19th, which we'll get to here shortly, I bet you.
So his coming back is the brainchild of whom?
Whoever was able to make at that point in time, JR was probably the lead on the committee at that point, because this was probably right before Herd made Ole the guy. So it was just, once again, is talent available? I can't remember whether Barry had just been in the WWF and had left there, or whether he'd been off for a while. I know he was injured at one point there during that period of time. That had been the fall of '89. Kendall Windham was working with us at the time, doing some underneath matches. And I got a call from Kendall saying, well, not going to be able to make the shows because me and my dad got popped with some counterfeit money. And I said, what? And at the time, bless him, Kendall said, well, we worked an independent show and the guy paid us in counterfeit money. Well, come to find out, it was like $2 million in counterfeit money. So I said, Kendall, next time I saw him, I said, Kendall, what'd you fucking sell out the Orange Bowl to get that payoff? What the fuck? So, since I was the only member of the committee that, for whatever reason, I wasn't on the road that day, they got me from the office, or he got me on the phone at home, and I called the office, and I said, take out Kendall Windham on these cards, and put in whoever's not working, whatever. So the next time we have the fucking booking meeting, Herd starts off on a rant, and I'm going to tell you what, we're going to stop having all these card changes and all these substitutions. And I'm looking at you, Cornette, when I say that. I said, what are you talking about? He said, well, you just changed the cards. I said, the fucking guy's in jail. What do you want me to do, bake a cake with a fucking file in it? And he's yelling at me because I took the guy off the cards that's fucking in jail. You motherfucker. So anyway, yeah, so that was, so Barry coming back, Barry, at, primo worker, at 2 years previously, 3 years previously, he'd been the best in-ring talent in the business. Mm-hmm. So, we got Barry Windham back. And Tony Schiavone. I told Tony, when Tony came in, he had a book, the big book, just like Vince, uses for the booking book, and he had all his paperwork together, and he had all his pens and everything, and he was ready to go to work. He'd gone up to this big company, seen how they did it, and he's going to come down and he's going to make a difference. I said, Tony, in 2 months, your hair will be falling out and you will hate the wrestling business. And the prophecy came true. And he has recently said that leaving the WWF was the worst mistake he ever made in his life.
Now, how about JR? I mean, was there tension between the two of them still at this point?
I don't know, and once again, I don't want to read either guy's mind. I didn't sit down. I'd known Tony since we started working for Crockett, and I'd known JR before that, so I didn't sit down and ask either one of them if there was heat, and I don't think there was on JR's position. I think also, at the same time, once again, Herd probably, instead of looking at Tony Schiavone like he's over with our audience, he's been on TBS before, he knows the guys in the NWA style, I think he was just thinking, we stole somebody from the WWF, so that'll be a big deal. That was the last thing we wanted to do was do anything like the WWF. We should have been different, and Herd continued to try to do everything like the WWF and fail miserably. Listen to this loop. They sent us, starting May 4th, Boston, Massachusetts, right? And Bobby loses to Johnny Ace. And Stan beats Dutch in a single match with a small package. It wasn't in the Boston Garden. It was in this goddamn college gym that we couldn't hardly even find. We had to stop a cop and ask him how to get to this thing. And actually, I got trapped. Dutch was in the back seat. And I started to make an illegal left turn to get in the back of this fucking college gym parking lot. And I didn't know the Boston thing because I wasn't really New England savvy. And I'm straddling a fucking train track in the median of this road in the middle of town is train tracks. Yeah. And as I'm trying to turn, here comes a fucking train. And Dutch is trying to get the goddamn seatbelt. He's, oh, Jesus Christ, he's stuck. And I hit the fucking gas and off we go. So we almost got run down and killed. Then the next day, we are off but we can't go home because the next day we're in Fredericton, New Brunswick. So here's what happened here. We go and have this horrible show where the boys are in 2 single matches and underneath matches. And then we're sitting in what was the hotel in Boston? It was like a Super 8, only not as nice. Stan cracks up. And the mirror cracks, right? Stan says, fuck it. He goes to the airport, gets on a plane, flies home. The first time the Midnight Express has got the disease that everybody else had, right? So he called us and told us, he said, I'm going home. Oh, fuck, all right. And at that point, I think he intended never to come back. But he went home. So we go to Fredericton, New Brunswick. It's Bobby Eaton and Kevin Sullivan against the Road Warriors. Guess who won that fucking match? Then we go to St. John, New Brunswick. Now, Fredericton, we got a $200 payoff. I think there may have been 300 people there, right? In St. John, we're driving a rental car, and I'm sick as a dog, but now I can't go home. I mean, I've literally 103-degree fever, and I had to go to the doctor and get antibiotics in the next few days, but I can't go home because Stan already has. And in fact, I can't leave Bobby up there alone, and Dutch is traveling with us, and he's fucking miserable. So we're all fucking sick and miserable and everything. We drive to St. John, and there's a huge line of people outside the building. And our hotel is right across the street, so we're thinking, fine, at least we'll have a good house. So we fucking see this headline from the newspaper, Wrestling Card Gassed. Please shoot that, Wrestling Card Gassed. We get our bags and we leave the hotel and we're walking across the fucking street, right? And we see David Crockett, and David Crockett's waving like this. Go back, go back. What are you talking about? It's a hockey arena. There's an ammonia leak from the ice freezing apparatus. And there's ammonia in the entire arena. You go in, your eyes water. They've got big industrial fans. They're trying to fucking blow the... So they said, we're keeping the people out here. Just go back, come back in 30 minutes. We go back in 30 minutes, and we go in the building, and as soon as you walked in, your eyes watered and your nose started to fucking melt. And Bobby goes in the locker room and sets his bag down, starts taking his shoes off. I said, Bobby, fuck, we got to get out of here. It's going to kill us. Well, corny. We got a crowd, you know. So they canceled the show. The only good house we had, they had to cancel the show. And this was the new headline in the newspaper next day, Wrestling Card Gassed. I said it was a mercy killing, right? So the next day, we go to Halifax, Nova Scotia, and now I'm just down to Bobby, and he puts Animal over, because I think then Hawk had left and gone somewhere, because he was cracking up. And then finally we come back to Syracuse, where I went to the commission doctor, got some antibiotics, because I was about to have to go to the hospital. He said, you're days away from fucking pneumonia and death. And actually, I think Stan came back. We talked Stan into coming back because we beat Johnny Ace and Johnny Stewart, because Shane Douglas somehow he was either hurt or cracked up or whatever. Then we go to Rochester, then Saginaw, then Detroit, then Chicago. Okay, so now bear in mind, we left home. I'm building to something here. Bear with me. We left home on Friday, May 4th. And we went through that whole goddamn thing, a day off in Boston, the cancellation, all these fucking horrible shows. It's a week and 3 days later, we go to Indianapolis for TV on May 14th. We have gone through all this shit, and we haven't been home and fucking seen our families in 10 days. And we walk in, and Herd comes, because it's a TV taping, and he walks down the hallway, and there's me and Bobby and Stan coming in. He's coming this way, and he's got a fucking manila envelope in his hand. It's our new contracts that he'd agreed to, that the agents overruled him on, right? He hands them to me. He said, you know what he says when he hands me our new contracts? He said, you know I was against this. I said, motherfucker, so were we.
So let's tear this up and go home.
So were we. And I swear, if Bobby Eaton hadn't had 3 children, not only would we have torn the contracts up, I believe at that point Stan was even going to just fucking punch. And Stan, we know from that lawsuit in Beckley, one shot will crush your fucking orbital socket. So that's the way Herd was treating the employees. And then we went back to Battle Creek, Michigan, and Dayton, Ohio, before 2 weeks later, we got to go home. That shit.
No, that was a grind.
Fucking
that was
prick. So they've revamped this fucking Glow Wrestling.
What was your opinion of Glow at the time? I got to know.
Well, my opinion of the revival of Glow Wrestling is what Dennis Miller once said about the reunification of East and West fucking Germany. I didn't enjoy their previous work, and I'm not anxious to see the new stuff. It was a goddamn joke, embarrassment, hoo-ha, cartoon fucking wrestling, even though it was girls, and it wasn't meant to be taken seriously. It was obviously phony fucking wrestling at a time where real wrestling was not supposed to look phony. And as soon as I saw it, it gave me fucking sour belches, and I was horrified that they would show it on TV.
Is it possible that, I'm just going to take devil's advocate here, Glow was a sitcom about something serious, not unlike maybe, what was that show about football? The First and 10 that was on HBO, the comedy show about...
Sitcoms are funny. This was just bad. It wasn't funny. It just made wrestling look bad and made TV look bad. I don't know. Whatever it could be.
I think it wasn't
made look
supposed
bad.
to be wrestling. I think it was supposed to be...
Then they should have stayed out of the fucking ring.
Okay, very good.
Goddamn. Okay, if I'm fucking Gordon Ramsay, do I want some fucking jack off in fucking a Ronald McDonald outfit fucking cooking in the goddamn kitchen on a fucking cooking show, and he's killing my fucking business or what? As poor analogy. You've got me so frazzled I can't form a cogent simile. Fuck Glow and anything that looks like Glow. It was fucking cartoon bullshit fucking wrestling. Same fucking situation we're in here right now today. Oh, good God. Well, there you go. There you go.
Why is this decision made?
Why not? No, I mean...
Is it the hope that putting him with someone talented will
Yeah,
get him
well,
to that
and that's the thing. No human being looked like that.
Right.
Right? So if you put him with Ric Flair and with Arn Anderson and Ole, they badgered Ole to get back on camera about that point. They had high hopes. And Sid made a lot of money in the wrestling business. And I mean, right now, as Ole said about me one time, I'll say the same thing about Sid. Ole said, Cornette, I used to think you were a dumb fuck, but so many other dumb fucks have come along worse than you. You've moved up the ladder without doing anything. Sid would be one of the better workers in the business these days.
So, what did Rick and Ole think of Sid?
I once again, I don't want to reflect. Everybody was, look at him, but and plus Herd was pushing for it. And, Sid, if he had just understood how to work like a giant but be vulnerable sometimes, he had the promo, it just something didn't, but he wasn't ever dedicated fully. I mean, I've told the story on another one of our releases where when he was in the WWF, he was making $400,000 a year, he fucking got hurt or whatever, and he went home, and Vince finally was fed up and said, tell fucking Sid he's got to be at Raw on Monday. He doesn't have to wrestle, but he's got to do a promo. Paying him $400,000 a year. So I called his wife. He was playing softball. I'm not lying about that. And I said, Sid's got to be there. Well, he hasn't worked out in a couple weeks, and he hasn't tanned. I said, Vince says he needs to be there to do a promo in San Antonio at Raw. She said, sometimes Sid feels like he'd be happier if he went back to selling farm chemicals. Maybe we all would too. So he goes to San Antonio and comes out on the stage with all the other big baby faces at the start at Seg 1, and then in Seg 7, we're supposed to do the interview. We're looking around for Sid. Here comes fucking Bruno, Harvey Whippleman. Said, so where's Sid? He said, I just took him back to the hotel. He thinks he's having a heart attack. So you didn't take him to the hospital? He said, no, he wanted to go to the hotel. So he thinks he's having a heart attack. And he didn't show up. He went back to the hotel, didn't do the fucking promo. And that's when Vince told him that he was going to prorate his contract. He was only going to pay him for shows that he showed up for, and he wasn't going to get paid for shows he didn't, and that's when Sid never came back. But also, I told Herd one time, because Herd loved Sid. He just loved the way he looked and everything. I said, Jim, you'd rather have Sid Vicious than Arn Anderson, wouldn't you? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, Sid Vicious is the kind of guy that would make you $1 million in one night on pay-per-view. He said, well, what's the matter with that? I said, because after the people see it, they never want to see it again. I said, but Arn Anderson will draw you steady money for 20 fucking years. He couldn't get it.
Didn't.
So does this mean there's no more committee? It's Ole in the driver's
Well,
seat
there was still a committee, but Ole took the Flair spot in that there has to be a guy, head booker, right? So Ole was named the head booker, but he still had to talk to Jim Barnett and Jim Hurd and Jody Hamilton and Jim Ross and whoever else at the time. I can't. So many people came in and out. Whoever else at that time, but they gave Ole, actually, when you think about it, as you'll see with the talent that comes in and the things that go on, he gave Ole much more freedom than he'd given Flair. And the talent roster and the numbers show it. As a matter of fact, by the end of April, remember that 4.0 on Saturday night that Flair got? Down to 2.6. Remember the 4.4 on Sunday? Down to 2.7. Nearly in half.
What's your reaction when you hear Ole's given control?
I didn't really mind at that point because I figured, Jesus, anybody knows more about wrestling than Hurd, and I didn't know what Ole was going to do, and I've made amends with Ole since then, but it was brutal. It was brutal to fucking watch because, and once again, people accuse me of being behind the times or stuck in the past or whatever. I want to do angles and logic that worked 10 years ago, but with guys that were, I said one time in OVW, I tried to do wrestling logic from the 80s with guys that were born in the 80s, when that was 20 years ago or whatever. They were 20-something years old. I wanted to use new talent, but have wrestling make sense like it did. Both George Scott and Ole wanted to use the same guys that drew them money 15 years beforehand. Instead of doing the same things with new talent, you've always got to get the new talent over. But you can recycle the angles, but you can't recycle the fucking talent.
How's he to deal with if you have a concern about something?
Easy. Say, Ole, I'm really worried about this. Well, fuck off.
That's it, right.
Funny tidbit, an interview with a fan at home in Philadelphia watching with his family, turns out to be Todd Gordon.
I did not know that.
Yes.
I never knew that. Son of a bitch. The reason why he was referred to as a pretender to the throne of Hulk Hogan is because at that point, Vince had convinced everybody, especially in the news media that centered in New York, that he was wrestling and that he was, I mean, it's not like it took much convincing. He was, at that point, the #1 company by a large margin. And it was like, instead of going into like most everything you see on the news, instead of going into the depth of things to find out the details and the truth, they could have said, well, this company was hugely successful and was competitive with Vince only 3-4 years ago, but after Turner Broadcasting bought it, it's fallen in a fucking hole. How would that have looked? And now they're trying to climb out. So all of a sudden they just presented it like it was this new company that was trying to take over this established, you know. I was actually still, this was planned so far ahead, I was still on the committee. Because, now, bear in mind, a guy like Barry Windham returns and it's fucking last minute and all this other shit happens last minute, but this fucking stunning angle was planned 3 months out. Months and years in the making. At one of the last meetings I was at, they said, well, we're going to have RoboCop, the real guy. What? They'd made arrangements because the movie was going to be coming out, it was going to be a tie-in. The posters, that's another thing. If you go back in the ad, as a matter of fact, do I have an ad in here? Yeah, no, that's the Clash. Shit, I didn't reprint the ad in here, but it was like a movie poster. The Return of RoboCop. It had a big picture of RoboCop. You wouldn't have known it was a wrestling card. So maybe the RoboCop fans would have fucking bought it. They said, we're going to have the real RoboCop on, and we got to figure out something for him to do. And they said, but now here's the parameters. In the guy in the suit, And it might not have even been the real, maybe it's the real RoboCop suit, because somebody said maybe it wasn't Peter Weller or whatever.
Peter Weller would have been the actor.
Well, I don't know who the fuck Peter Weller was, and fuck Peter Weller,
Fuck
anybody
him
looks
too.
like Peter Weller, right? But it was the real RoboCop suit, and they said the deal was he can't fall down, because if he falls down, he can't get back up. And he can't climb stairs in this suit. And he can't run. He moves. Basically, he can walk at a slow gait forward.
So
is what he can do.
So he's Abby at this point.
See, you. So we had to figure out something. Somehow he could be involved in a meaningful way. And they came up with the idea that there would be a cage at ringside because he could spread the fake bars. So that's why I ended up getting put in that fucking cage at ringside. So there would be a cage sitting there. There was a purpose for the cage sitting there. They fucked our match up.
You were there to get RoboCop.
I was there to get RoboCop over. And my thing was always I would fucking try to get out of the cage and everything. I said, no, don't touch the fucking bars, because the bars were gimmicked. Because he couldn't really pull fucking bars. So I couldn't touch the cage and do all this shit and everything. And so, already now the Midnight Express match is handicapped because I'm stationary. There's no good reason for me to be in this cage because Pillman and Zink had been beating us like fucking redheaded stepchildren and government mules for the previous 3 months. But now to keep me from interfering, I'm going to be in this cage that I can't fuck with. And just to make sure that it doesn't make any sense at all whatsoever, guess what the finish was? We won the U.S. Tag Team titles.
Yes,
we
you
beat
did.
Pillman and Zink in the complete opposite of a fucking blow-off. They've been beating us for 3 months, and now the manager is neutralized, and the babyface is in an even fight.
Yeah.
I honestly think Ole felt sorry for us and just threw us a fucking bone, because that's the only explanation I've ever had for why that we beat them and won the belts when the one match they should have won, and they didn't.
The thing is that there's a DQ in a cage match.
Yeah.
This violates some kind of religious order in professional wrestling, does it not?
Here's the thing. Well, it didn't used to. Because in the 60s and 70s, when people were more forgiving and before they get smart, you could do things like that if you could either blame the heel for something bad or the babyface could take credit for something good, the fans were fine with it. This is 25 years ago. It's even worse now in that, how can I explain this? In the days of territory wrestling, if the babyface won the worst match that they'd ever seen, the people left happy. But if the heel won the greatest in-ring match of all time, they were pissed. So Ole had, even though things had gotten about halfway or not even to where they are now, Ole still thought that people would be happy if you could if you could blame the heel for something bad or give the babyface credit for something good. It didn't matter, whatever the fucking DQ and blah, blah, blah. I've been accused of doing these things. I figure if it's a real good finish, you can get away with it, no matter what it is. If it's a bad finish, like that was, you can't get away with it, no matter what it is. That was a bad finish.
What's the outfit? What kind of getup is George in here?
Jorge
Yes.
Gonzalez. He was a nice man, and it was not his fault. He was not cut out for this. I remember I was walking through CNN Center on the way to the office with Jim Ross, and he said, look, he said, there's our new giant. And I looked over, and there was a guy sitting in one of the seats at the lobby of the Omni Hotel. He was so tall, when he was sitting in a normal chair, his knees were up over his head. And he looked like $1 million, and he'd played basketball in Argentina, but he was not by any stretch of the imagination athletic enough to be a wrestler. He could have got by with it because of his size, but there was the language barrier. He had never seen wrestling before. He totally didn't get it. He was a nice man, but it was another investment they made that just did not pan out. He was legitimately 7'7", or close enough to where you didn't really want to argue with it. And he was, he was great. He was a great guy. Just, oh God, it hurt the fans' feelings to just watch him walk. You can tell when a guy don't know what he's doing when he walks.
dressed as a space age samurai too.
Yeah, well, it's because they had a fucking creative department that, you know, wow, this would be a nice looking outfit. And this, now here, but they gained a giant, but guess who they lost? The Road Warriors. Because the Road Warriors, where is it? I know it off the top of my head, but I'll prove it. The Road Warriors were making $10,400 a week each, and Paul Ellering was making $5,000 a week. And that was a holdover from the contracts from Crockett when they were the biggest tag team box office attraction in the business, and they were drawing that money. And there was two things about the Warriors that people never got. Number one, they always tried to match them with like Warlord and Barbarian or some team that was going to be physically, so it was like the irresistible force and immovable object, which
similar. Yeah.
didn't work because the only way the Road Warriors, and I love Hawk and Animal, I'm not knocking them, they were huge draws and this was the key to them drawing, and I'm about to put them over. They had to be against heels that had so much heat that you wanted to see those heels killed. Whether it be the Midnight Express thrown off the scaffold, or whether it be the Horsemen like Tully and Arn or Flair, whatever combination of the Horsemen, that could take bumps for them and make them look like they were unbeatable. And then they would sell in the context of the match, but then they would go over and triumph in the end. When you put them with two guys that were just as big and just as strong, it was just this, and it didn't fucking work. Yeah. And secondly, at this point, Herd felt they were making way too much money, and to be quite honest, for the shape the business was in,
Yeah.
The Rock could not have drawn for this fucking company. But they wanted to get away from Herd. And the contract negotiations, well, it didn't go anywhere because Herd wasn't going to anywhere near that amount of money, and I don't think they wanted to stay even if they'd got the same amount of money. So they finished up on May 25th was their last day, I believe, or 26th. But we worked with them in Memphis on May 24th and St. Louis on May 25th. And here's once again how fucked up Herd was in the head. They come in Memphis, and Hawk and Animal both said, Bobby and Stan and me, and said, you guys are from here. Why the fuck are we beating you? We're leaving. You guys are from here. We'll put you over. Okay. And I mean, there was interference, and there was racket, and there was chaos and everything, but that 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring, I think the Midnight Express are the only team that ever beat them by pinfall in their NWA run. Find me another instance of that, right? But they did it voluntarily to return the favor to us for what we'd done for them in our hometown of Memphis. And the next night we go to St. Louis. Of course, it wasn't on TV and everything. It had pay-per-view, been a different story. Next night we go to St. Louis. Herd had found out that they switched the finish, and the team that was leaving put the team that was staying over. He got hot, and he demanded that they win. Yes, motherfucker. So Hawk and Animal got together, and they had negotiated the deal for Paul also, because he was part of the team. So they got together and said, all right, motherfucker, we will win, but we're not going to beat the Midnight Express. So they did a finish where even though me and Paul were just the managers out on the floor at ringside, they jerked me in and Paul pinned me. Because they refused, the Road Warriors, and I give them all the credit in the world, the Road Warriors refused to win a match for the only time in history.
Wow.
But that's how fucking far off Herd was in his fucking head. And then they were, so we got El Gigante and lost the Road Warriors. So now the talent that is over, he's denied the people Tully Blanchard. He's marginalized the fucking Horsemen. He's run off the Road Warriors. But we're getting El Gigante and JYD and things.
How did Paul come to return here in 1990?
You know, I don't really. It was on the, as a matter of fact, it was on the Louisville Slugger, on syndication. I interviewed Teddy Long and Mark and Paulie. I don't remember how the deal was made for him to come back. I was off the committee by that point. I don't remember where Paul had been.
Did you guys get along?
Yeah, you see, we actually, the boys thought we hated each other long before we actually did. And since and we've covered this, or maybe we didn't in the previous, because actually it was 88, but Paulie and Dennis Conrad and Randy Rose would not have come to the NWA to begin with if it hadn't been for me and Bobby and Stan begging Dusty to bring them in. because he had switched us babyface and then we lost Tully and Arn. They went to the WWF, September of '88, put the World Tag titles on us. Then he switched to Road Warriors heel, and they beat us for the belts and did the double turn kind of thing in New Orleans. But we had nobody to work with. We'd been making these huge checks against Tully and Arn and drawing these tremendous houses, 140 grand in Richmond, whatever the fuck, and all of a sudden we got nobody.
Yeah.
So I had seen that Paul E. was with Randy and Dennis in the AWA, and I came up with the idea where he came out on TV, surprise, hit me with the phone, I get the juice, the angle, right? Which, of course, got butchered that was Dusty's, last month as Booker. And then Jimmy Crockett took over and didn't like fucking Randy Rose. Yeah. And then George Scott came in and didn't like us.
We did that in the '89. Yeah.
Yeah. So, so that had been all fucked up. But basically, no. I liked the idea of having Paul Lee to work against. And when he came back here, I didn't have anything against him being there because fuck, it's not like he's going to take a spot away from me. I barely had a fucking spot. All they were doing at that point, the Midnight were barely working. When Ole marginalized him even further because he wasn't going to die on that hill, as JR would say, against Herd. So he just left the Midnight Express off most of the time or had him do jobs on TV. And I was just doing commentary. So there was no problem with me and Paul. The legitimate problem, we worked the boys a lot. They thought there had to be animosity and there had to be hatred going back to that first angle. And we kept it kind of that way because if they believed it, then the people would believe it. But there was never animosity between me and Paul until ECW and Smoky Mountain when he screwed me on the Gangstas. But that's a whole different story for another day.
What do you think about his pairing with Mark?
I think it was probably one of the best things they could have done with Mark at the time because you put that guy, he could get anybody over with his promo, and at the same time, he probably imparted a little bit of psychology. As long as Mark was there, he wasn't going to be there too long before Vince saw talent and stole him and made him the greatest star in history of wrestling. And now wait a minute, don't gloss over that fucking mentally handy. Here's what happened. We're working with Pillman and Zink, and in the finish, I jump in and go to hit Pillman with the racket, but he ducks it and he slaps a sleeper on me. Okay. When he did, he cross-faced my nose. My nose started bleeding a little bit. Well, as soon as the boys glom him and I roll out, I've got the belts in one hand and the racket in the other hand. And this guy, he's about 40 years old. He's about 6'3", rangy guy, probably about 180, 190, gets up and from the front row and swings and punches me in the back of the head. Well, I turn around and there ain't no cops anywhere around and I'm fucking pissed anyway, right? So I whack him one time with the racket, which he don't sell. There's still no cops around. Well, now I've committed. And if you hit a motherfucker once and there ain't nobody to break it up, you need to keep hitting him because when you stop hitting him, he's going to start hitting you. So I threw the belts up in the air and I took both hands. And then he sold a second one and he goes down in the front row and I just keep whacking him until somebody gets there to get in between us, right? So I fucking then grab the shit and we go back to the locker room.
Now, before you get back to locker,
okay.
When you're squaring off with him, do you have any indication that he's mentally handicapped?
No.
Or do you just assume that all wrestling fans are?
Well, no, he's a big fucking 6 foot, 190 pound fucking 40-year-old fucking redneck from Columbia, South Carolina. It's not like he's visibly.
All right, that's.
I later found out he was mentally challenged, let's put it that way, according to the newspaper. But he was, at that point, he was somebody just punched me and I'm in this thing. And as I said, one of the eyewitnesses said it did look like an axe murder. But anyway, we go back in the locker room, and my nose is bleeding anyway, right? So before anybody else gets in there, I whack it another time, right? And it starts coming. Well, then here comes the athletic commissioner. And he says, "Jim, are you all right?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I saw him. He hit you right in the nose." "Yep, he sure did." Then here comes the cops. And the cops work the matches all the time in Columbia. Here he comes. "Jim, are you okay?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I saw him. He hit you right in the nose." Third guy to walk in the locker room, Mike Campbell, the son of South Carolina Governor Carroll Campbell. We're in the state capitol, and he's a huge Ric Flair fan, and he always comes to the matches. "Jim, are you okay? I saw him. He hit you right in the nose." "Okay, I'm good," right? I said, "I'll be all right." I said, Charlotte's hour away. I'm going to go to the hospital there. So I went home. By then it stopped bleeding, obviously. I hung upside down off my bed till I got it bleeding again. I went and I looked in the mirror and I fucking hit the nose 2 or 3 more times to get a little swelling going. Went to the hospital and got the x-rays, and they see the swelling and they packed the shit and everything, so I got the fucking paperwork. And so then, where's the letter?
Such a work.
I thought I reprinted it in here. I have the memo where it says, oh, I think it's in another section. Well, anyway, the memo from Herd said the evidence at hand more than substantiates that you were attacked by a fan. However, we will agree to beef up security if you, oh, here we go. No, that's when I quit. Anyway, they agreed to beef up security if I wouldn't fucking axe murder any more of the fans, which, all right, very good. But, you know, sorry. Shit happens. He shouldn't have punched me in the back of the fucking head.
Agreed.
If somebody should have been watching him.
Agreed.
He generally, when that had happened, many of the numerous dozens and dozens and dozens of times to me in the past, that was the idea. We need to get the fucking people fired up. So,
You know, nowadays they're told, as far as the workers today tell me, in the big companies, maybe one that's publicly traded, that if someone runs into the ring,
Yeah.
you are to do this. And not touch them and allow security to come in and remove them.
But you have to remember that in some of these, there's been several times, a couple times in Smoky Mountain, definitely several times in Louisiana, the cops are on their side because the cops ain't smart either, and the cops are mad at us. Bobby and Dennis were actually detained and Dennis's van impounded by the fucking Cochetta, Louisiana Police Department, where the sheriff demanded to know what that was that they used on TV last week to beat the Rock and Roll
Foreign
Express.
object?
No, we put the ether on them. And the sheriff was fucking hot. And he said, what was that you used on them boys at Rock and Roll Express? And Dennis said, ether. What about it? Bobby's like, I want to go home to my children. Yeah. And then the sheriff says, I got a guy down the cell block, thinks he's a pretty good wrestler. We got him on charge of murder. Dennis said, bring him up, I'll wrestle him. You know, it was that kind of fucking thing.
Oh, God.
But, you know, the guys have had the guns pulled on by cops, you know, in the past, etc.
You're on your own.
You were on your own, yeah. And one time in Richmond, this fucking guy ran in the ring on the Horseman. And fucking right as goddamn Arn, he had tried to tackle, I think, maybe Tully, but Arn got him around the fucking neck and had his fucking hand like this and was pulling him up in the nose like that. And JJ, with his dress shoes, kicked the fan in the face and broke Arn's fingers because he was. Yeah, you know, here's the thing. Guys have been cut, guys have been stabbed, guys have been shot. Bobby Heenan's been shot at a number of times. It was better. Deal with the shit there, don't get cut and don't get shot, and in court, they at least ain't gonna cut you and shoot you, so you can deal with it later. The second lowest rated Clash of the 11 broadcast to that point, doing a 4.1 rating and 7.5 share. It beat only the June 1989 Clash that I believe I mentioned earlier was coming off the disastrous George Scott debacle.
Why is the Junkyard Dog here? Why is he in the main event of the Clash of Champions?
Dog, at one time, was one of the biggest box office attractions in the business. For Mid-South, under Bill Watts, and was huge on TBS, and was enormous in Houston, and Ole remembered that, and especially because we were still primarily, our stronghold, if we had one, was in the South, and Dog was a huge name and a childhood hero of many people, and that was 6, 7 years before that, and he had gone to the WWF, and he'd gotten personal problems, and he had gotten out of shape, and he was never a great worker, but he was an incredible personality. But at that point, even Rick could not. As I told Rick one time about a match he had on a Clash with Lex Luger, I said, Rick, you stole the show. And he smiled. I said, but it was petty theft.
Well, he's only got to go 6 minutes and 11 seconds here.
That was 6 minutes, 11 seconds too long.
Anything else you got to say about Dog?
I loved him as a person. We made a lot of money with him, and I miss him, and I'm sorry he passed away, but that was not a good match nor a good choice of things to do on television.
This is from The Observer.
By the way, Sprite Zero, baby, no caffeine. Never had it, never will.
Jim Cornette had a heart attack scare this past week, but as it turned out, he simply had a gastrointestinal attack and was back in action by the end of the week. Jim Cornette was hospitalized Monday night in Charlotte.
By the end of the week?
And in the
oh, that's right. Well, we were booked off 4 days, so I didn't take any time
It's not a challenge
off.
to your manhood.
I'm just saying.
You're in the intensive care cardiac unit. Doctors eventually diagnosed the cause of your internal problems as acute Pepsi overdose. He apparently consumed 62 ounces of the dreaded drink in the hours before his body revolted on him. Cornette is
No, my body was revolting, is what it. And it's not actually. It was never measured, actually. But here's the thing. For some time, I had been having what I now know to be heartburn at night in the hotels. But since I'd always had a cast iron stomach and I'd never had that problem, I didn't know what heartburn was. So I was drinking more cold drinks to fuck it because I was always thirsty and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, fuck. And at the time, my drink of choice was Pepsi. So we do Marietta, Georgia TV, where I did color on a couple of matches. Stan was there, and I don't even know why, because they didn't use, I don't think, the midnight that night. But anyway, we drive back to Charlotte, and we used to meet at a place where we would drive down the same road for a little while, and Stan would go that way, and I'd go this way to go home, Bobby go, whatever. So we all get our cars, and Bobby's gone, and I'm driving down the road, and I'm right behind Stan, and all of a sudden, it was like somebody was sitting on my chest. I was having trouble breathing. And my dad died of a heart attack, sudden heart attack in the middle of nowhere, bird watching, right? 53 years old. I can't fucking breathe. I'm getting lightheaded and dizzy. I pull up next to Stan, I roll the window down, and I said, Stan, I think I'm having a heart attack. He said, fuck. He said, and Stan's real medical phobic too, right? He said, go to the hospital, because there was a hospital right up the road, right near our house, right? On the same road we were going. I said, fuck it. I'd take off and I run the red light. Well, Stan, the only thing he's more than medical phobic is he's law enforcement phobic. He wouldn't run the red light. I'm about to fucking die, but he's sitting there in the 3 o'clock in the morning. There's not a car in sight anywhere. Stan will not run the red light. So I go to the fucking hospital, and when he gets there, I'd actually pulled in sideways right in front of the emergency room, and my fucking driver door was still open, hanging open, right? And he drives in behind me. I went to the desk, and by the time that I got there, I couldn't talk, I couldn't draw breath enough. All I could do was point to my chest, and they grabbed me and they rushed me in the fucking deal, and they're hooking me up to all this shit, and they're giving me nitroglycerin, and Stan calls my wife, and I'm a mile from my house. She comes down, and they're both out in the waiting room, and Stan's thinking the doctor's going to come back any minute and go, like that, and it started subsiding. And they kept me overnight for observation, but basically the doctor came in, he said, are you under a lot of stress? I said, oh yes. He said, do you eat a lot of spicy food? I said, yes. He said, do you drink a lot of caffeine? I said, yes. He said, it mimics a severe acid reflux, gastrointestinal thing up in your esophagus. And that's one of the things that before I realized it is fucked with my voice along with screaming in the big arenas is it eats away at your esophagus. That's back when Zantac was prescription. So he puts me on prescription Zantac, and he says, avoid all that stuff. I said, I can't. I work for fucking Jim Hurd. I can't avoid stress. So I took prescription Zantac, whatever, twice or whatever, 3 times a day until the end of the year when I quit. And a week later, and I never stopped. I stopped drinking the caffeine, but I never stopped eating spicy foods. And once I was out of there, I quit taking the Zantac, and the only time I had a problem with it again, it flared up in Smoky Mountain. Imagine that, stress. But it was the herd disease is what it was. The old man was nice. The old man, I don't think, likes his kid.
It's a fundraiser for Jesse Helms. It's in Charlotte. Flair is there, as is Stan Lane.
Yeah.
How does this come about, particularly Stan's involvement in this?
Well, the original George Bush was a friend of Paul Bosch's from Houston for years and was a wrestling fan. And I think Stan just went because Flair probably said, hey, you want to come out and go to this fucking, deal?
Was Stan a Republican, or he just wanted to meet the president?
No, he just wanted to meet the president. Okay. And Jesse Helms, Bob Caudle worked in Jesse Helms' office for years and years. Yeah, that's why when I first went there, I had no idea of this. And I called Bob Caudle because he had the red nose. I said, shut up, you old alcoholic. And And David Crockett said, you called an aide to Senator Jesse Helms an alcoholic. I said, who the fuck's Jesse Helms? I didn't, you know. But yeah, Stan just was hanging out for the fucking drinks, I'm pretty sure.
Did Ric Flair talk politics behind the scenes back then? Or?
No, because I didn't pay any attention to politics at all back then because the world seemed to be running well. I didn't really start paying attention to politics until Bush fucked us completely all up. But we never talked politics. We never talked anything but wrestling.
Had Ric Flair,
wrestling and pussy.
Had Ric Flair ever run, would you have voted for him?
For what?
President.
Oh, God, no.
Okay. Well, you're friends.
No, that's why I know he shouldn't be president. I shouldn't be president.
Very good.
That's part
Some people still hold that office to a higher standard.
Yeah, part of the thing about knowing who to vote for is the best thing is when you know whether you should run for something or not. No, I'm not qualified to be the president, and I know that. I wish fucking Trump had that level of self-awareness. We wouldn't be in the fucking shithole we're in right now.
We've taken that anyone can be president thing to a whole new level.
Yeah, sure can.
What did you think of the match?
It wasn't Flair and Steamboat, but it was close enough for, at the time, it was what we had. It did a 2.0 buy rate, 285,000 homes. I wrote after Flair lost the title, it occurred to people they'd rather see Sting chase it than actually hold it.
Well, I was going to say, his run is considered a failure somewhat. And some people cite it when defending keeping him out of the Hall of Fame. Do you think that's fair?
No. The Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame or the WWE Hall of Fame or what Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I guess any Hall of Fame.
Well, no, not that. Nothing was going to draw at this point with this company and this level of fucking incompetence at the top. So that shouldn't be held against him. Having said that, at that time, Sting had he had been into business not 5 years yet. And all of a sudden, they want him to be the guy. Flair did a great job. As long as it was Flair, see, that's the thing. Here's another thing we didn't talk about. Hurd wanted to retire Flair, and Hurd wanted to have Luger versus Sting be the fucking top match, world title rivalry, whatever. When Sting worked with Flair, it was great. When Luger worked with Flair, it was great. When Sting worked with Luger, not only was it not great, but it didn't draw. Because there was no leader and there was no, Flair was the straw that stirred the drink in that equation. And Sting and Luger were being put in the impossible position with Luger having just been in the business same amount of time, 5 years, not even. They looked great, but Sting probably tell you to this day, he didn't know fucking, how to wind his ass from scratch his watch at that point compared to what the world champion should know about how to perform or how to talk or how to carry themselves or whatever. So you're trying to get young guys over, but it's a process, and you can't just say, that's why Roman Reigns, you can't just say, I want that guy to be the guy. The fans have to agree with it somewhat. Yeah. Has to have enough experience to be able to fucking get over and earn that spot, and
then sometimes it still doesn't work anyway.
And sometimes still doesn't work anyway. Right. So, it shouldn't keep him out of the Hall of Fame, especially considering, depending on what the Hall of Fame is, and some of the people that are in the Hall of Fame. That was another one of those grudge matches. We had a grudge against The Office. Imagine this. There's Tracy Smothers and Steve Armstrong, the Southern boys, coming out. They took the Confederate flags away from them, I think, by this point. But they're coming out to this. It's on pay-per-view, so it's this hokey-ass, generic, canned, what they considered Southern music or whatever the fuck. I don't know. There was train whistles, and I don't know what the fuck's going on. And the people in Baltimore wanted to see that like they wanted to see their mother hooked up to a fucking life support machine, right? And then we come out and they're cheering us because now that's the point where they're starting to cheer the heels and everything. But once again, we viewed it as a challenge. I said, this thing can hurt the fans' feelings and stink worse than a goddamn, maggot on a gut wagon, or we can, because they were great athletes. Tracy was tremendous. Steve comes from the Armstrong family. So Stan set up his karate spot with Tracy, which always got over. And Bobby set up the fucking double flying crossbody where he crossbodied both the midnight after that do-si-do spot. And we got some heat together in our minds. And then, back then, when they gave you the finish, they said, okay, midnight over. And we worked it out. So I went and sat in the bathroom on the toilet for about an hour and figured out, all right, we got to take them on a fucking ride. So I put all the false finishes in. And the one thing Ole had said, none of that tennis racket bullshit. Make it a wrestling finish. That's why Stan won with the fucking kick to the back of the head from outside and blah, blah, blah. And we put that together, and they gave us some time.
Yeah,
because
18 minutes.
Because it was pay-per-view for 3 hours, they had to have something. So, tore the fucking house down. That's what we were supposed to do. We used to be rewarded for it when we did it for Crockett, but now we were penalized for it when we did it there because the herd didn't want that. So as a result of that, I don't know that we had 4 more matches on TV with this, or paper, and never again on pay-per-view with Southern Boys, and maybe 3 or 4 short matches on TV, and that was it ever.
Why did this match work so well with Steve and Tracy?
Because they were good baby faces. They knew how to work. They knew how to work Southern style, and they fucking kept their ears open and their mouth shut, and they listened to Bobby and Stan. And I sat on the toilet for an hour and come up with a finish that would get the fucking thing over. It's not fucking surgery. That's what you do. It's just that nobody else was fucking doing it because they were more interested in how can I get over instead of how can we get the match over or how can we get the other guys over. Because if we get the other guys over, then some of that fucking sunlight will spread on us. And Dennis Condrey set that standard for the Midnight Express our first week in Mid-South. He said, boys, we don't worry about getting over, we get to match over. If we get to match over, we will get over. And that's what we always did. And that's exactly the right thing to fucking do. Now, I'm not even knocking Zinc. You bring Vader in, what are you going to have?
Squash him,
fucking
right.
15 minutes was goddamn, fucking Rudy Kazudi, and he's fucking even already with the,
What's your opinion of? Are you familiar with his work in Japan?
Yeah. I thought it was fucking brilliant that we actually got a guy that you could make a monster heel at that point in time. That's something that we did not have on the card. So I thought that was fucking excellent.
The entrance.
Yeah.
The rather dramatic entrance. You a fan?
Yes. I love the fucking, I wish he'd have had that in fucking WWF. It might have helped. Vince never got Vader. Vince, he didn't get it. Leon didn't do himself any favors.
No, I was
Leon
gonna say,
complained a lot and whined and attacked the guy in Kuwait and got detained and all that shit. But the whole fucking, it wasn't phony, funny, goofy bullshit. It was, what the fuck? There's a 400-pound fucking guy with steam blowing out of these goddamn things, and I'm fucking scared of his ass. And then he got in the ring and beat people up. That's what he did. That's why Shawn Michaels didn't want to fucking work with him.
When we worked with him, we asked him what triggered the mask to go off, and he said in one of our favorite quotes ever, "A mechanical mechanism." We asked what it was filled with. He said, "A liquid fluid." True story, both counts.
Yes.
Same show.
He used to actually have a guy early on that traveled with him that was the fucking gimmick minder. Because that thing was huge, and it's not like you could fold it up and put it in your fucking bag.
Yeah, how do you fly with that fucking thing?
It had its own seat.
Wow.
That's the thing. Tommy, bless him, was the hottest baby face in the business in 1979 and 80, but this was 1990, and sometimes you let lightning out of the bottle, you can't fucking chase it back down 10 years later and catch it again.
When I hear MTV, goddammit, I think Jim Cornette
Yes.
and the Midnight Express. What the fuck's going on?
They couldn't get any of the guys really on, in those days, on mainstream television and news shows or entertainment shows or whatever. And basically, I can't even remember, oh my gosh, I'll botch the guy's name, so I ain't gonna say it, but there was a guy that was trying to do that for WCW. And he got a chance, he had an in, got a chance to have somebody on MTV. And he told me this at least. He said, well, you can talk and you can have fun and your guys look good and, you know, you probably do a good. And Stan was, China Cantner was one of the, Grace Slick's daughter, was one of the hosts. So Stan's hitting on her and, you know, and she's kind of smiling at him and everything and blah, blah, blah. So it was fun. It didn't sell a goddamn ticket, but at least we got to be on MTV.
How was your experience in New York? Did this begin your love affair?
Oh, fucking hell.
With New York City?
Yeah, I believe that was that wasn't the time that Francis Crockett went with us. That was a time when we were first going up for the Bunkhouse Stampede before Crockett had sold the thing, because Francis Crockett went with us on a publicity tour for the Bunkhouse Stampede Nassau Coliseum pay-per-view, first of '88, and the limo that the second-hand fucking discount limo she got took us to a McDonald's in the middle of the worst neighborhood I've ever seen.
Wow.
And locked the keys in the car. So there I am with Bobby and Stan with that blonde hair standing out, and we were the fucking blondest, lightest thing in this fucking neighborhood. And I'm fucking scared shitless, because it's New York and we ain't used to that shit, right? And I mean, this was not a good neighborhood, and we're locked out of, and we're standing next to a limousine that we're locked out of, and there's Francis Crockett. Looked like, goddamn, she dressed up like she had charged the Light Brigade. She was the world's oldest fucking hooker, and it just, oh, it was fucking, what's the matter with you? I can't remember, I think that time is, we had a better time, and then we got out of there.
It's Ranger Ross.
That's right.
Wearing a mask and a full bodysuit to
Yes.
cover the fact that he's black.
Yeah.
Why not just get a fucking white guy?
He was
Huh?
he was one of them, as Burrhead Jones said one time, I'm a black Chinaman.
Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck?
I don't know what to say.
What is this?
Here's the thing, a lot of times, Bobby and Stan weren't even on TV at that point. I was hosting an interview segment. So like in Gainesville, look, promos, see? I would have to drive a 420-mile round trip from Charlotte to Gainesville, Georgia.
To do promos.
To host the Louisville Slugger segment.
Right.
So I would leave at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'd get there about 1:30, quarter to 2, and I'd sit there for a couple hours to do a 3-minute promo, and then I'd turn around and I'd drive back to Charlotte. And the boys weren't even on TV. And I was fucking just goddamn. As a matter of fact, see, we're working house shows with the Steiners at that point. Then I had to fly back from Miami to Charlotte and get in the car and drive down to Gainesville to do a 3-minute promo and then back.
Maybe with the Pearl.
No, I didn't do it with the Pearl.
What was your take on the Pearl?
I don't even remember. I didn't even stay for the matches.
Right.
No,
You
I
didn't
just
see him on
I did.
television.
I wasn't watching that shit.
Okay, good.
I did the fucking promo. I got back in the car and went back and fucking took my Zantac and fucking hated Jim Herd. What the fuck? The only good market we had at this point, it did $111,000, which was pretty much, once again, unheard of. But what's our date?
24th, yeah.
But once again, we were insulted because we get there. We are the U.S. Tag Team Champions, even though we never win a match. We're never on television. So we get there. We're working with Steiners. And it's, okay, you guys are going to drop the belts once again. And this time, we're not going to hold them up or anything, but it was an insult, just a slap in the face that they didn't even bother to tell us. It was a cold match, no angle involved, no program. We've been getting beat by these guys in non-title matches on the house shows. And now, okay, now drop the belts to them. All right, but then the Steiners got hot because they didn't want the fucking things. Because then they'd have to put them in their bag and carry them around through the airport and everything. There's an extra fucking 15 pounds a piece they didn't fucking want. So we had a real good match with them, and they always liked working with us. But, you know, once again, it insulted midnight because they weren't even told until 45 minutes before the show.
So what do you
supposed
say?
To drop the... All right. Well, I mean, you know, what the fuck?
Who's telling you?
It was either Ole or whoever the agent was at that point. Don't even remember. And then we had to they had to talk to Steiners. They had to do more convincing of the Steiners to win the fucking secondary belts that they'd have to carry around than they did to have us lose them. Yeah.
How were the crowds there? I mean, it's a big house, obviously.
well,
We won't be offended. You can be honest.
Well, no, that's the thing. That was the only town we were drawing in.
I was at this show, and I have to tell you, a small Spanish man who was sitting behind me for the entire show yelled for an El Gigante run-in in every match, from the first match to the end. And at this point, when the Steiners won the title, he was sitting on the aisle.
Yeah.
He stood up and began to jump up and down. He fell down the entire flight of steps and cheered the entire way. Never once stopped to break his fall. His hands were going. He was so excited. So it worked. It worked for somebody.
One time at the Louisville Gardens in like 1975, I'd have no idea why, but there was a guy in the third row of ringside. Everybody was booing the heels. It was probably Lawler or whatever, and they were booing and cussing. And old fish meat face, this old woman was there with Coke bottle glasses, and she weighed about 62 pounds, and her face looked like it was made out of dead fish meat. That's why me and Bolin called her fish meat face. And she talked like that. The only thing you could hear, goddamn motherfucker. You'd only understand the cuss words. But this one guy was screaming, "Bridge on the River Kwai! Bridge on the River Kwai!" You remember the bridge over the River Kwai?
No, sure, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why. Anyway, right after, as a matter of fact, after the match we dropped the titles, that's when I called Herd before I went to Gainesville again.
You know what's going to happen now, right?
What?
You know what's going to happen now
What?
at WWE shows
Bridge on the
all
River
over
Kwai!
all over the country.
Before I went to Gainesville again the next Monday to do a fucking promo again and nothing else, I called Herd. And I said, tell you what, because now I'm not even doing color commentary, which I enjoyed doing with Jim Ross, but they've taken me off color because, remember, Ole didn't like, for a while he didn't like color commentators. But then he put a color commentator, for 2 weeks he didn't like color commentators, and then he put a color commentator on every show, but I wasn't one of them. And I'm hosting the interview segment. So I called Herd. I said, tell you what, I said, you could have 2 fucking local job guys on the cards doing what the Midnight Express are doing, and they wouldn't need a manager, and you could save the fucking plane tickets. So give us half what you owe us on the rest of our contracts, and we will fucking leave. You know what he said? I don't want to set that precedent. It probably wasn't 6 months later, Jimmy Garvin, who the failed experiment that was the new Freebirds, Michael Hayes and Terry Gordy and Buddy Roberts were a revolutionary tag team. I was a fan. They were incredible. They set gate records. They was fucking brilliant. Michael Hayes and Terry Gordy was a world-class wrestler. Michael Hayes was a world-class talker. Buddy Roberts was a veteran that could get things done. Michael Hayes and Jimmy Garvin was a worst fucking heel team I've ever seen in my life. Jimmy Garvin had spent 10 years very successfully being a chicken shit pretty boy heel, and suddenly he's 5'9" and 205 and on the sauce and trying to work like one of the Road Warriors. And it hurt people's feelings. It was so fucking bad. And then it got to where they had little Richard Marley, poor Rocky King, and then Hump was involved in the whole thing. And it was a mess because Michael was in, always in the office's ear. And Ole had drawn a bunch of money with him. But it wasn't 6 months after I said that, and he said, I don't want to set that precedent. They gave Jimmy Garvin $180,000 to get him out of his 2-year fucking contract to go home.
Really?
That's why he left.
Yeah.
They paid him off to fucking go home because he wanted out. But they had signed him 2 years, $150,000 a year by that point, so they saved money, but he wouldn't buy us out for half of what he owed us and just part friends. Well, we wouldn't have been friends. Al Perez was a good-looking guy. There was a good hand. Gary Hart had a lot of faith in him, but he somehow got the impression that he should be the world champion. And at one point, he demanded to know why that they weren't putting him over, fucking Flair wouldn't put him over, and why aren't they putting the belt on me, and et cetera, et cetera. He was fucking nuts, and I don't know whatever happened to it.
He's always, for me, been one of those mysterious characters that, has the look, good worker, why didn't he ever do anything? I mean, a little bit in Dallas.
Because he was nuts.
But it was him getting in his own way. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, they tried different people as the Scorpion.
Yeah.
In preparation for this. Randy Cully.
Yeah.
Bill Irwin.
Yeah.
You agree with this strategy of taking it on the road, seeing how it works before it gets to pay-per-view, trying different guys out?
No.
No.
No, why would I agree with that? It's the fucking stupidest thing anybody's ever done. Ole started a fucking murder mystery with a body and no killer. And then by the time he got to the last chapter where they were all gathered in the fucking drawing room, Mr. Mustard didn't have a candlestick because he didn't even have Mr. Mustard. It was fucking stupid. And now poor Ole, and like I said, I've made peace with him, and I love his brutal honesty and his fucking grumpiness, and he was one of the great promos of all time and made a huge amount of money. Ole Anderson was making $250,000 a year in the late 70s in the wrestling business, booking and working on top.
Yeah.
He was, his track record, but in the shape he's in now, I don't know whether he ever remembers what he had in mind for this, and I've never heard an explanation for it, but there was no Black Scorpion. And then they started needing a Black Scorpion, and he thought he was booking fucking, Columbus, Georgia for Fred Ward at that point, and he just put anybody under the goddamn, you couldn't do that anymore. And I don't know why all that happened. It made everybody, including Sting, that it touched, turn to shit. Man, I got to tell you the Master Blaster story. When were we in Detroit? Detroit at the Cobo Arena. Detroit, Michigan, Saturday night, September 15th. Pillman and Zink beat us. The original Master Blasters. Now, the second partner that Nash had later was Big Al Green.
Yes.
Who Eddie Gilbert had named because of the original Don and Al Green, Big Al Green, But anyway, the first one, I don't know who the fuck he was. I can't remember. What was his working name? I don't even know. It
was
matter.
Steel and Iron. Yeah, it was
okay.
Iron.
We're in the back at the Cobo watching the matches in Detroit, and the Master Blasters are working with Brad Armstrong and Tim Horner. Now, if you cannot work with Brad Armstrong, you need to he could have a fucking 4-star match with a paraplegic. You need to get the fuck away, right? And that's exactly what this guy did. And I wish I could stand up in this environment, but I can't. But we're standing back watching this fucking match. And the guy's in with Brad. And some way he shoots Brad off and he hits the right, and they're supposed to do a spot, but the guy fucked it up. And Brad grabbed him and got a hold and called it again and settled it down, and they fucked up the second spot. And Brad settles it down, and the fucking guy tried again something. And finally, I've never seen this before or since in a wrestling match in front of people. The guy was so over his head, so overwhelmed, so confused about what he was supposed to be doing in the ring that he just turned to Nash and looked at Nash and did this, like, what am I supposed to do? Where you could tell from the back of the Cobo that this guy's going, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. They got out of the match. The fucking guy got dressed and left the building, and the story that I heard, and I have no reason to doubt it, was that he went to the bus station and bought himself a bus ticket to wherever the fuck he came from, and he took that bus and nobody ever saw him again.
Well, I don't even have his name. We don't even know who he was.
No, we don't know. That's Ole was trying to find anybody that would work cheap, that looked like they had a good body, and put a gimmick on them and throw them out there. And that's what guys like Brad Armstrong and Bobby Eaton and et cetera, were expected to fucking make something out of. But yeah, we all popped in the back because it was so obvious. It was almost like that it was on TV and we could hear the guy say, what am I doing? What do you want from me? Ole's idea, Bobby ran the gauntlet, which was a match on the Friday night show, a match on the Saturday night show, and a match on the Sunday night show. And if you won all three of them, you got some fictitious prize. Ole actually booked Bobby to run the gauntlet against heels as a babyface while he was appearing in the heel team as the Midnight Express. Yes. And even Bobby couldn't get a match out of Sid. Steiner.
Yeah, he does. I think he's the only one to successfully do this.
I think so.
Did they have plans for him to break out as a single here?
Once again, broken clocks right twice a day. Scott had the look, the body, charisma. He was an amateur guy that Ole would get into as an amateur, and he could legitimately fucking kick somebody's ass. And so, yes, they were definitely going to push him from the start. So, you know, once again, that wasn't a bad idea.
His win over Flair in the Gauntlet match in a non-title setting, is Rick's stock falling, or is this something Rick would offer to help get Scott over?
You know, I wasn't in the meeting. Possibly a little of both. Is all I can say, because I think Flair always at that point liked Scotty, and you know, Ole, you know, was probably going to do what Hurd was trying to figure any way he could to bury Flair, marginalize Flair. So you know, he would have been all for that. And that on September 10th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've got Scott versus Bobby. He got the heat, made a comeback. Stan tripped Scott. Scott pulled Stan up. Bobby ran, Scott moved, Bobby hit Stan. Scott shoots Bobby off. Bobby drops an elbow on the back of his head when he tries for the backdrop, gets a 1-2. I grab the ref, say, what the fuck are you doing? It should have been 3. Bobby throws Scott over the top rope, which should have been a disqualification. That brings Rick up. But when Scott went over the top rope, Scott skinned the cat, came back in, Rick distracted Bobby. Scott gave Bobby the fucking Frankensteiner 1-2-3. That was the match. Yeah, we put Doom over for the World Tag Team title. Then Bobby put Scott over. Then we beat the Southern Boys when the Freebirds interfered. That was the only win we got. And then on September 11th, we were booked in Dayton. September 12th in Canton. September 13th in Portsmouth. And you see, off.
Pissed off.
Pissed off. I decided, you know what? I don't feel good. And for the first time ever, I'm just going to say, fuck it, I ain't going to go. What are they going to do? Fire me? I wish they would. So I took 3 days off. Because we were supposed to do single matches. It was, well, Brian Pillman, and then Bobby was supposed to work with Rotunda, whatever the fuck. I'd forgotten about that. No, you know why I did it? I said, I like the fucking line. I didn't cuss. If you want to use that, use it. If you don't want to use it, don't fucking use it. I ain't doing it again.
Okay.
I remember that now. Well, look, fucking, once again, all these fucking matches, plus I'm out there, I'm sweating my fucking balls off. It's my goddamn birthday. And we do a fucking promo that I thought was good. And they say, oh, don't take out the inflatable date line and do it again. Motherfucker, no. I ain't doing it fucking again. Use that or don't use it at all. See you later. I'm done. That was that.
It was that.
No, it wasn't over a fucking angle. I knew they weren't going to do any angles I suggested. Well, he wasn't put. He'd been doing that gimmick out there. It wasn't like he was put into it.
Okay.
Here's the thing: Art Barr, and as would be in the next 3 years when he had that fucking AAA run, would be one of the best heels in the business and a tremendous fucking performer. I managed his older brother Jesse when I was a rookie in Memphis, and it reads worse the way that you said that. But here's the fucking deal: yes, he had some cocaine in fucking Oregon, and well, if you know, crossed everybody off the roster that had an issue or with whatever, then you wouldn't have a roster. And he was diddling around with some fucking rat in the stairway, and the rat's parents or whatever found out, and she happened to be underage. It wasn't like he was assaulting kids at the playground. It wasn't, you know, he didn't force anything on anybody, at least the story that I fucking heard. It was, once again.
It was a willing 11-year-old.
I got news for you. There was a fucking girl in Spartanburg, South Carolina, that at the age of 16 looked like Anna Nicole Smith. She was 6 feet tall and probably weighed 170 pounds. And if her mother had found out what she had done in Spartanburg, let's just say this, in 1986, Jim Crockett Promotions would have closed down. And I'm talking about everybody probably except Ric Flair. So
Everybody except Rick?
Except Rick, only because Rick had other business.
Okay.
So, you know, that kind of thing happened back in those days.
Okay.
But it was in Oregon, and what happened was they brought him in. He was doing the Beetlejuice gimmick, and they called him the juicer because they couldn't use Beetlejuice. Yeah. And then as soon as he starts getting over one of the bright spots, some fucking asshole that didn't like him sends the fucking newspaper clippings from Oregon about the old news, and fucking Hurd, of course, fires one of the only fucking new talents that we actually brought in that could mean something.
The Juicer name kind of added to it a little
If
bit.
it couldn't be
What could you call it?
Beetlejuice, they just...
BJ? Beetlejuice? No.
Well,
couldn't
BJ
do
may
that
not have
either.
been... Yeah,
That
it may
wouldn't
not
work
have been...
either. I think we should have nixed the gimmick.
Stan and I missed the plane. Because
Going or coming?
Going. Because we had heard the stories about what happened in the Bahamas to the heels, right? And we're going over and work 2 fucking underneath singles matches. And so I went out with Jeff Bowdren and Dave Heath before he was Gangrel, and Tom Nash and some of the Florida guys, and Stan had lady friends in Florida. And we just somehow missed the plane, and we told Bobby what we were doing. We said, Bobby, don't go. He went. He said, Corny, he said the ring was, it was outdoor stadium. He said the ring was so filthy it looked like they'd run fucking cattle through it. He said the fans threw rocks at us and cups of piss.
Yeah.
We had to walk from the hotel through this crowd with everybody fucking screaming and everything. And to fly through the Bermuda Triangle for these fucking people. And then Gordon Soley had something to do with the promotion. And when we were the next day or at TV on the Monday or whatever, he said, why weren't you guys? I said, Gordon, we missed the plane. Wouldn't you know who won the pony? Fuck. Everybody was percolating.
You say that with a wink and a smile. We missed the plane.
No, I said it with a straight fucking face, because if he couldn't figure it out, I wasn't going to fucking help him. Jim Ross had gotten more control on the booking committee. Because Ole, I think, was starting to lose interest. And I think they were starting to lose interest in Ole. And I went to JR and I said, this is fucking ridiculous. He won't buy us out. He won't let us go. I don't want to fucking, we've still got till next April. Bobby's got a family. To give us something to do. You're Giant. Jorge, Giant Gonzalez. Can we get the fucking Giant over? Put us on the Clash. Have a 6-man, because we'd been doing a thing on the house shows and et cetera with Southern Boys. I said, we'd love to work with the Southern Boys. I said, Herd shouldn't mind that since he don't like them either. So we'll just go out and have the best match on the show again. And go to the Clash with a 6-man, and I'll take a slam from the fucking Giant. And he can pin me and get the Giant over with the big foot on the chest, the whole 9 yards, get his hand up. Okay, so that was what was agreed to. We would have a 6-man tag. The Giant would give me the fucking slam. That was going to be the Clash. What was the date of the Clash?
27th.
That was the pay-per-view. The
sorry,
Clash
that's
was
the
in
pay-per-view.
November. It was November 15th, I think. Whatever
Okay.
the fuck. Anyway, we didn't get there. That's the point I'm making. Because I get the fucking booking sheets. This was right before we caused the riot in Altoona. I get the booking sheets the following week. And at that time, they booked house shows about 6 weeks out. We're in 6-man tags almost every night. Where if we go from not working at all and doing jobs for everybody when we do to working like fucking 6 weeks in a row every fucking night, and I'm going to have to take a slam from that big clumsy motherfucker every fucking night. I didn't goddamn, agree to that. So I'm already pissed off. Then we go to Altoona on the 19th, and we're having a match with the Steiners. We decide we're going to have a good match again. So in the process of having a good match, we're getting some heat. Guy comes over the fucking rail, tackles Bobby. Bobby fucking grabs him around the waist. He's going for Bobby's eye. I come around the fucking corner with the racket, and I fucking, the most perfect racket shot ever in history. Whacked him right here, boom, with the edge of it. I've still got the racket on my wall in my office. It's bent in. I actually talked to, who the fuck was it that said they were there? Son of a bitch, can't even remember. Oh, it was a guy at the show in Parkersburg, West Virginia. He was just a fan then. Now he's a wrestler. Imagine that. And he said the blood spurted, God, 4 or 5 rows. Looked like a Tommy Rich Buzz Sawyer juice job. So if I can knock the guy goofy, the security's nowhere because it's rent-a-cops. There's not even any real cops. So they kick the fucking guy out of the building finally when they come down there, because the Tommy Young actually got from the stage to the fucking, it wasn't Tommy Young, it was Nick Patrick. Got from the stage to the ring before the rent-a-cops got there at all. They ushered the guy out the front door and let him go. He's now bleeding he's cut from asshole to appetite, and he's bleeding to his boots. And they just told him, go away, get out, and turn around, and walk back inside. So we're continuing the match, and the people are fucking going, And boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, Bobby looks behind me and says, "Watch out, Corny." I turn around, and there's the guy doing the zombie walk. He's walked right back in the front door. Now the people are coming up because here's one of their own that we've juiced, right? And he's still spurting blood. And we got the Steiners down and stand called Sunset Flip. Whew. Boom. 1, 2, 3, we get the fuck out. We worked Louisiana. We know how to do this. As soon as we get in the locker room, we grab our bags. We don't change. We head for the fucking car. Well, meanwhile, now the guy's down and he's gone into convulsions. So as we get in the car, we pull out of the front of the building and turn left instead of right. So now we're going away from the interstate instead of toward it. If we go about fucking 3 miles down the road, and oh shit, we got to go around. As we go back by the fucking building, now 10 minutes later, there's 5 or 6 cop cars in the front. There's 2 ambulances, everything but a helicopter with a goddamn searchlight. They're loading the guy. They said the guy passed out. They're loading the guy feet first into the fucking ambulance. The Steiners were on the stage of the Jaffa Mosque in Altoona trying to play with the police dogs. They're asking, where's the Midnight Express? So now, as we're headed to the fucking interstate, Bobby and Stan have towels over their heads. And I'm fucking driving. Here comes blue lights. I'm like, fuck, boys, we're cooked. Shoot right past us. We've been gone so long, they think we must be on the interstate now. They shot past us, can't find us. They even went to the hotel the next morning and pulled up in front of Tom Zink. "Are you Bobby Eaton?" "No." It made the Associated Press. Wrestling fan knocked out at ringside. His story was he was standing by the apron or by the railing taking pictures when I suddenly began clubbing him for no reason. So in the space of 10 days, I find out I'm gonna have to take 40 fucking slams from a 7'7" fucking klutz. We start a fucking riot where we almost go to fucking jail when the guy fucking hops the fucking rail and jumps us. It makes the Associated Press. Then we go to Halloween Havoc.
You enjoy this finish?
No.
Why not?
It was inventive. Barry Windham cut his hair to where he looked like Sting. But people didn't fucking get it. It just did. People didn't understand it. It was too cute. They understood it on television because the people, it was explained by the announcers and the camera work and etc. But the people in the building were like, what the fuck? What? And so it just, if the announcers have to tell you that in that much detail what happened, I don't know. I didn't. But already, you know, I'd already had my jaw dislocated that fucking night and was pissed off anyway. So maybe I was just in a bad mood.
Remember why Elvira wasn't used on the show, but she was in the promos?
Because they didn't want to pay her to come to Chicago. She just did shit in the studio. They would have had to pay her to come, if she would even indeed to lower herself to come to Chicago and participate in that. Okay, we get there, we're supposed to work with the rock and roll. So we're okay, at least, well, once again, we'll have a great match again, won't matter, but they put it on first. So we're jerking the curtain on the pay-per-view. And this was back before it was like, we're going to start the show hot. It was just, this was the opening preliminary match. Mm-hmm. And that's when Robert hurt his knee. So it was Tommy Rich and Ricky Morton as a makeshift team. So Bobby Eaton, to get this fucking thing over, even does the rocket launcher onto the fucking wooden ramp. And boom, 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 we go 20 minutes with a makeshift team. It's never teamed before in their life. No disrespect to either Ricky or Tommy. And then we put them over. And what some people said was one of the better matches on the show. Then try to juice this thing up, what we're supposed to do on the Clash with the Southern Boys. The Master Blasters are going to beat the Southern Boys, Blade and Steel. This time they got the new, along with Nash, who couldn't stick his thumb in his ass 3 tries, and this other fucking, and they're going to beat our opponents because I go out and, but these guys shouldn't even have been on television. I would have fired them. I'm not saying this because it's Kevin Nash. If they had been in OVW, I would have fired them because they were rotten. They were rotten for a wrestling school. They're on national TV. They're going to beat the Southern Boys. The Midnight Express just got beaten. And we're supposed to be going to the Clash for this big feature match. I go out in a Confederate general's uniform because it's Halloween Havoc and everybody's got to be dressed up. And in the finish meeting, Ole had suggested that after I caused the Southern Boys to lose, then they would take one of the jack-o'-lanterns
Put it on your head.
and hit me over the head with it, and I'd be running around with a pumpkin on my head.
Right.
And I said, Ole, I'm not putting a pumpkin on my head. I said, I said, we're losing, then our opponents are losing, and the smidgen of heat that I might get for causing the babyface to lose, then they're going to fucking wear it off with the, and they're not going to put a pumpkin on my head. And Ole always hated Tennessee wrestling, right? So he's like, well, why? That's something Nick Goulas would have done. I said, well, the difference is Nick Goulas drew money, and he didn't like that.
Oh boy, did you say it?
Yes, I said that. So I said, they can beat me up, but they ain't putting a pumpkin on my head. So then Janie Engel comes up to me, the girl in the office, right? And I love Janie. And she said, Corny, whatever you do, don't tear the general's uniform because it's rented and we've got to take it back.
But that wasn't yours.
No, they
We
rented.
assume everyone in the South has one.
No, they rented it, and the pants were fucking like a size 2, and the fucking jacket was too big, and the fucking hat. I said, don't worry, Janie, I'll take care of it like it was my own baby, right? First thing I went to Tracy and Steve, I said, okay, rip the fucking jacket up the back off of me, and God, that thing was trashed, destroyed, whatever the fuck. Come back, oops, right? So they did that, and then in the midnight match, they had installed that ramp for the guys to come out because Vince used something like that. So they have to do everything Vince did.
Right.
So because of the ramp, when we go to do the spot where Ricky and Bobby are doing the crisscross, and then Ricky dives out and chases me, and I roll in, and Bobby's coming off, and I stand up, and he hits me with a tackle, and I take a big bump. Well, I can't go the right way I'm supposed to go because of the ramp, so I'm going the other way. Well, I'm going the other way. The floor cameraman gets in my fucking way. I have to go around him, so when I roll in, I'm late standing up, and I always tell Bobby, bring it, come full force, because we're going to hit shoulder to shoulder, and I'll just fly, right? It helped me. The harder he would hit me in the shoulder, the bigger bump I would take. I got delayed a second. As I'm standing up, he's coming, point of his shoulder in my chin. Bam! Dislocates my fucking jaw, busts me open here, that little scar under there. So now they said no blood on pay-per-views, and now I'm bleeding down my fucking tie, and Stan's like, Corny, you got juice. I said, good, maybe they'll kick this fucking thing off the air. So the next day, after I go out with my in-laws that night and can't chew my dinner, the next day, guess where WCW, the second biggest wrestling promotion in the country, the fucking national TV attraction with all these major stars, guess where we run? Farmland, Indiana, where we put the Southern Boys over.
Big house?
Oh, sure, $11,000. That was almost 1,000 people. Then the next day we fly back to Charlotte. This is the beginning of the end, and then we'll finish out the year. We go back to Charlotte, and then we get in the car. We can't go home. We're only 10 miles from the house, and we haven't been fucking home, as you can see, in 4 or 5 days. So we can't go home because we got to rush to Anderson, South Carolina for TV, where we find out that a couple weeks ago we had 5 matches in one night. No matches. Stan's working a single match with Steve Armstrong. Bobby's not working. Nobody bothered to tell him. He could have stayed home with his family, but now he's in the car with us, so he can't come back. He's got to sit there all fucking, and this was before all the guys just had to go to TV. If you weren't booked, you didn't have to go to TV, right? So Bobby sits there like a spare prick at the wedding all night. Stan has one single match, which he loses, and then we drive on to Atlanta because we got center stage the next day.
We get that.
I
Please.
quit because I'll fucking get up that day thinking I can't take this anymore. And we get there, and what do we see on center stage on the lineup? 4 tag team matches, and we're going to lose every single one of them. So I fucking go into the dressing room Ole used for the office and to give finishes and everything. I said, Ole, why if we post-produce everything now? Bobby couldn't spend a day with his fucking family yesterday because nobody told him he wasn't working. Now we're working 4 times in one night. We couldn't have done 2 of those yesterday. He said the magic words, and I will never forget this, is ingrained in my mind. It was the nicest thing I ever heard. He said, if you don't like it, go home. I said, Ole, that's the best idea you've ever had. I turned around. I said, I'll see you later. He said, where are you going? I said, I'm going home. He said, well, you'll be sorry when you're back in Memphis with that dog and pony show. I said, no, I won't. And I slammed the door. I said, Stan, give me your keys. He said, why? I said, I'm going fucking home. He said, what? I said, I'm done. He said, hold on, I'll go with you. Because he had a paternity suit at the time, and he figured they were going to get some of his money anyway, and he was fed up with these fuckers. But then we both looked at Bobby, and Bobby's got 3 kids, and Bobby's got a wife, and so we had the little meeting, and we said, look, it was like the end of Casablanca. We'll all be together again someday or whatever. Because we figured in April or May, his deal will be up, and I was already probably going to have Smoky Mountain Wrestling well on the way at that point. And he said, guys, I know you got to go. He said, you know I got to stay? I said, yes, we do. So, and we, had the team fucking meeting, and then me and Stan got in the car. I felt like I'd been paroled from prison. I have never had a ride so happy in my life. And Stan started about halfway to Charlotte. He's kind of like, it was $120-something thousand or whatever. I said, fuck it. I quit on more than that. So Bobby said about an hour or 2 later, Ole came to him because he's got 4 fucking matches, right? He said, where are those guys? And Bobby said, Ole, I think they're about halfway back to Charlotte. So when are they coming back? And Bobby said, Ole, I don't think they are. And we didn't. And basically, I sat home for about a week.
I like on the page after the I quit.
Yes.
You're off.
Well, see, we were originally off anyway because that was a day that we were booked off. But look, see here, I've crossed all these out. Right. But real briefly, sat home for about a week and then called me on the phone. Said, well, they sent me this letter first. There was reports to me indicates that there was a misunderstanding involving you and the booker, Ole Anderson. I've had further conversation with people close to you that indicate you've been quoted as saying you will not return to WCW. The company must take the position that if you do not make your scheduled commitment starting on November 1st, blah, 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 you will consider you in breach of your contract and no further monetary compensation will be paid to you. And if you have a desire to try to resolve this issue, please contact me. And he'd called and left me a message. So I called him back. I said, Jim, I ain't coming back. I said, and you can give me a release or not. He said, well, I'm not going to just let you go walk right into the WWF. I said, I just got finished with 1 cartoon wrestling promotion. I'm not going to another one. I've got some things I want to do because I knew I was going to Memphis probably to do something short term, and I was going to set up Smoky Mountain. I said, you can send me a release or I'm going to do what I want to do anyway, and you sue me, and I don't give a fuck. But I'm not going to the WWF, and I'm not coming back there because I'm done with you. You can take that fucking company and shove it up your fucking ass. You've been wanting rid of us. Well, you got rid of us, and I'm rid of you. And I think we're both going to be happier that way. And he sent me a release and never even excluded going to the WWF, which he said he was going to do. But right. I could do anything I wanted, but I wasn't going to the WWF anyway. So he couldn't even write a release right. Fucking moron. I mean, it might have actually been it was better than Captain Mike, I thought, and he got some heat and he had the suit and everything, but basically, Vince just took it and did it much better, IRS.
Right.
So, and Terry, Terry was the makeup girl.
Right.
At TBS, and she was beautiful and gorgeous, and she'd been around the guys long enough to kind of pick up things, and I don't know whose idea it was, but they made her Alexandra York.
Very conservative character, a far cry from what Terry ends up doing in the WWF later.
Well, that's because Shit Stain wasn't involved yet.
Which is closer to the real Terry?
I don't know if either one was really close. Terry was a normal person. She wasn't this bitchy, conservative, buttoned-up businesswoman, but she certainly wasn't a cigar-smoking fucking, whatever Marlena was. But Marlena worked a whole lot better. Let's put it. Have you noticed that Vince can take... He turns Mean Mark Callis into The Undertaker. He turns fucking Michael Wall Street into IRS. He turns Alexandra York into Marlena. Vince McMahon could take guys that were right under their fucking nose and just instantly, that's one thing. I mean, and Vince had some misfires too, but it was almost like it was a game where he could take fucking guys that they couldn't draw 15 cents in Chinese money with and make something out of just by tweaking it just a little bit that you would think would have been common sense.
Is AWA so far gone by now that we really shouldn't even consider it?
Well, they were just
viable
at that
territory?
point they were just doing TV tapings, and in a lot of cases at that point, except for maybe a few people at the top, Larry probably would have been one of those. The deal was if you flew yourself to Las Vegas, you could be on the AWA taping. They weren't even buying guys plane tickets in a lot of cases.
Wow.
So, once again, be the AWA champion was like being the fucking, I guess in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, but, Larry wanted to see out of both eyes.
What'd you think of Larry?
I like Larry. He's funny. He was a great talent in his day. He wasn't the cup of tea of a lot of the smart fans because he was a heel, and he wasn't worried about work rate. He was worried about getting some heat and getting the fucking match over, his stalling and shit, and it worked, and he was master at it. But to this day, he was the biggest drawing house show program and fucking house of all time in the WWF of that thing with Bruno. It was the right place at the right time, fucking masterfully done. Everybody carried off their part. Herd was willing to be sold that, and I'm not knocking Pat O'Connor, but because of his St. Louis connection. Okay, the Pat O'Connor Memorial Tag Team Tournament will mean something. But the fucking teams, read that list of teams.
Take it.
Colonel de Klerk and Sergeant Kruger from South Africa, Rey Mysterio Sr. and Conan from Mexico. Bobby called me one time when they brought Conan in. And I'm Conan, I love you, I'm not knocking you, but Bobby told me, he said, I worked with that fucking Conan. What the fuck? He said, Corny, he shot me off and I hit the ropes. I'm looking and he's doing a forward roll. And he leaped up and he said, you can't, Bobby could not get anything out of him. And, Mexico's a whole different animal than the United States. Anyway, Chris Adams and Norman Smiley from the UK, Rip Morgan and Jack Victory, they're decent. Victor Zangiev, if that's how you pronounce it, and Hashimakov, they were really legitimate Russians and had been broke in from Inoki when Inoki got the Russian, sort of like Trump does now, had the Russian connection. And Danny Johnson and Troy Montour from Canada, who I don't know who the fuck. I don't know if anybody else knows what the fuck. So the Steiners won that tournament over Muta and Saito from Japan. So that was one of the most prestigious tournaments in the history of, and
International flavor.
that was Starrcade. We went from Starrcade in Greensboro to that. The fans brought the tickets back they had bought the previous week. That was so fucking bad for a refund. And then Ric Flair was the Black Scorpion.
It was never supposed to be Flair from the beginning, right?
No, it just what the fuck else they gonna do?
Flair cut
Go back to Flair
Yeah, well,
because,
it works.
It's as Lawler said one time on Memphis TV when the director got fucked up and the shots were, he said, just put the camera on me, it's a safe shot every time. You fucked up, just put Flair in the ring. He'll try to straighten it out.
He cuts his hair here, though.
Well, that was also part of what Herd insisted. That because Herd thought, oh no, he needed to be Spartacus. He was going to make him a gladiator at one point.
Rick.
Yes. Herd thought Flair could cut his hair and fucking get a gladiator outfit and be Spartacus. So he cut his hair partially to get under the fucking mask, but also because Herd wanted him to have an updated look instead of being so fucking old-fashioned. Like cool is somehow dated. With the product that WCW was presenting at that time, to have a working agreement with New Japan Pro Wrestling, which at that time presented wrestling pretty straight as a fucking sport,
Right.
is kind of like, well, I'm going to date myself here by saying, but Vanessa Del Rio, a famous porn star working with Mother Teresa. You know, Vanessa Del Rio, whose famous line in one of the movies was, "My asshole wants to suck cock," should be tag team partners with Mother Teresa. That's what WCW and New Japan working agreement was like. And then,
did you ever borrow for your promos from Vanessa?
When you borrow from one thing, it's plagiarism. When you borrow from many, it's research. December 29, 1990, Tom Zink wins the TV title over Arn Anderson.
Yeah, what do you have to say about that?
Why not?
So if you had to sum up the year of 1990 in your entire career, were lessons learned at least? I mean,
I made a lot of money. I made a lot of money, and I've never been more miserable in my life.
Yeah.
And it was the 1989 WCW. You can look back on as there was Flair and Steamboat, and they still had some of the talent, and the fans were still willing to work with them and give them a chance. 1990 is the year where Jim Herd destroyed WCW, its talent roster, and its fan base to the point where, for the next 6 years, because remember, it wasn't until 1997, right, that WCW made a profit. So basically, for 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, and most of 96, Vince McMahon had an unobstructed chance to be basically be professional wrestling in the United States. So when you look back in history, that was a lead that was insurmountable, and Bischoff did it for a couple of years. They made a profit when he took the NWO and did that whole thing. Didn't know how to follow up on it, couldn't sustain it. But Vince had pretty much from the time that Turner Broadcasting bought Crockett out in 1988 until late 96, early 97, no competition whatsoever. The opponents were jokes, wide open field. He became wrestling in the United States. By 1997, he was even drawn in the Carolinas. WWF Wrestling never drew in the Carolinas, in Tennessee, in Georgia, or certain parts of Texas because they were used to good wrestling. That ended because a generation passed. So if you want to talk about who won the wrestling war and why, ultimately it comes down to Jim Herd starting the path for WCW to not be any competition for that 8 years. They gave Vince an 8-year head start. It was impossible to catch up. Jim Herd is the reason why that we now have sports entertainment instead of pro wrestling. And 1990 was the year that cemented that.
Well, as troubling as it might have been, I thank you for your trip down memory lane. That's for Jim Herd, I guess.
You know he's still alive, don't you?
Not only that, but today...
He's fucking still alive. He looked like he was 80 27 years ago.
Today, we tweeted a page of the script, the page about the Pepsi heart attack.
Yeah.
And I said, guess we'll be talking about Jim Herd tonight with Jim Cornette for Timeline. And somebody retweeted it and tagged Jim Herd.
That's a fake account. It's not really him. On Twitter?
Are you sure about that?
Look it up right now.
We're going to investigate it.
I've seen one that's a rib, that's a fake account.
And we're gonna.
But if it's real, please let me know because I will fucking torment him until the end of time.
We're gonna tweet Jim
If
Herd.
anybody wants to know who the Grinch that stole wrestling was, it's Jim fucking Herd. And if you're in the St. Louis area and you can find that 87-year-old cocksucker, please slap him in the face for me. You know how I was going to quit before it ended up happening that way? I'll tell you this and I'll let you go.
Do tell.
In the car with the Midnight Express driving up and down the road, I said, boys, when I do quit, I'm going to take a blank pistol, one of those starter's pistols, and I'm going to kick the office door in of that motherfucker's in CNN Center, and I'm going to fire 4 shots at him.
Don't say
No,
that.
I said I'm going to fire 4 shots at him. You know what Bobby Eaton said? He said, Corny, he said, as many motherfuckers as hates that asshole, don't you think he's got a real one in the top desk drawer? I said, shit, I never thought of that. That's why I didn't do it.
Fake account.
There you go.
No one would say of themselves, former manager of Pizza Hut, head of World Championship Wrestling, recovering alcoholic.
Yeah, because believe me,
Not recovering?
he ain't recovering.